Chapter 1 Curvature Jump Device. Finding the trisolar in Seismir Yamatarov time. Given the current velocity of Thie's warship, and according to records of prehistoric civilizations, it could potentially achieve speed sub to 5 times to get a flight. However, casting a glance back at his own vessel, he realized the Thadiatoria Kevin on 1,000 thove to get a flight. Any aspirations to transcend the constraints of space onto futurism and thimbuta illusion. Moreover, even if you were read a brain eye through, a collision with space day Brizarama Nuscule planitude result in the instantaneous disintegration of this ship. I'd evident just how remarkable such a warship truly is. Yet, what Heechin knew was limited a merely a handful of parameters regarding this futuristic vessel. As for the actual shape of the ship, he had yet olays in it. Is it possible that I am currently within the internal space of the warship? As Heechin Loki du Patheski, Hinata said the presence of face and shimmering above him, radiating considerable heat prolong a dex basuric to heat stroke. Fortunately, this area was abundant with trees, providing ample shade from the sun's rays. Heechin had traversed this small, dilapidated Huth apocalypse cube, navigating through this bizarre world in Smurry. However, this time, he discovered things previously unnoticed. For instance, as she tempted to an altitude of 300 meters, he distinctly felt as though his shed had collided with something. Strange. What is happening? 300 meters swasnita, particularly lofty height for Heechin, Yetha felt a force pressing against the shade at the elevation. If he were to continue ascending, he might end up hurting himself. Absurd. Could there be air wall up there? At least Heechin believed the tide was inconceivable for the Rito be air wall in such an otherwise a normal and intact sky. Yet, there genuinely was something pressing against this. Could it be that I am already deep within the interior? Heechin's mind often wandered into the realm of science fiction, and upon sensing the existence of an air wall above him, he concluded the tide could not simply be an air wall rather. It was like Clitha the Hayden Didricha warship. It seems I am truly inside Thie's warship. When Heechin reached out to touch the top offished, he stumbled upon her author's realization. He had been flying Gatton altitude where at the jet's office personal armor maintained normal position. In this position, he clearly knowed that the surface above him was flat. If you were to strike it with his fist, it would feel like into hit and gimme to lick plate. Furthermore, as Sheiks led towards Eiling, he observed that the air above him dispersed ways. It appears that the sea Eiling is an artificial ski. This metallic plata not on limits light boot can also simulate a normal atmosphere condition akin to Earth. For instance, this contraption could replicate Earth's weather system, orchestrating daylight conditions based on terrestrial patterns. Of course, the current coordinates of this planet coincided with the intersection of Earth's axial and equatorial points. Moreover, these intersection was precisely modeled after Thuathera of Kunming, a city in ancient China. This locale was renowned for its splendid climate, often referred to as the City of Eternal Spring. Thus, when simulating Earth's meteorological phenomena, Thor shifted chosen coming as its middle. It seems the systems aboard Thie's warship are quite impressive, thought tech creators and the ground appeareth ludicrous. The larger animals are diminutive, while it has smaller are colossal. iPhone lie tis specular situation were to revert normal, these warship would indeed be invincible. However, Heechin did not dwell too long on these matters, as they were relatively trivial in comparison. His primary objective was to leave this plation locati his space transition device, thus finding a way back to Thurthofis past. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a symbol indicating direction put on the ground. These green W rouse were reminiscent of guiding indicators and he might find an avidia game. It seems Thie's warship possesses a semblance of a man thought quite impressive. What Heechin did not realize was that Thie's was merely an artificial intelligence aboard the warship. This AI could discern his intentions with remarkable clarity and provide assistance accordingly. Following Theros, Heechin unconsciously found himself entering an other small house. However, this establishment was markedly different from the previous. These ways of structure crafted the entire life from glass. Inside this glass house, a large edible washable, and Japanab serving the surroundings, he discovered that the glass was not ordinary, provide to view the external environment. Currently situated within a forest, The view through Teglas revealed a landscape teeming with lush greenery. However, when Heechin adjungio fisques, he realized de could see high zone reflection. Hinata said the thuas merely beneath these idowering mountains, and activating the ignition button would cause the mountain above it to shift aside, clearing a path. In order to depart swiftly from this location, had to press the button. Upon pressing the ignition button, Heechin felt a subtle tremor coursing through him. Watton folded next twas nothing short of extraordinary. Before him, the glass displayed the mountains moving aside. As the earth trembled, yet eyes worship remained unaffected. Once at that colossal mountain shadful aparted, the massive worship ascended gently. It became evident that the ship's thrusters were unleashing streams from hull thrusters, numbering over 1,000, each capable of producing gas thrust off 1,200,000 tons. In such a state of propulsion, the warships soared effortlessly into the sky. It then zeddy course toward outer space, leaving behind a wild red assembly of onlookers at the ground. The two wished to mobilize your warships in pursuit of Heechin, only to realize that they had already ventured beyond the solar system. A thatfless city off 5 times Tespieta flight, transcending spatial constraints was merely of time. These spatial constraints were not particularly formidable, they merely encompassed the distance from Earth to the Moon. Yet, 4 other swishing to pilot their ships beyond the solar system, such aspirations were utterly unattainable. For they locked the requisite test speed, rendering on an ocean off breaking free, from spatial confines nothing more than a jest. Chapter 1 The Doomsday Lighthouse. Damn it, where am I? Heechin gazed around in bewilderment at the desolate wilderness, the abandoned storefronts, and their fusa and the wind. Just a moment ago, he had been lounging in his sofa watching a doomsday battle, and Noah found himself transported to deserted realm. Suddenly, Heechin felt a dizzying sensation as an unfamiliar awareness surged into his mind. He was now in a village on Earth, during the early 22nd century. 60 years prior, a colossal meteor had plummeted to Earth, its radiation mutating gal surrounding life into monstrous beasts, and humanity was nerd, becoming transformed into aberrations. Be the mid-21st century, the world had plunged into cataclysmic crisis. Hordes soft mutated humans and ferocious beasts besieged the globe. 40 years ago, scientists worldwide had begun constructing lighthouses, utilizing stellar cores from the meteor Raspauer reactors to keep the lighthouse ashes pinned dead 300 above ground, safe from the attic soft ground-dwelling beasts and mutated creatures. 30 years ago, the surviving remnants of humanity began to inhabit these various life-sized lighthouses, marking the Doff Lighthouse era. In a struggle for survival, they cremeden to the ped confine soft he lighthouses, where a their freedom had been utterly led away. The environment was chaotic, rudimentary, and overcrowded. Mustaft T lower-class populace acuden lie subsistent the migrations provided by their lighthousey overlords, howald throverai whose ingredients sinto boile, concocting a gruel existence. And now, Heechin had inexplicably found himself in this world, reduced to this sophalola denizen. What hell, is fat conspiring against me? What am I to know? Heechin had been thrust into future doomsday world, yet there was not with Hina lighthouse, but instead on the ground amidst heaverum ruled by savagey beasts. All around him lay ruins, a stark testament to desolation. Up in close air inspection, he realized that the surroundings had not changed significant life from face intriagathianly notable difference likely lay within the lighthouses. Based on the knowledge embedded in his mind about these world, he deduced the thuas lie client the vicinity of his old high school. Wuchuan province, Swaling city. What hell, did I cross over just tober in the wind? Just as Heechin was grappling with his confusion, a voice resonated around him. Ding! Environmental detection complete, Doomsday survival system is now online. Thetraveler Heechin had obtained an infinitely upgradable lighthouse, allowing 4-day leasignance to enhance ethicity. Would the host like to sign in? What? Without a moment's hesitation. Sign in? Duet the Presenzio Flighthouse engaged in combat around the host. The system will deliver the lighthouse in 30 minutes. Upon hearing the system announce a thought lighthouses were battling in his vicinity, Heechin immediately surveyed the surroundings and spot 12 lighthouse approaching from 500 meters to the east. One lighthouse forward, roaring past this with a thunderous boom. Suddenly, a larger lighthouse appeared overhead, estimated toba 5 times Tsazov T09 front. The former was a level 1 lighthouse, adorned with a flag bearing the name Su trailing behind was a level 2 lighthouse, Wickles to display the flag inscribed with Wang. The high the level loft he lighthouse, the larger its size. At that moment, the lighthouse behind emit the warning thizist Wang lighthouse. The Su lighthouse ahead must cease its advance immediately, or will upin fire. The voice off Huang lighthouse echo at around, and although Su lighthouse was still flaying, the Huang lighthouse was clearly faster in pursuit. My goodness, isn't this just a case of big fish eating little fish? As the Huang lighthouse got up to the Su lighthouse, it tame a direct liatherorove hilaterando pined fire. 5 300mm cannon sent he lighthouse simultaneously, unleashed the Su lighthouse. Within 3 minutes, the defensive system off Su lighthouse was obliterated, and the front section off Huang lighthouse reviolet armor, which it promptly affixed. The larger lighthouse galleted with the smaller own, and Thesson left Heechin, House watching, utterly astonished. Subsequently, the Su lighthouse arised Eitflug, seeming lie signalling its surrender. At this point, the Huang lighthouse began constructing a bridge over the Su lighthouse, while the excavators moved in to dismantle machinery and evacuate the inhabitants of Su lighthouse. The larger lighthouse absorbed the smaller own, while a Thelator scoured for resources. Witnessing this, Heechin felt a kill run down spine. It appears this true lies a world where the fittest survive. No, this must burial where the strong reign supreme. After watching Huang light, Heechin let out a sigh of relief. Doomsday system no anemia is detected in the vicinity of the host's infinite upgrade lighthouse has been delivered. Suddenly, Heechin said Samethin Grezombeling Emity or Hortling toward Shin from ski. Just 50 meters from the ground, the meteor abrupt, lie slow a tangent descended before Heechin. Before him lay a massive equilateral triangular platform, measuring in 100-meter soniac side, with a total area of 860 square meters. Upon it stood a 3-story villa, a cultivation area, rainwater collection pools, and more. A ladder extended from the platform, and as Heechin stepped on toit, Heffel to wavy of emotion. The lighthouse began to ascend, surveying the desolate surroundings, and yet, 10 kilometers away, the master of Huang lighthouse suddenly noticed his lighthouse. The lighthouse is now possessed 4 levels: level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. Those who ha control at the lighthouses were referred to as lighthouse masters. At this moment, the master of Huang lighthouse was overjoyed. What is happening today? 2 lighthouses gifted to Satans. Officer, Gon sizeth him form. The officer of Huang lighthouse announced through a loudspeaker attention, level 1 lighthouse ahead. The Zist Huang lighthouse please remain stationary. Otherwise, will up and fire. Heechin, standing edifice lighthouse, broke into a cold sweat. What? Emil Reedy Bay unto right from the start? Ding! The host Hosh check it in for the fierce stymie and dressy Avita novice gift pack. Please choose. 1 water source evolution device, 2 powerful propulsion device. Goodness, being hunted right from the beginning, survive first. Heechin promptly selected 2 powerful propulsion device. Would the host like to install it now? Yes. Suddenly, Heechin said Twatterbine propulsion device materializing gat he geof te platform facing Huang lighthouse. 100 km per hour, 150 km per hour, 200 km per hour. This colossal structure, with its own 100-meter sides, surged forward day ta breathtaking off 1200 km per hour. Yet, up and realizing that Heechin's lighthouse's fling, the Huang lighthouse immediate, Lagav chase, but their speed was only 100 km per hour, and they fell for their behind. The master of Huang lighthouses stared in disbelief as watched an escape. What hell, what kind of propulsion system are I equipped with Mavi so swiftly? Lord, should we continue pursuing? Chapter 2 Rescuing Residents. Chase, you triticus them. The master of Huang lighthouse Eslam medthiti beline frustration forget it. Today we have absorbed over 300 slaves from the lighthouse. Nanito Percy conserve energy. The Huang lighthouse halted and proceeded towards its intended destination. Watching Huang lithusaretriat, Heechin gradually exhaled. Stepping outside, Heffelt the cool breezy and surveyed his surroundings, easing his tension. Ding! Increasing the population of Citizen sent he lighthouse Willie eldwards. Increasing Katizen's forwards? Ist the Rezuch a fortunate circumstance? Butant this apocalypse, hokeris about others? Surviving isel reedy ostro cuffluck. Moreover, in thys apocalyptus environment, how can oni ascertain whether those serve in gatha lighthouse ear friend or foe? At least forno, Hetian was not inclined to a salirskianion. Please create a name for our lighthouse. Create a name? Let's go with Shadow Lighthouse. Shadow, Theglamuro fly tamids tipicalypse. Immediately, a flag was raised, emblazoned with words Shadow. Lighthouse Cinema Creatution Success Forwards received 100 boxes sof convenient food, 100 potatoes, 100 fringigs, 50 bags of fertilizer, 50 bags sofeed, and onella serpistol. Hetian, seeing the Sudan in flux soft supplies in Thury house, approached and retrieved a self-heating hot pot. He opened the box, placed the vegetable pack in the container, Tori opened the self-heating packet, added cold water, and set tightened the container soon. He would enjoy his first meal in the apocalyptic world delicious. After finishing the meal, Hequicla checked the largest screen, wicked display the survival resources. Water source storage 5 cubic meters is red total capacity 10 cubic meters. Cultivation area untilled. Weapon system activated. Shadow Lighthouse weaponry equipped. Main cannon 3100 mm Lacercans. Secondary cannon 3050 mm Gatling machine guns. Hetian observed the Tata Cove pointed corner sophist lighthouse, there was a Lacercan on, while along the triangular regis Swiriton automatic Gatling machine guns. It seems the arriver ahead is should replenish our water supply. Thawfin themid stoft hepicalypse, Hetian's lighthouse scood filter root impurities, bacteria, and virus from the water. Heplanedto plant the potato as first, making water a crucial resource. As Hetian began to draw, a screen materialized before him, visible in light of him. The screen displayed a warning. Thizist Shadow Lighthouse Doomsday System. Warning Fu individuals are following gone the ground. All weapons soft he lighthousey activated. The individuals below, seeing gull weapons same death him, immediate lie raised their hands and surrender. Don't it fire. Don't it fire. Doomsday System. Aratheriani hidden ambusha saw Rother Lighthouse Esniarby? Doomsday System non-detected at this time. Hetian picked up the lighthouse microphone and addressed the individuals below the Shadow Lighthouse request noon. Please leave. A this moment, the leading manspa cup I am the master off the lighthouse. Please, webiju, shelter us. Hetian regarded the fu individuals sent the screen unimmin and 3 women had thighs, scaped with his wife and daughter. Sheltering them? That was pseudo the question. What if they arrived at the lighthouse and dirt control, turning him into full? Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, Hakud truly understand him in hearts? Lighthouse Master System. Sufong Master off Su Lighthouse. Danger Level 92. Betrayal Level 95. Chinyu Wifey of the Master off Su Lighthouse. Danger Level 10. Betrayal Level 0. Tang Xiaoxua Daughter off the Master off Su Lighthouse. Danger Level 2. Betrayal Level 0. Tang Xiaoxin Daughter off the Master off Su Lighthouse. Danger Level 2. Betrayal Level 0. 3 Malehuman Scanba Sheltered Word Nano Level Body Armor. Betrayal Level at 0? Can I actually perceive a their psychological attributes? Realization dawned upon Hetian the system ways indeed remarkable powerful. Hetian examined heat, tributis of each individual. Chinyu. Intellect Level 8. Strength Level 4. Shooting Level 6. Evaluation Proficient with Artillery, capable of serving Gesagener. Tang Xiaoxue. Intellect Level 7. Strength Level 6. Shooting Level 7. Evaluation Gifted in Mech Operation, can be trained as a Nasamech pilot. Tang Xiaoxin. Intellect Level 7. Strength Level 5. Shooting Level 6. Evaluation Gifted in Mech Operation, can be trained as a Nasamech pilot. Sufong. Intellect Level 6. Strength Level 7. Shooting Level 7. Evaluation Temperamental, unsuitable for sheltering. After reviewing thyre attributes, Hetian Felsolent. This nanotechnology armor appears rather interesting. I wonder if I'd Sakanda Thesu it torn by Stark? Upon observing the system's safe tie assessment for the 3 eftdom, Hetian still felt he prudent to exercise caution. Theto stay system the Tower Master can restrict their movement with an aid signet daria, as theoremisi equipped with surveillance system and thyre every action in real time. So, you mean to say, we shall keep them aspects? If that is the case, Itis note and feasible we can provide them with a confined space. With that, Heechin pick it up through earless acrophone. The three women below may come up the men are not permitted. When Su Feng heard this, he was suddenly taken aback. Why? Why a minotala weddigup? At that moment, the three will make knelt before Heechin, pleading, please, let my father come up we beseech you to enter family. Rest assured, esteemed Tower Master, vous will not cause any trouble and swear ye up there. Vous will ye do your ever command. Seeing Theirdish parite please, Heechin resolute to lit aside again stallowing him to ascend. Ishal zate highs and elastometh women may come up themen may. Whether you shizido come or notice entirely up to you I am preparing to depart. After uttering these words, Heechin glanced at T's water tank, notin jith thadal been filled to 5 cubic meters. Hectivateth a propulsion device, re-added to leave. Regardless, he was determined not to permit such dangerously unpredictable individual to ascend the lighthouse. As Heechin began to move away, Su Feng fell to his knees. I will leave, just allow me a fee and daughter gup. Heechin observed as the four of them up together, there is Willeen with tears. At that moment, Su Feng ran away, leaving the three women behind. Just an hour ago, they had been living peacefully in Thyron Lighthouse, and now they felt as if they had plummeted from paradise to hell, helplessly watching Su Feng depart. As Heechin is duping them, Heppen to red implications soft having 3 additional women night, he lighthouse couldn't wonder what events might unfold thereafter. Chapter 3. The obstacle ahead. Heechin lowered the staircase, allowing them to ascend. End of days system. I am the end of days system of the Ender Lighthouse. Please leave all weapons behind. Chunyu stepped forward with her 2 lovely daughters, placing their weapons in a designated box. End of days system. Full body scan initiated. Scan complete. You may enter. As Chunyu and her daughters walked within the lighthouse. They were astonished to find it utterly deserted. The expansive lighthouse bore no signs of habitation whatsoever. There were no people in the garden, nor in the cultivation area. Where could everyone be? Were they all residing beneath the lighthouse? The pristine and modern appearance of this lighthouse starkly contrasted with those aged 40 or 50 years. Heechin's lighthouse was remarkably new, resembling a private villa complete with a garden. The brand new structure, adorned with vibrant flowers and trees, resembled a celestial paradise. Unable to contain her excitement, one of the adorable daughters exclaimed, Mom, this must be a paradise on earth. It's so beautiful. Moments ago, they had just lost their biological father and were still enveloped in sorrow. However, the breathtaking sights before them had diluted their grief. All they could do was pray that this new Tower Master would not mistreat them in the days to come. The end of days system guided them along the way. Straight ahead? Turn right. Numerous cameras and speakers led them to their designated room. Upon entering their exclusive quarters, the three were left dumbfounded. They had anticipated a mere storage room, yet before them lay a plush sofa, a large pink bed, and a clean, bright interior. This truly our living space. Tower Master, is this for us? End of days system. The Tower Master is currently occupied and unable to respond. Please remain in this area and refrain from wandering. Otherwise, the lighthouse's defensive weapons will eliminate you instantly. Understood. Chunyu nodded repeatedly, fearful of saying the wrong thing. The three women sat in their clean and spacious room, struggling to believe this was reality. Chunyu began to feel apprehensive. She suspected the Tower Master intended to keep them as dependents. She thought, if such a situation arises, I must protect my daughters at all costs. Meanwhile, He-chun was in the core area of the lighthouse, trying on the nanoscale battle suit rewarded by the system. Ho-ho, this suit was even more impressive than Iron Man's armor. He-chun marveled at the nanosuit, which contained 3 energy reactors. Each reactor produced energy in a single second equivalent to the total energy output of the 3 Gorges Dam in a year. Moreover, this suit was an upgraded version, with limitless potential, battle armor features, defense. Withstands a force of 1,000 tons, capable of repelling armor-piercing missiles and standard laser weapons. 100 guided missiles equivalent to 10 tons of TNT. 2,000 30mm caliber machine gun rounds. 1 laser sword with 100,000 joules, truly capable of slicing through steel. Thruster. Cruise mode at 1 times the speed of sound, and super speed mode at 3 times the speed of sound. This suit was the reward for allowing the mother and daughters to enter the lighthouse. The activation device was the size of a smartphone, easily placed on the chest to deploy the suit. Touching the fingerprint unlock location on the back of the activation device with a finger would fully expand the suit. Hee-chun pressed his finger against it, and soon saw slender components of the suit begin to extend until they enveloped his entire body. The suit was a striking black and gray, with touches of red, prominently featuring a red flag of Huaxia on the shoulder. Once the suit was fully deployed, a laser sword materialized in his hand. As dusk fell and the sun set, mutated wild geese flew over the lighthouse. Hee-chun exited the core area and stepped onto the outer layer of the lighthouse, noticing lights on the first floor of a nearby residential building. He strolled leisurely towards it. Tang Xiaoxin was filled with dread. "Mom, I think someone is coming." Chunyu tightly embraced her two daughters. She was uncertain about the Tower Master's character and what might happen upon his arrival. "You two, go back inside." Once she saw them retreat into the room, she sighed in relief. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure clad in armor and a mask entered. Upon recognizing Hee-chun, Chinyu froze. "Tower Master. Are you from the Xinyang Technology Nation?" She noted his attire resembled that of the Xinyang Technology Nation, leading her to wonder how he could single-handedly control the lighthouse. "Xinyang Technology Nation?" Hee-chun feigned mystery and replied. "Don't you know what to say and what not to say?" Chinyu fell to her knees. I understand. I apologize. It was my ignorance." Hee-chun surveyed the room. "Where are your two daughters?" A tremor ran through Chan Yu's heart, fearing he might have set his sights on her daughters. Her body trembled slightly as she knelt closer to Hee-chun. "Tower Master, is there something you require of me? My daughters are still young and naive." Hee-chun regarded her with confusion, but then realized she might think he had ulterior motives. It seemed she was trying to ingratiate herself with him. Hee-chun suddenly understood and said, "I am here to see you. There is something I need you to do, Tower Master. Just tell me what you need. I will do anything. My daughters are still young." Chen Yu's pleading expression elicited a hidden smile from Hee-chun, who retorted, "I am now giving you orders. Will you defy me?" Chen Yu shook her head repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. She knelt obediently, terrified of inciting Hee-chun's anger. "Your daughters aren't little anymore. How old are they?" With trepidation, she replied, 17. 17 is old enough to engage in certain activities. This remark, Chen Yu's heart sank. Was her worst fear about to materialize? Their family had barely escaped the clutches of another lighthouse, only to potentially face the same fate again. Chapter 4. What else could you expect? Hee-chun observed her complex expression, deciding not to toy with her further. He stated plainly, "You three know how to plant potatoes, correct?" Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Plant potatoes? You want me and my daughters to plant potatoes?" Her incredulous expression was almost comical. "Do you think I had other intentions?" I thought, "Thank you, Tower Master." A radiant smile lit up Chen Yu's face as she turned to call into the room, "Xiaoxin, Xiaoxue, come out and meet the Tower Master." The door opened, and two adorable girls emerged. Clad in white blouses, plaid skirts, and knee-high black socks, exuding an air reminiscent of a high school girl. The three women stood respectfully before Hee-chun. Hee-chun assessed their rebellious demeanor and noticed no significant change. Perhaps now was the time to cultivate their loyalty. The system had previously mentioned they could be trained as ace mech pilots, potentially unlocking mech capabilities in the future. Hee-chun addressed them. "From today on, you will assist me in managing the cultivation area. You are responsible for planting the potatoes. Is there any problem?" The sisters exchanged glances, feeling relieved. "Rest assured, Tower Master. We will grow the finest potatoes." At that moment, Hee-chun decided to take them to the cultivation area to familiarize them with the situation. End of days system. Warning, nightfall is upon us. Ferocious beasts will awaken. End of days system. Warning. Yellow lighthouse detected ahead. With the yellow lighthouse in front and ferocious beasts behind. Hee-chun declared to the mother and daughters, "Did you think I was afraid? Attack." Chen Yu and her daughters stared at him. Bewildered. "Attack? How do we attack? Are we pretending to fight, or is this real?" Previously, their level 1 Su lighthouse had been taken down by this level 2 yellow lighthouse. How could they possibly fight back? At that moment, the master of the yellow lighthouse, Huang Chao, held a microphone. "Ender lighthouse, listen up. Hand over the Su family, and I will spare your lives." Huang Chao sneered, Night has fallen. The Sioux family must have sought refuge in this lighthouse. They can only blame their bad luck for encountering us at this hour. The tower master is remarkable, truly a master strategist. Standing beside Huang Chao, the aide inquired, Master of the tower, if they surrender Su Feng, shall we spare them? What? Spare them? Huang Chao smirked. Fool. How could I possibly let them off? When they present him later, I shall seize their lighthouse directly. The subordinates below all shouted in admiration, Master of the tower. You are truly wise. Huang Chao stood in the control room, gazing at the approaching Ender lighthouse. And no matter what, I must capture Su Feng, and then let him witness me with his wife and daughter. At that moment, a soldier from the Huang lighthouse dashed in. Report. The Ender lighthouse not only refuses to surrender, but has also armed itself for battle. Huang Chao slammed his hand on the table. Good. They possess some skill after all. They dare to come to their own demise. What weapons are they using? The soldier reported. Preliminary assessment indicates that their main cannons are 400 millimeters in caliber. With a total of 3. Only 3 main cannons? Do they really think they can contend with our 9 triple-barreled 600 millimeter cannons? In front of them, 9 main cannons were aimed directly at the position of the Hechen lighthouse. It was evident they could obliterate the Ender lighthouse without question. Huang Chao waved his hand from the control room. Engage the enemy. His men loaded shells into the cannons, preparing for imminent fire. Just as Huang Chao commanded the launch, a sudden flash of white light surged towards them. 2 beams of laser struck the royal lighthouse, cutting through and resulting in numerous casualties. Master, the enemy has hit our living quarters. Causing 40 fatalities, the living area has lost all power. Huang Chao, upon hearing this number, was drenched in sweat. How is this possible? A level 1 lighthouse possesses such powerful laser weaponry? Meanwhile, He Chun stood at the control panel, observing the screen. My laser has an effective range of 30 kilometers. Earlier, He Chun had not fled or surrendered. Instead, he chose to confront them head-on. The shorter the distance, the greater the weapon's power. During the cannon fire, He Chun had heard Qin Yu mention that the weapons used by the Huang lighthouse were outdated artillery, with a range that was considered impressive if it reached 10 kilometers. However, whether they could actually hit their target depended entirely on faith. In contrast, his laser cannon was fully automated, hitting precisely where aimed. Moreover, it consumed minimal energy, relying entirely on electric power. This electricity was sourced from the most vital energy core, the star nucleus. He Chun commanded the Ender system. Maintain a distance of 15 kilometers from the enemy. I intend to wear them down gradually. At this moment, the enemy could not strike him, yet he could hit them. He aimed any vertex of his triangle at the enemy, activating the laser for a sustained 15 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. He Chun rotated his lighthouse, allowing for rapid intervals between attacks while maintaining a prolonged firing duration, ensuring continuous fire output. Although the appearance resembled that of a UFO, it was indeed the most effective means of assault. Furthermore, this tactic could directly vex the enemy. This was He Chun's primary objective. He observed as the Huang lighthouse unleashed cannon fire, but the trajectory of their shells fell short by a kilometer. Meanwhile, the Huang lighthouse was riddled with dozens of holes. The mother and her 2 daughters stood inside the building, gazing at the distant Huang lighthouse being incessantly bombarded. Previously, they had thought He Chun was mad for provoking such a behemoth. But now, witnessing him utilize his weaponry advantage, the enemy was left powerless to retaliate. Hooray! He once crippled our lighthouse. Now he shall experience the taste of being riddled with holes. Qin Yu, observing her daughter's expressions, sighed in relief. Casting a complex gaze towards He Chun, she found it hard to believe that such a person possessed such advanced weaponry. His identity must be extraordinary. Chapter 5. Spitting out old blood. If only the 3 of them could heed He Chun's words, their future lives would undoubtedly improve significantly. Wait, is the Huang lighthouse attempting to flee? Inside the Huang lighthouse, Huang Chao erupted in fury. Damn it, a mere lighthouse is so audacious. The aide beside the tower master was now drenched in sweat. Master, what shall we do? We cannot hit them, nor can we pursue them. This Ender lighthouse circling around to attack is truly infuriating. Report. Our number 1 and number 2 water tanks have been destroyed by the enemy, causing leakage from the upper sections of the lighthouse. Huang Chao realized he had no choice but to retreat. Retreat. Turn around. If he persisted in battle, the lighthouse would surely be lost. Inside the Ender lighthouse. Flee. Where to run? Forward. Today, I refuse to believe I cannot take him down. He-Chin activated the lighthouse's fastest booster, pursuing the enemy with the intent to obliterate them completely. Huang Chao noted that the Ender lighthouse showed no signs of letting him off the hook. Grabbing the microphone, he shouted, "Stop chasing. Otherwise, I might do something drastic." Seeing Huang Chao's furious and desperate demeanor amused He-Chin greatly. After some time, He-Chin picked up the microphone and said, "Him? What that? Just a him?" Huang Chao was nearly apoplectic with rage. "Damn it, if you're a man, come face me directly." After another pause, He-Chin casually remarked, "Little Shun, darling, Jing, dot? Damn it, go to hell." Huang Chao, now furious, turned his sights on the Ender lighthouse. "Get him, kill him." The aide beside Huang Chao tugged at his arm. "Master, they have yet to destroy us, but if this continues, we are surely doomed. Think of the resources we have accumulated over the years." Huang Chao seethed with rage, his hair standing on end. "Then what should this tower master do?" The aide replied candidly, "Negotiate with them. Seek peace. Seek peace." He-Chin clearly observed their dialogue from his position. Earlier, he had activated the laser weapon of the entire lighthouse, which had already consumed 60% of the battery's power. 0.1% of power could fire a single laser. He still had 40 shots remaining. If he used them all, he would need to recharge the weapon's battery, which would take 5 minutes to restore 1% of power. Fully charging the battery would require 500 minutes, or 8 hours if he continued to pursue and attack. It was uncertain whether he could completely overwhelm the enemy, and he risked exhausting his own energy. Yet, simply allowing them to escape was clearly unreasonable. At that moment, He-Chun stood in the control center of the lighthouse, pondering. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. Since that's the case, why not turn the tables? He-Chun picked up the communicator. "Chen Yu? How many resources did the Huang lighthouse seize from you?" Chen Yu, sitting on the sofa, suddenly stood and approached the camera. "May I ask what troubles the master of the tower? Just tell me how many resources the Huang lighthouse took." Chen Yu, eager to avoid angering He-Chen, quickly replied, "Master of the tower, they previously took 4 tons of rice, 1 ton of preserved beef jerky, as well as gold, iron ore, guns, and ammunition." After hearing this, He-Chen understood that in this apocalyptic world, their living resources were indeed quite scarce. With the land unsuitable for farming, cultivation could only occur within the lighthouse, yet annual yields were meager, making such goods a precious commodity among lighthouses. Chun Yu's mention of rice and beef indicated that these items held greater value than the ores and metals. He-Chun, microphone in hand, declared, "Huang Lighthouse, listen closely. We, the Ender Lighthouse, are a peace-loving establishment. However, you have chosen to provoke us. Are you aware of the consequences? I am the master of the Huang Lighthouse. We did not intentionally provoke you. We were merely searching for an enemy, Su Feng. Following your sentiments, I too believe it unnecessary to continue this conflict." He-Chin chuckled. "Please understand, I am the one attacking you, not the other way around. By the way, have you ever managed to hit me with a single bullet?" His words elicited laughter from the mother and her 2 daughters. Watching Huang Chao struggle to articulate his frustration was utterly delightful. Huang Chao's face turned a shade of green. "May I ask how the master of the Ender Lighthouse would be willing to cease hostilities?" "Cease hostilities? That's easy enough to arrange." Upon hearing He-Chin's words, the individuals at Huang's lighthouse collectively exhaled in relief. Just 2 minutes later, He-Chun presented them with a list of supplies. "Previously, during my assault on you, I depleted a considerable amount of resources. Now, I kindly request compensation. It's not a large amount. I require 30 tons of rice, 10 tons of beef, 10 tons of ore, and 2 tons of gold." Huang Chao, standing in the control center of Huang's lighthouse, spat a mouthful of blood onto the console. "Why the hell don't you just go and rob it?" He-Chen grinned widely. "Indeed, I am robbing." Noticing that the other party remained silent for an extended period, He-Chen pondered whether they were still hesitating. With 40% of his energy remaining, which equated to 40 laser shots, he felt somewhat emboldened. "Fine. Since you are unwilling to provide compensation, let us continue the fight." He-Chen unleashed another 20 laser shots toward them. If they still refused to yield their supplies, He-Chun had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. If necessary, he would simply retreat, confident that they could not catch up with him in a race. At Huang's lighthouse, reports came in. Our lighthouse's farms and planting areas have been completely struck. 200 chickens, 50 ducks, and 50 cattle have perished. 40% of the planting area has been destroyed. Huang Chao spat another mouthful of blood. Damn it! His adjutant urged him to concede, warning that if they did not comply, the entire lighthouse would be obliterated. Master of the tower, his adjutant exclaimed, it is truly unnecessary to hold out any longer. Concede, or our lighthouse will be doomed. At that moment, Huang Chao's mind raced with expletives. It was the first time he had been so thoroughly dominated. If he refused, he would undoubtedly suffer at the hands of that wretched adversary, jeopardizing years of effort. Yet conceding felt like sacrificing flesh from his own thighs. Chapter 6. The open maul. Huang Chao was consumed by rage, his heart feeling as though it were being incessantly sliced by a dull blade. Amidst the pain, he regretted not having withdrawn when he had the chance, avoiding this calamity. That moment, He Chen slowly picked up the microphone and spoke. I must say, you at Huang's lighthouse truly lack foresight. Since you have chosen silence, do not blame me for being ruthless. All my weapons are now on standby. That was merely a lesson. Now, you shall face the full consequences from a distance of 1 kilometer. He Chen aimed his laser cannon at Huang Chao once more. Upon seeing this through his binoculars, Huang Chao jumped in a panic and immediately seized the microphone, pleading, do not fire. I request a ceasefire. His heart raced with fear, dreading the imminent impact of a projectile. He Chen slowly lifted the microphone, addressing Huang's lighthouse. That is acceptable, but you understand the rules, do you not? Upon hearing this, Huang Chao's heart felt as if it were cleaved in two by that same dull blade. I understand. Please, go ahead. Huang Chao was truly at a loss for words. Just then, He Chen had already prepared a comprehensive list of his demands. What is the lord of the city requesting? Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxin and the others speak, He Chen shot them a sharp glance. The mother and her daughters instantly withdrew their gazes in fright. Chen Yu, see if there are any issues with this list. He Chen handed over the list. Upon first glance, Chen Yu's jaw dropped in shock. Isn't this simply the supplies that were previously taken from us? But is this really appropriate? The list included 10 tons of rice, 1 ton of preserved meat, and 1 ton of gold. They surely would not acquiesce to such demands, would they? He Chen shook his head. Just ask them if they previously suffered such losses. Chen Yu, still in disbelief, nodded. In the next moment, the king's city moved beside Huang's lighthouse, extending a mechanical arm to deliver the list while stating, my request is not excessive. During our previous battle, I suffered these losses, and it is only fair that you compensate me. Seeing the list, Huang Chao expelled the last remnants of blood from his body. He then seized the microphone, exclaiming, why the hell don't you just go and rob it? He Chen chuckled. Naive, I am indeed robbing. Noticing that they still had not produced the supplies, He Chen once more lifted the microphone to address them. I understand now. Since you lack the resolve, prepare to face your demise. With that, He Chen readied to fire his lasers once more. But at the last moment, Huang Chao shouted, give, we will comply. He was unwilling to see everything he had worked for go up in flames. Quickly, follow his demands and deliver the supplies. After Huang Chao's command, his adjutant's furrowed brow relaxed, and he dashed outside to transport the materials. Upon witnessing this, Su Fan remarked, it seems you do comprehend reason. In that case, retreat 2 kilometers. Huang Chao had no choice but to comply. Retreating 2 kilometers, He Chen cautiously advanced, slowly approaching the area where the supplies were stacked. The mother and her daughters behind He Chen were filled with joy upon witnessing this. Hooray! The tower master is magnificent. We must carve a piece from Huang's lighthouse to quench our vengeance. Just then, He Chen turned and glared at them. Are you all treating me as your instrument of revenge? The 3 women immediately knelt in fear. Chen Yu, I dare not. My resentment has simply accumulated too much. We had no intention of exploiting the tower master. He Chen smiled on the surface. He did not intend to make things difficult for them. Rather, he sought to establish his authority. Otherwise, they might not even grasp who the true master of the lighthouse was. Very well, since your attitude seems sincere, I shall say no more. He Chen proceeded with utmost caution to the area beneath the supplies delivered to Huang's lighthouse. He was wary that Huang Chao might attempt something while he gathered the materials. Caution was paramount in this apocalyptic world. On the other side, as Huang Chao watched He Chun collecting his supplies, the sensation within him was akin to a spoon incessantly excavating his very blood. It was an excruciating feeling, yet he felt utterly powerless, forced to watch He Chun abscond with his hard-earned resources. Suddenly, an adjutant appeared from nowhere and exclaimed, "Master of the tower, why don't we strike now?" The supplies in the lighthouse had been depleted, and the morale of the populace was in disarray. Huang Chao smacked his adjutant's head, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? I want to strike more than anyone, but today, there is no opportunity for that. Let him go for now. Once I find my support, I will ensure that this shadowy lighthouse meets its end." After venting his frustration, He Chun had already collected his belongings and slipped away in He Chun's living quarters. The twin sisters and their stunning mother were left in awe and admiration after witnessing the entire sequence of events. Not everyone could seize a piece from the jaws of Huang's lighthouse, but the master of this lighthouse had achieved just that. In the main building, He Chun reclined comfortably on the sofa. Ding! The host has successfully demonstrated his prowess to other lighthouses. The mall is now unlocked. The host may purchase daily necessities, agricultural products, industrial goods, and high-tech weaponry within the mall. The weapons available will unlock at higher levels of the host's lighthouse. He cleared his throat. "Please do not portray me as overly ruthless. Now, let me see what is available in this mall." Subsequently, Su Fan used his thoughts to open the display panel, accessing the mall interface. The mall interface featured 5 sectional buttons, of which only 3 were unlocked, leaving 2 remaining sections still locked. System, what is the status of the last 2 sections? Esteemed host, the remaining 2 sections will unlock automatically once your lighthouse level increases. And how many levels are needed to unlock all sections of the mall? A level 1 lighthouse can unlock the initial 3 sections, while a level 2 lighthouse unlocks the remaining 2. He Chun inquired further, "What must I do to upgrade the lighthouse?" The host must acquire a certain number of star cores to achieve an upgrade. He Chun now understood why some lighthouses were formidable while others were not. The more star cores within a lighthouse, the higher its level, leading to faster movement speeds and industrial progress. The means to obtain star cores involved destroying other lighthouses, thus acquiring their cores. It seems I now realize what I must do. For the sake of the lighthouse and my own survival, this is the only path forward. After meticulously crafting a plan, there remains a considerable interval before its execution. In the meantime, it would be prudent to procure items from the marketplace. The offerings within this marketplace are truly a dazzling array, yet upon closer inspection by He Chun, it became evident that the variety ultimately boils down to a few familiar categories. For instance, in the realm of daily necessities, one finds shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. As for food items, there are potato seeds, apple seeds, an abundance of hot dry noodles, and a plethora of instant meals and snacks. He Chun couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. It was quite thoughtful to include even these essentials. At least this marketplace did not disappoint him. Upon arriving in this apocalyptic world, he had feared the absence of many items, only to discover that this system was remarkably user-friendly. With all the necessary provisions intact, with great anticipation, He Chun finally clicked into the weapons marketplace. "Wow, this is impressive," he exclaimed. Fong battle machines, limited to 5 purchases per day, priced at 20 kilograms of gold each. Lighthouse transport vehicles, limited to 10 purchases per day, priced at 10 kilograms of gold each. Small drones, limited to 10 purchases per day, priced at 5 kilograms of gold each. Combat drones, limited to 10 purchases per day, priced at 30 kilograms of gold each. As the population of the lighthouse increased, so too would the available offerings. Such fortune exists. I must seize this opportunity. He Chun resolved to find people, yet all the inhabitants were at the lighthouse, reluctant to align themselves with him without reason. Thus, he sought out Chen Yu, who possessed a deeper understanding of this place. Chapter 7. The peculiar potato. As time was of the essence, He Chun intended to inquire with Chen Yu and her companions. But he reconsidered, recognizing it was their first day here, and decided they deserved a proper rest. The following morning, He Chun broadcasted a message through the lighthouse's intercom. "Chen Yu, please come to my location, and kindly bring your 2 daughters along." Chen Yu and her daughters dared not linger in the lighthouse, fearing they might be dismissed. Upon exiting their residential area, their minds were a flurry of thoughts. filled with trepidation that the tower master summoned them for a misstep they had made. When they arrived at He Chin's dwelling, the magnificent architecture surrounding them left them in awe. This was their first visit to He Chin's abode. As their previous encounters had taken place in the control room, upon seeing He Chin, Qin Yu bowed deeply, overwhelmed by a profound respect for him. Otherwise, she would not have felt such anxiety approaching him. Conversely, her daughters harbored no such worries. They admired the tower master, believing him to be immensely powerful, having vanquished their most formidable foe. They arrived at He Chin's residence, where the door stood quietly closed. Within a minute, He Chin opened the door and said, "Follow me." Qin Yu and her daughters closely trailed behind, and after a brief walk, they arrived at the plantation. He Chin still wore a mask, preventing them from discerning his emotions through his facial expressions, leaving them to await his directives. "You know how to cultivate potatoes, don't you?" Upon hearing this, they chuckled. "Why, Lord, you jest, do you not? Who in this world does not know how to farm potatoes?" After Qin Yu finished speaking, He Chin pointed to a section of the planting area. "That specific plot, you shall plant potatoes there. Can you manage that?" Qin Yu, a remarkably beautiful and gracious woman, replied gently, "Do not worry, my lord. I shall devote all my heart and energy to cultivating these potatoes." He Chin nodded in satisfaction and retrieved a bag of potatoes from behind him. Qin Yu took the potatoes, first chopping them into cubes before planting them in the soil. While they worked, He Chin inquired, "As I am new to this place, I require some items for trade. Where is the nearest market?" He refrained from disclosing his time-traveling origins and instead posed his question in a rather roundabout manner. "Trading, you say? There is a large market approximately 10 kilometers to the east where you can engage in trade." He Chin continued, "What sorts of items can one find there?" Qin Yu pondered for a moment before confidently responding, "Anything and everything can be traded." He Chin then posed the question he had contemplated the previous night. "Is there a slave market?" Qin Yu nodded vigorously. "Indeed. There are slaves, mercenaries, you name it, everything is available." "And what of the security at this trading market?" "In our region, the trading market has strict regulations. No one is permitted to engage in violence within the trading area. Should anyone breach this rule, the strongest enforcers will intervene and the offender will be blacklisted, forever barred from trading." Upon hearing this, He Chin felt a sense of contentment. He lightly acknowledged her and added, "Once you have completed the planting, the chicken eggs and the poultry farm will also be your responsibility. Do not cause me any trouble." With that, He Chin returned to his dwelling while Qin Yu and her daughters busily toiled from dawn until dusk. That night, He Chin illuminated the planting area, facilitating rapid plant growth. After an hour of illumination, He Chin peered out the window at the plantation, his eyes widening in disbelief. He even questioned his own vision. Compelled to investigate further, approaching the plantation, he was filled with both anxiety and curiosity, eager to uncover the truth. Upon arrival, he was astonished to witness the astonishing progress. The potatoes, planted merely 10 hours prior, had already begun to bear fruit. The leaves of the potatoes were a vibrant green. Digging through the soil, he was left speechless. This phenomenon was entirely beyond comprehension. After all, who had ever seen potatoes sprout leaves and bear fruit in just 10 hours? At that moment, a voice resonated in He Chin's mind. "Technology system. Your potatoes are of a special variety with a growth cycle of merely 12 hours. Consuming this variety will invigorate one's spirit, preventing fatigue for 24 hours without any adverse effects on health. Furthermore, the lighthouse's nightlights, powered by the core energy, induce positive genetic mutations and evolution within the plants. As the crops reach their third generation, they will gradually cleanse the impurities within the consumer's body, enhancing their physical constitution." System notification. This technology is unique to the host. He Chin paid little heed to the system's concluding remarks. Envisioning the prospect of introducing more residents. Wouldn't that be delightful? Soon, the inhabitants of the lighthouse would become formidable warriors, and he would no longer have to live in constant fear, for those who sought to exploit him would cease to exist. The following day, He Chin wasted no time and summoned Qin Yu to the control room. Upon her arrival, he instructed her to guide him to the marketplace she had mentioned the day before. Qin Yu reluctantly nodded and began to gesture in the direction. He Chin discerned that Qin Yu was not in the best of spirits, perhaps mistaking her demeanor for familial troubles. He refrained from questioning further. But just as they commenced their journey, the sound of an empty stomach gurgling interrupted the moment. Chen Yu and her daughters blushed, glancing at He-chun. She felt indifferent to her own hunger. But her daughters needed sustenance. They could not endure starvation any longer, my lord. We have not eaten for 2 days. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Previously, all the potatoes had been prepared for sale, leaving no provisions for them. He glanced at the twin daughters, who he intended to train as elite mech pilots for his own purposes. He then instructed, "You may return home and wait." "Yes, my lord." As Chen Yu led her daughters away, she felt a flutter of anxiety, pondering what He-chun might provide for their meal. At that moment, her daughter Tang Xiaoxue, clad in youthful school attire, asked, "Mom, what do you think the Tower Master will give us to eat?" "Potatoes? It's hard to say. The Tower Master hasn't fed us in days. I suspect he may only offer us some kind of mush." The thought of such unappetizing fare made them cringe. Potatoes are a luxury, Chen Yu mused as she observed her daughters lamenting. In her heart, she had already devised a plan. Should the Tower Master indeed serve them that mush, she would kneel and plead, even sacrificing her beauty if necessary. Just then, their doors swung open, and He-chun entered with 2 bags in hand. The trio's eyes widened at the sight of the contents within the transparent bags, with Tang Xiaoxue nearly drooling in excitement. What could possibly be inside that elicited such a fervent reaction? Chapter 8. Journey to the trading market. As they approached the market, she opened the bag. Inside were a sack of rice, a package of cured dried meat, a box of self-heating meals, and hot pot ingredients. Additionally, there were shower gel, shampoo, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. In short, these daily necessities would undoubtedly suffice for them for quite some time. Subsequently, He-chun took out a box of self-heating rice and explained, "This box contains rice that does not require fire or an electric rice cooker to cook. Simply add some water inside the box. Seal it, and in 15 minutes, the rice will be ready." Not only did He-chun elucidate the process, but she also demonstrated it. Eventually, she savored the meal herself. As He-chun enjoyed her food, the delectable aroma wafted throughout the room, causing the others to struggle with their salivation. Their stomachs protested vigorously, expressing their desire to dine alongside He-chun. Once He-chun finished her meal and stood up, she asked, "Have you all learned how to do it?" "That is how it works. By the way, the supplies I brought you can last for 2 weeks. Just come find me once you've used them up." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and the others were filled with disbelief, feeling as if they were caught in an auditory illusion. "Lord Tower Master, is this truly meant for us? You're not joking, are you?" In Chen Yu's eyes, these were items only found in lighthouses of level 3 or above. Of course, not everyone in a level 3 lighthouse had access to such provisions. Only a select few esteemed individuals would enjoy such privileges. In her perspective, she was certainly not one of those exalted beings. "Do you think I would jest with you?" He-chun continued. "As long as you are willing to diligently assist me, future benefits will be plentiful. Pack these items away, and in an hour, meet me in the control room. We are nearing the trading market." With that, He-chun departed, leaving the 3 women in stunned silence. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxue was the first to regain her composure, grasping Chen Yu's hand. "Mom, I feel that although the city lord appears quite imposing, he harbors no ill intentions. In reality, he is a compassionate individual with a heart of gold." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu thought to herself that she too felt the same way. Even if it meant serving He-chun tirelessly in the future, she would willingly do so. Seeing her daughter's joyful smiles filled her with immense happiness. The rarity of these items was beyond words. Those who understood knew their true value. When He-chun returned to the control room, she observed the system panel displaying Apocalypse System, Citizen Chen Yu Loyalty 5 Apocalypse System, Citizen Tang Xiaoxue Loyalty 10 Apocalypse System, Citizen Tang Xiaoxin Loyalty 10. In truth, the 3 boxes of self-heating rice held little significance for He-chun. They were merely a casual gesture. However, for Chen Yu and her daughters, who had been struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world, the meaning was profoundly different. They possessed a deeper understanding of the implications contained within these gifts. At that moment, the 3 women excitedly replicated the process, eagerly opening the self-heating rice and patiently waiting for 15 minutes before tremblingly picking up their chopsticks. They were not afraid or cold. Rather, it was their hearts that raced with excitement. The sensation was akin to receiving a top-of-the-line computer from one's mother, the thrill of unboxing it overwhelming. What could be more blissful in this world than indulging in food? Ding! Overall happiness of citizens 3. Current happiness level 83. Mom. This rice is truly exquisite. I've never tasted such delicious food in my life, Tang Xiaoxue exclaimed, with her sister Tang Xiaoxin nodding vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes, Mom. You must try it too. This food must be something only deities can enjoy. They drizzled the fragrant rice with sauce and dipped it into chunks of meat, filling their hearts with joy. As they ate, they reminisced about He Chen's departing figure, a man they would never forget. After finishing their meal, they took a refreshing shower. The scents of shampoo and body wash enveloped them, creating an intoxicating aroma that permeated the entire room. Once they had tidied up the items He Chen had brought them, they made their way to the control room. For some reason, Qin Yu felt a subtle sensation as they walked. Had the Tower Master intended for them to feel satisfied and refreshed, perhaps wishing to bond with her and her daughters? Yet, contemplating how kind He Chen had been towards them, she reassured herself that he likely had no ulterior motives. With that thought, Chun Yu's anxious heart gradually calmed. Upon entering the control room, they could directly see on He Chen's screen that the market was just 3 kilometers away. Apocalypse system. Warning, 40 lighthouses ahead. When He Chen noticed their arrival, she casually gestured towards a sofa. We are approaching the market. Chen Yu, accompany me. I am still somewhat unfamiliar with this place, and I could use your guidance. Chen Yu nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Lord Tower Master, whatever issues you may encounter, I will assist you in resolving them. As they drew closer to the trading area, numerous lighthouses came into view, some of which were comparable to 100 football fields in size. Towering 15 stories high, the various structures dazzled the eye. Such lighthouses were undoubtedly of level 3 or higher. Just as they were 1 kilometer away from the trading market, they fortuitously encountered the Huang clan lighthouse. Goodness, what a small world. Lord Tower Master, please remain calm. This is the trading area. If you engage in combat here, everyone will unite against you. Do you take me for a fool? He Chun retorted. However, I have many acquaintances here in the trading area, and I believe they will surely assume it was the Ender Lighthouse that initiated the conflict. Even if the Ender Lighthouse attempts to deny responsibility, they will not be believed. Here, it's better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. Huang Chao, observing the Ender Lighthouse, felt an overwhelming sense of arrogance and revenge surging within him. Upon spotting Huang's lighthouse, He Chun remained unfazed. After all, a fly swatter is always the nemesis of flies. Numerous lighthouses witnessed the arrival of the new lighthouse, and the largest among them spoke up. I'm the Black Dragon Lighthouse. Welcome, brother. We at the White Crane Lighthouse also extend a warm welcome to our new brother. Greetings from the Purple Mist Lighthouse. Welcome, new brother. However, your lighthouse appears quite new. Has it just been constructed? These lighthouses communicated their greetings through powerful loudspeakers. He Chun grasped the microphone and said, I hail from the west. And this is my first encounter with all of you. I am delighted to meet you. At that moment, the leader of the Black Dragon Lighthouse took the initiative to speak. Everyone, let us descend from our lighthouses. It is the perfect opportunity to exchange goods. Chapter 9. Competing to purchase, He Chen turned to Chen Yu and said, You should come down with me, as you are more familiar with the prices of goods here. After He Chen finished speaking, she activated the retractable staircase leading down from the lighthouse. Upon reaching the ground, they felt as though they had traversed a great distance. If this place were not her hometown of Swaling, one might easily mistake it for a desert. Once on the ground, He Chen led Chen Yu to the trading center. As they descended, they saw many individuals displaying the items they had brought, creating a dazzling array of goods. There was an abundance of products, yet upon inspection, most seemed quite similar. Dried meats dominated the offerings, accompanied by various types of meat with different qualities. The only notably unique aspect was that some of the larger lighthouses had slaves available for sale, with prices varying significantly based on their skills and expertise. Purchasing such individuals would undoubtedly enhance the industrial technology of the lighthouse. However, He Chen had no need for such acquisitions. His lighthouse operated autonomously, and should any parts malfunction, they could be replaced using the system without issue. As He Chen reached the center of the area, Huang Chao leisurely approached. Oh, how interesting. Just days after losing your husband, you seamlessly found a replacement. Chen Yu felt a surge of anger and was ready to confront him, but with He Chen standing beside her, she knew he would not allow any foolishness. Defeated once, and yet you still dare to speak, He Chen remarked. Just the other day, you gifted me several tons of supplies. Are you here to offer me more today? Huang Chao's face turned green with rage. Kid, I may not dare to provoke you in this trade area, but remember, 30 years in the east and 30 in the west. I will find my opportunity. He Chun merely chuckled. Well, if you possess that capability, I welcome you to challenge me at any time. If you lack the strength, then be content to remain a dog. While Huang Chao was poised to continue their quarrel, the leader of the Black Dragon Lighthouse interjected. Gentlemen, let us keep the peace. Since we are all here to trade, what goods have you both brought? Huang Chao arrived here with the intent of procuring essential supplies. Otherwise, his lighthouse would be rendered utterly inoperable. The mere thought of this infuriated him to no end. Huang Chao averted his gaze, while He Chen boldly proclaimed, "We have self-heating hot pots available, 1 box for a ton of gold, and each box contains 10 units. Upon hearing this, Bai He, the master of the White Crane Tower, was the first to voice his skepticism. What on earth is that? I've never heard of it, echoed the sentiments of others, bewildered by the unfamiliar item. The master of the Black Dragon Tower nodded in agreement. Young brother, despite being new here, you cannot expect to bamboozle us with such obscure merchandise. Surprisingly, He Chun remained unfazed and even felt a sense of relief that they were unaware of the hot pot's nature, as that would hinder his ability to deceive them. Without further ado, he retrieved a self-heating hot pot from the box. He opened the lid, extracted the vegetable pack, added water, followed by beef, tripe, duck intestines, and hot pot noodles. 3 minutes later, he picked up a pair of chopsticks, savoring a bite of tripe followed by a quail egg. The tantalizing aroma of the self-heating hot pot swiftly enveloped the surrounding air. It smells divine. I can't believe I've never encountered such a food item before, murmured one onlooker. What should I do? He looks like he is enjoying it so much. I want to try it too. The crowd erupted in chatter, their curiosity about He Chen's self-heating hot pot piqued. The master of the Black Dragon Tower also caught a whiff of the enticing scent. Brother, my ignorance earlier is regrettable. May I purchase a box to sample it? He Chen shook his head. If you wish to taste it, I can offer you a bite for free. He picked up a piece of hot pot noodle, and as the master of the Black Dragon Tower took a bite, he felt as if his very bones had turned to crispness. Delicious, truly delicious. This is something celestial. At this moment, the master of the White Crane Tower, intrigued, also took a taste. I need not say more, brother. Just give me a whole box. He commanded his subordinates to deposit gold beneath the Ender Tower. The master of the White Crane Tower was quite pleased. He eagerly opened a box of self-heating hot pot and began to eat under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The master of the Black Dragon Tower, curious, inquired, White Crane, how does it taste? While savoring the dish, the master of the White Crane Tower was so overwhelmed by the numbing spiciness that he could hardly speak. This flavor is fit for the divine realms. To not relish it would be a disservice to such culinary excellence. Seeing this, the master of the Black Dragon Tower gritted his teeth and decided to buy a box for himself. Delicious, truly delicious. Rest assured, everyone, a ton of gold is worth the investment. A wave of affluent individuals, having overheard this, rushed to purchase their own boxes. Just then, Huang Chao approached from a distance. Initially, he quietly observed, but upon witnessing the delight of the others as they relished the food, he too yearned for a box. I'll have a box as well. He Chen glanced over and recognized Huang Chao, feigning nonchalance as he replied, Why should I sell to you? Huang Chao was taken aback. Why not sell to me? I am not unwilling to pay, because I refuse to sell food meant for humans to a dog. Huang Chao's face darkened at the insult. The crowd stared at him, and he stood there awkwardly, feeling as though he could scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment out of his embarrassment. Fine. If I don't deal with you after I leave, I'll no longer bear the surname Huang. With that, Huang Chao stormed off, never to return. He Chen didn't spare him a glance, continuing to sell self-heating hot pots. Meanwhile, beneath his tower lay over 10 tons of gold, a sight most magnificent. What is a mountain of gold? This is a mountain of gold. Sunlight glinted off the gold, casting a radiant glow. Many in attendance harbored ill intentions towards He Chen, contemplating a robbery, but due to the trading zone's rules, they refrained from acting on their thoughts. Master of the Ender Tower, I see you have some bags with you. What do they contain? asked the master of the Black Dragon Tower after finishing his hot pot. His curiosity about He-chan intensifying. These are merely potatoes, but they are unlike any ordinary potatoes. Anyone who consumes them will feel invigorated for an entire day without fatigue. Upon hearing this, the audience was skeptical. Master of the Ender Tower, I admit your self-heating hot pot is delectable, but if you think to brush us off with ordinary potatoes, that would be quite mistaken. The master of the Black Dragon Tower stroked his beard, his expression serious. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. All right then, how much for these potatoes? I'll buy a pound, 0.1 kilogram of gold per pound. The flesh on the master's face twitched. Fine, that's acceptable. In truth, he had resolved that if He-chan's claim about the potatoes was false, he would demand the dismantling of his tower. Since they were in a trading zone, honesty was paramount. Otherwise, trust would erode, leading to chaos. The master of the Black Dragon Tower placed the gold beneath the Ender Tower, while He-chan produced a pound of potatoes. He then proceeded to the area where slaves were sold. These slaves were all of lower status, their physical upon the utterance of his words. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. A drone had proposed an astounding offer of 10 tons of gold. Who else could dare to confront the master of the Black Dragon Tower? As the instant noodles and potatoes were sold, He-chan glanced at his system screen, visible only to the host. The cost of the items sold amounted to 150 kilograms of gold, while the actual income soared to an impressive 120 tons of gold. The reserves of the Ender Lighthouse now stood at 125 tons of gold. With such a wealth at his disposal, He-chan contemplated acquiring more advanced technological weaponry in due course. Yet, his mind remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of arrogance despite his newfound riches. At that moment, his apocalyptic system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have completed 30 transactions with other lighthouses. Achievement unlocked. Apocalypse level merchant. The system seemed unable to contain its amusement. This cannot be deemed as mercantile trickery. I am merely providing convenience to them, bestowing upon them benefits. The reward for the Apocalypse level merchant was a wild wolf mecha, level 5, rare item. Upon achieving this, a schematic of the mecha materialized on He-chan's system screen, rotating gracefully to present a complete view, allowing for the zooming in on details and providing comprehensive explanations. Upon closer inspection, He-chan discerned that this mecha was distinct from his personal closed combat suit. It towered at 3 to 4 meters, categorizing it as a heavy combat mecha. Having completed his sales, it was now time for purchases. The system had previously indicated that an increase in the number of individuals at the lighthouse would unlock a broader array of items in the marketplace. Perhaps there were further achievements and rewards yet to be unlocked. Arriving beneath the Black Dragon Tower, He-chan observed a multitude of slaves confined within a massive iron cage. A mere glance at them prompted the system to generate a concise information sheet. At the forefront were the names of the slaves, followed by their suitable professions, and concluding with their rebellion attributes. Lu Ji-chao, farmer, rebellion, 0, talent level, C. Guangliang, crew member, rebellion, 20, talent level, A. Fanyang, soldier, rebellion, 1, talent level, B. A quick glance revealed the talent profiles of numerous individuals. He-chan had no interest in those with rebellious tendencies. Even if they possessed high talent, he would not consider purchasing them. His focus was solely on those with a rebellion score of 0. However, in this apocalyptic setting, such docile individuals were scarce among the slaves. Ultimately, He-chan selected 20 individuals he deemed worthy from the 200 available. Master of the Black Dragon Tower, I wish to acquire these 20 individuals. What is the price? He inquired. The Black Dragon Tower master, happily slurping his noodles, waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, 1 ton of gold. Just as He-chan prepared to signal the mechanical arm of the lighthouse to dispense 1 ton of gold for the transaction, he was suddenly captivated by an individual who had been isolated by the Black Dragon Tower master. Wei Zhong, elite mecha pilot, rebellion, 66, talent level, SSS.SSS. He exclaimed, "Is there really a candidate with a rebellion score of 66%? At that moment, the isolated Wei Zhong leaned against the iron bars, gesturing to He-chan, desperately seeking his attention, fearing that the Ender Lighthouse master might slip away, leaving him to regret it for a decade. Just give me a bowl of instant hot pot, and I shall serve you loyally. Absolutely. The rebellion score of Wei Zhong dropped to 48. Upon hearing his plea, his rebellion level decreased by 18%. So, it is indeed possible for this rebellion score to diminish? He Chen pondered. Wei Zhong was undeniably a talent of SSS caliber, yet his rebellion level was still concerningly high. After much contemplation, He Chun concluded that abandoning such a gifted individual would be a regrettable decision. Yet bringing him to the lighthouse posed its own risks. Chapter 11. Reclaiming him with food at that moment, He Chin's apocalyptic system chimed again, Ender System, based on the personality analysis of Wang Zhong. Providing him with ample delicious food will permanently lower his rebellion level. Permanently lower? Is that true? The host may confine him in a special room, allowing his rebellion level to gradually decrease. He Chin nodded in agreement. This strategy was indeed feasible. Once he had formulated his plan, he tossed a pack of cigarettes to the Black Dragon Tower Master. My gold is already loaded, and retrieving it would be cumbersome. Let us trade. 1 pack of cigarettes for 20 slaves, plus the individual behind you. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon Tower Master, enjoying his cigarette, casually glanced at the individual behind him, exclaiming, "That one? You'll need to offer an additional pack." Why? Because he claims to be an elite mecha pilot. I happened to find him unconscious in a mecha and rescued him, only for him to attempt an escape and injure 3 or 4 of my brothers. Wang Zhong spat disdainfully. "Pa, if you hadn't fed me that slop, do you think I would have tried to escape?" The Black Dragon Tower Master disregarded him and continued to savor his meal. He Qian, undeterred, to beside Wang Zhong lay the operational manual for the mech, a comprehensive guide detailing every facet of its functionality. Remarkably, this mech even boasted the capability of flight. Such prowess was truly astonishing. Having previously piloted second-generation mechs, Wang Zhong was now overwhelmed with excitement upon encountering the third-generation model. "Tower Master, I am grateful for this mech. If you find the time, do come to South City Lighthouse as my esteemed guest. I, Wang Zhong, shall personally host you with that." He soared into the sky. Upon ascending 100 meters above the ground, the mech's voice system emitted an alarming notification. "Access denied. You are unable to control the mech." Despite Wang Zhong's frantic attempts to regain control, he found himself utterly helpless. It dawned on him why the Ender Tower Master had the audacity to allow him to pilot the mech directly. Achieving the position of Tower Master was no small feat. He was filled with admiration. "Tower Master, I pledge my loyalty to you. Please grant me another opportunity." He Chun replied nonchalantly, "Granted." Ultimately, Wang Zhong piloted the mech to fend off adversaries. Ensuring not a single bat could approach within a meter of the lighthouse, He Chun surveyed the surroundings before issuing a command. "Leave the trading area. These colossal bats are not our target, but rather, they seek the populous lighthouses." The Ender system advised, "Tower Master, you have successfully evaded danger, but it is imperative to depart swiftly to avoid entanglement." The lighthouse under He Chin's command was exceedingly secure, rendering it unnecessary to become embroiled in the chaos. Thus, a hasty retreat was in order. Now back at the lighthouse, Wang Zhong took a moment to rest and reflect on the exhilarating battle he had just experienced. Simultaneously, Chun Yu displayed exceptional skill, landing every single projectile with unerring accuracy, truly a marksmanship virtuoso. He Chun commended Chin Yu. "Well done. You shall be rewarded with a box of self-heating hot pot." Chun Yu's heart raced with excitement. "Thank you, Tower Master." In his heart, Chun Yu found himself increasingly fond of the Tower Master, appreciating his fair distribution of rewards and penalties. A true leader beloved by the people. However, amidst this joy, he noticed a lighthouse in the distance shifting towards them. Finishing his words, Wang Zhong piloted the mech to unleash a barrage of projectiles upon the haphazard enemy mechs. Chapter 12. Boldness beyond measure. Is Huang Chao coming after me? He dares to act in the trading zone, unafraid of being overwhelmed. Just as he contemplated making his exit or standing his ground, Huang Chao struck first .5 iron claws shot directly at the Ender Lighthouse's gantry. "Ender Tower Master, remain calm. We merely wish for mutual assistance. With so many giant bats, a single lighthouse cannot hope to fend them off at this juncture." He Chun scoffed coldly. "You are not here to help. You intend to invade my lighthouse." "No, no, no, rest assured, with so many bats preoccupied, they won't notice us, nor will they realize I've invaded your lighthouse." With a sinister grin directed at He Chin's lighthouse, He prepared for a forceful assault. Truly despicable. They exploited the giant bats to divert attention from themselves, emboldening their attack. Such treachery, nevertheless, He-chan felt no fear. He was ready for battle. Come if you dare, and I shall ensure your demise. He-chan donned the mecha warded by the system, determined to take them down personally. Wang Zhong, follow my lead. I will take the front, and you handle the remainder. Wang Zhong, resolute in his agreement, understood that escape was no longer an option. If he could not flee, he might as well fight fiercely. Wang Zhong, as long as you hold them off, I shall reward you handsomely. At that moment, all the mechs from Huang Chao's lighthouse surged forward. Wang Zhong regarded the shabby machines with a hearty laugh. You think these scrap heaps can defeat me? Such delusions. They were nothing more than armor clad in iron. Should Wang Zhong unleash a missile, their metallic shells would shatter into pieces. Report: the Ender Lighthouse has destroyed 10 of our mechs. A soldier relayed the battlefield updates to Huang Chao, whose face contorted with rage. 10 mechs? How many do we have? The soldier replied truthfully, 2. Huang Chao felt madness creeping in, a bunch of useless fools. The enemy has 2 mechs and has taken down 10 of ours? Damn it, everyone, board the Ender Lighthouse. Following this command, individuals began to disembark from Huang Chao's lighthouse, while Huang Chao himself took control of the main cannon, aiming it squarely at the Ender Tower Master. Unbeknownst to He-chun, the cannon had already locked onto him as he reached the iron chain connecting the 2 lighthouses. Wang Zhong, cover me from behind. I will sever this chain. He-chun communicated through the mech's voice channel, and Wang Zhong nodded in understanding. Understood. He-chun charged between the 2 lighthouses, slicing through 3 iron chains with a single stroke. Just as he prepared to sever the remaining 2 chains, Wang Zhong shouted in warning, Tower Master. But it was too late. A 400mm shell struck He-chun's mech directly, boom. The deafening explosion reverberated, and a mushroom cloud of smoke billowed forth. What the hell? Is Huang Chao seeking his own demise? I was so close to cutting those chains. Yet, He-chun soon realized something remarkable. The shell had inflicted no damage whatsoever. At that moment, he noticed an attribute panel before him. Shield energy decreased by 98. Wang Zhong, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Tower Master, you are piloting a 5th-generation mech? Indeed, a 5th-generation battle mech. This type of mech is powered by star cores. The shields are sustained by star core energy. Such technology is not within the grasp of ordinary cities. Enough chit-chat. Hurry and cover me while I sever the last chain. With that, He-chun swiftly cut through the final 2 chains, causing the Ender Lighthouse to drift away from Huang's tower. Some individuals attempted to board the Ender Lighthouse, but they miscalculated. In a mere 5 seconds, the Ender Lighthouse had shifted an entire kilometer away. Such is the power of technology. Wang Zhong observed the unfolding scene with keen clarity, suddenly realizing that aligning himself with the new Tower Master would surely lead to a promising future. As this thought surged through him, he was filled with excitement, decisively eliminating the remaining enemy mechs before returning to the lighthouse for a brief respite. Just then, the system emitted a notification. Ding area, Blue Charge City. Check-in successful. Please select a reward. Oh, I had forgotten that Blue Charge City lies adjacent to Suilong City. Upon seeing the 2 rewards before him, He-chun's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, who could possibly resist such rewards? Incredible, simply extraordinary. He-chun immediately commanded a course reversal, heading back to the Ender Lighthouse. Within Huang's tower, Huang Chao slammed his fist against the wall, causing the plaster to crumble and fall. It wasn't that Huang Chao's strength was overwhelming. Rather, the construction quality of his lighthouse was abysmal. Damn it, they've escaped again. The lieutenant beside Huang Chao spoke earnestly, Tower Master. The enemy is outnumbered and possesses 3rd-generation mechs, along with one significantly superior mech. There must be a formidable force backing them. We cannot let them slip away. Huang Chao glared at the lieutenant. Do you think I wish to pursue them? Do you believe our lighthouse can keep pace with theirs? The Ender Lighthouse moves at over 300 kilometers per hour, while Huang's tower barely reaches 120 kilometers per hour. And who knows if the steam boiler within our lighthouse could withstand such speeds without exploding? Pursue. If you want to chase them, then go ahead. With an exasperated huff, Huang Chao slumped into his chair, releasing a heavy sigh. His recent losses were nothing short of catastrophic. players familiar with the game Minecraft understand the anguish of mining alone in a cave, only to be suddenly ambushed by a creeper, resulting in a devastating explosion that leaves their equipment lost to the lava. A pain that is truly unbearable. Suddenly, the lighthouse lieutenant shouted, "Tower Master! They have turned around." Chapter 13. Seeking justice. What audacity do they possess to approach us again? Huang Chao watched as the Ender lighthouse swiftly closed in. All weapon units were primed, ready to confront the enemy once more. Huang Chao now commanded his subordinates, and the Huang clan lighthouse once again entered a state of combat readiness. Wait, something feels amiss. As he observed the Ender lighthouse drawing nearer, its speed seemed to increase rather than diminish. Could it be that it intended to collide with him? The Ender lighthouse loomed closer. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. At this moment, Huang Chao's expression was as ghastly as if he had just ingested excrement. He desperately wished to leap from the lighthouse, but the height was so great that such an act would be tantamount to suicide. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong was equally frantic, his psyche akin to that of a roller coaster plummeting from its apex. "Tower Master! Tower Master!" he cried out. Just after uttering these words, their lighthouse was pierced by a tremendous beam of light. Inside the main tower of the Huang clan lighthouse, countless soldiers were shouting, "The lighthouse's power system has been destroyed. The cooling system has been obliterated. The suspension system has been ravaged. We are descending rapidly. The base of the lighthouse is on fire. The lighthouse has sustained severe damage, resulting in over 100 civilian casualties and 300 injuries." As Huang Chao listened to the barrage of grim news, he felt not merely as if he had consumed excrement, but as though he had ingested it alongside a copious amount of rat poison. The Huang clan lighthouse had been directly struck by a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground, reducing the once magnificent structure to rubble. There he stood amid the ruins, his knees buckling as he collapsed, expelling the last remnants of blood from his mouth. Just then, a group of lighthouses approached from the distance, seemingly intent on seeking retribution. Leading them was the Black Dragon Lighthouse, which promptly activated its broadcast to confront He-chun. The Ender Lighthouse brazenly engages in battle with the Huang clan lighthouse in the trading zone. Do you think the rules of this place are a mere jest? As they hastened toward their destination, a sudden shout pierced the air. Not good. There are mutations occurring on the ground. The individuals atop the Ender Lighthouse began to gaze down, witnessing 3 or 4 people capturing others while 70 or 80 fled in panic. Initially, no one comprehended their actions, until He-chun's system suddenly announced, "Ender System. Mutants detected in the vicinity." Mutants? At this revelation, He-chun glanced downward. What the hell? Can mutations lead to infections among people? Ender System. They are currently affected by radiation from the star core, causing cellular mutations that heighten their sensitivity to blood. This situation piqued his curiosity. Could these mutated individuals be salvaged? Ender System. Antidotes can be purchased within the medical system. However, the medical system has yet to be unlocked and will become available once there are 200 citizens in the lighthouse. Ah, now it made sense. He-chun nodded thoughtfully and, upon looking back at the ground, noticed over 50 individuals had mutated due to the star core's radiation. Nevertheless, he had more pressing matters at hand. He employed a mechanical arm to retrieve the star core from the rubble and safely stored it in a radiation-proof container before placing it in the warehouse. Turning to observe the group of lighthouses rushing toward them, He-chun calmly produced a drone. At that moment, Chinyu interjected, "Tower Master, we should leave quickly. If they catch us, they certainly won't spare us." He-chun replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. Let them come." Wang Zhong also boldly declared, "Exactly, let them come. If they intend to open fire, I, Wang, will fight back with all my might." Who's afraid of whom? In the blink of an eye, 40 lighthouses were advancing toward them. He-chun stepped onto the lighthouse deck, fixating his gaze on their approach. The master of the Black Dragon Lighthouse confronted He-chun, demanding, "Ender Lighthouse, by what right do you extinguish the Huang clan lighthouse?" As they neared, He-chun had already secured the star core of the Huang clan lighthouse. Ensuring that all was in order before responding, though the Ender Lighthouse is merely a newcomer, we would never violate the rules of the trading zone. The destruction of the Huang clan lighthouse was entirely instigated by Huang Chao. The master of the Black Dragon Lighthouse scoffed. "And how do you prove that Huang Chao struck first?" He-chun had anticipated this very inquiry. Thus, He wasted no time in deploying the surveillance drone. See for yourselves. The drone soared toward the Black Dragon Lighthouse, and as a soldier raised his weapon to shoot it down, the master of the Black Dragon Lighthouse gestured for him to halt. The drone's screen displayed surveillance footage from the Ender Lighthouse, revealing the Huang Clan Lighthouse threatening an invasion, followed by the Iron Claw's assault on the Ender Lighthouse's deck. Upon witnessing this, the master of the Black Dragon Lighthouse's expression darkened. It appears we have misjudged the Ender Lighthouse. Upon his declaration, the others remained obstinate, akin to a stubborn donkey that could overturn its pin. Surely not. We just saw him obliterate the Huang Clan Lighthouse. They were prepared to launch an all-out assault on He Chin's Ender Lighthouse, yet the master of the Black Dragon Lighthouse intervened. The drone had broadcast the video to all the tower masters, and as they concluded watching, their fury gradually dissipated. Nevertheless, the rules established in our trading zone are not to be trifled with. Since Huang Chao intentionally sought destruction, he met his just fate. The master of the Black Dragon Lighthouse nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot shield this despicable individual. At that moment, the master of the White Crane Lighthouse interjected. However, with the lighthouse destroyed, what will become of the citizens residing within? I see many have already been irradiated. Observing that none were willing to assist the abandoned citizens, He Chun seized the opportunity to offer help. Since you tower masters are reluctant to see the citizens left behind, the Ender Lighthouse is willing to take them in free of charge. Upon hearing this, the fleeing individuals below took note. Since the master of the Ender Lighthouse is willing to show compassion, we wish you a swift ascension to Level 2 Lighthouse, and may the citizens within find greater happiness. After the master of the Black Dragon Lighthouse spoke, they departed, as this matter no longer concerned them. Once He Chin lowered the ladder, the crowd eagerly scrambled to ascend. However, the moment their first foot touched the deck, He Chin uttered the words that would instill lifelong fear within them. Chapter 14. New citizens. He Chin stood motionless on the deck clad in armor. The earlier arrivals surveyed their surroundings with awe. Wow, this architecture is truly pristine, far cleaner than the lighthouses we previously inhabited. Indeed. I wonder where we will be assigned upon our arrival at this lighthouse? Hearing their chatter aboard the warship, He Chin bellowed. Now that you are aboard, maintain silence and decorum. You were once citizens of the Huang Clan Lighthouse, which I have dismantled. Had I not allowed you to board, you would have become wretched beings. Perhaps even perishing below. I brought you here to work quietly and diligently. Stray from the path, and I shall cast you off without hesitation. Do you comprehend? The more than 200 individuals who ascended remained silent. Though some displayed defiance, seemingly believing they could seize control of the lighthouse through rebellion. However, such individuals were often foolish, their minds filled with nothing but folly. Brothers, this lighthouse is so new, and I see no reason to fear this city lord. He merely triumphed over our Huang Clan Lighthouse through technology. If we unite, perhaps we can overthrow him. Trust in me, brothers, and join me. He Chun nodded in satisfaction, finally witnessing someone step forth to challenge him. All right, I shall indulge you. The initial wave of individuals that surged forward were those with high levels of rebellion. Since they refused to heed reason, they would pay dearly for their reckless actions. Wang Zhong, go deal with them. Upon He Chin's command, Wang Zhong operated the third-generation Fangtooth mecha to apprehend the dissenters, casting them all from the lighthouse. As they plummeted, dust billowed, and their excrement was expelled in the fall. The scene was truly harrowing, unthinkable even in imagination. The number of citizens currently residing in the lighthouse has reached 232. These individuals are of a notably honest disposition, as they have witnessed firsthand the grim act of a living person being cast away. Ding! The personal prestige of He Chun has further solidified the loyalty of the citizens, resulting in a loyalty increase of 30, with rebellion levels ranging from a minimum of 0 to a maximum of 2. Their impressions of He Chin's handling of affairs have taken on a profound depth. Ding! The population of the Ender Lighthouse has surpassed 200, unlocking a new item system for pharmaceuticals in the reward shop. Ding! Due to the increase in the lighthouse's population, a reward of 100 pounds of premium potatoes is granted. Purification potions are available for purchase, limited to 300 units per day. This potion has the remarkable ability to restore those affected by radiation to their normal state. Without hesitation, He Chun proceeded to make the purchase. Once acquired, he promptly administered the potions, as he wished to prevent the newly arrived citizens from transmitting any mutated viruses to the other healthy inhabitants. Otherwise, it would lead to considerable trouble. Ding. The citizens felt the host's concern for them, resulting in another loyalty increase of 3-0. In fact, while He-chan was distributing the potions, he overheard them discussing him below. This tower master is truly exceptional. If we were in any other lighthouse and had been infected, they would surely turn a blind eye to us. Yet, this new tower master not only rescued us but also cured our afflictions. A genuinely good person, absolutely a good person. I would willingly follow the tower master for a lifetime. Their voices were hushed, yet every word reached He-chan's ears. Wang Zhong, lead them to the dormitory building. For individuals per room, segregated by gender, and select 2 floor leaders to maintain order. If anyone dares to engage in wrongdoing, the building's security system will eliminate them without hesitation. Wang Zhong displayed great humility in He-chan's presence, fully aware that all he had was bestowed upon him by He-chan. After listening, he guided the group to the dormitory building. Meanwhile, He-chan opened the system panel and began perusing the shop items anew. Selecting the pharmaceutical section, cold medicine, limited to 100 boxes per day, priced at 1 kilogram of gold. Anti-inflammatory medication, limited to 50 boxes per day, priced at 500 grams of gold. After reviewing these medications, He-chan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In a post-apocalyptic world, what is most essential medicine? Particularly in such a communal living environment, the risk of viral cross-infection is high, potentially leading to an outbreak of influenza. If not treated promptly, individuals may suffer increasingly debilitating symptoms, rendering them incapable of work. He-chan would not allow any idlers in the lighthouse. Every individual must contribute to the collective effort. Such invaluable resources have become more varied with the increase in population. A delightful development indeed. This sensation is profoundly gratifying, as he observes the lighthouse becoming increasingly well-equipped and abundant each day, enriching his sense of accomplishment. It is akin to playing a game. Witnessing the stockpile of resources grow fills him with satisfaction. Furthermore, the work areas within the lighthouse have begun to operate efficiently, with the egg production from the farm steadily increasing and potato cultivation improving significantly. This is the life I aspire to. However, the most critical development is the addition of a star core to the lighthouse. Previously, weapon charging required 4 hours, but now it only takes 2. The number of weapons that can be powered has also increased. Whereas previously only 4 could be activated, now 6 can be energized, significantly enhancing their destructive capacity. Especially in the fast-paced battlefield, having an additional weapon or even an extra bullet equates to a greater chance of survival. With all preparations complete, He-chan is ready to embark on a journey to check in at other cities. Initially, he secured artillery in his own city. Thus, visiting other cities promises even more formidable rewards. Now activating the autopilot mode, he sets course for Chongqing. With He-chan's command, the lighthouse's control room personnel have already set the vessel in motion toward the horizon. Just then, Chun Yu's exquisite daughters approached He-chan. Upon witnessing their stunning beauty, he felt as though his very bones were rendered numb. Then, a sweet voice rang out. Tang Xiaoxin, Tang Xiaoxue, Tower Master, we sisters wish to learn how to operate mechs. As we also want to protect the entire lighthouse, we wonder if the Tower Master would be willing to teach us. He-chan turned, contemplating. He recalled their exceptional aptitude for operating mechs. With proper training, they could become self-sufficient. Chapter 15. Tang Xiaoxue. As the lighthouse progressed, it would undoubtedly encounter various mutated beasts and other domineering lighthouses. He firmly believed that there exist even more powerful lighthouses in this world. And should conflicts arise with them, at least he would have mechs to deploy for battle. Very well. Please wait for me on the lighthouse deck. I will be there shortly. After speaking, the 2 sisters made their way to the deck. While He-chan quietly entered the changing room, he gently pressed the 8-trigram array on his chest, and with a slight tremor, the mech's surface retracted into the square array. Stripping off his gear, he donned a lighter outfit and made his way to the lighthouse deck. Now, He-chan's mind was filled with anticipation about what it would be like to see them again. After all, in their previous encounters, he had always been clad in his mech. This time, as they learned to operate the mechs, it would be a different experience altogether, for He-chan would personally instruct them. This innovative teaching method would provide them with a more intuitive understanding and experience while piloting the mechs. Upon arriving at the deck, He-chun found the stunning twin sisters awaiting him. As it was mid-spring, the weather in the southern region was refreshingly cool. The gentle breeze tousled Tang Xiaoxue and Tang Xiaoxin's hair, and their every gesture was enchanting. As He-chun approached, the two sisters unexpectedly posed a question to him. "Big brother, did you just arrive at the lighthouse today? We don't think we've seen you before." They found it peculiar that he dared to roam freely in the lighthouse, as the previous tower master had explicitly forbidden such behavior. However, as they were now established citizens, they were afforded some leniency. As they spoke, they scrutinized He-chun. "What is this? Have you forgotten me already? I am the tower master you speak of." They shook their heads, clearly in disbelief. In their eyes, the tower master should resemble a middle-aged man, not this striking young man. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxin's face flushed with anger. "How dare you impersonate the tower master? I will report you, and you won't live to see another day." They were resolute in their disbelief that the individual before them was indeed the tower master they had once spoken of in awe. With their skepticism, He-chun had no choice but to activate the 8-trigram block once more, and his battle armor enveloped him entirely. Only then did they recognize the familiar figure of the tower master. Indeed, it truly is the tower master. Tang Xiaoxue felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over her. However, could the tower master truly be this young and handsome? She thought he resembled a charming young man from the 21st century, with flawless skin and striking features, utterly captivating to countless young women. Seeing such a handsome figure, it was impossible for her to compare him to the other boys they had seen in the lighthouse. One was a dashing hero, while the others were mere frogs. How could they even be compared? He-chun listened to their flattery but found the conversation rather tedious, so he interjected. "You wish to learn how to pilot mechs, correct?" The sisters nodded vigorously, their eagerness palpable. Clearly, their passion for piloting mechs ran deep. "Very well. The first step in piloting a mech is to understand the various parameters and buttons within." Tang Xiaoxue stepped forward and smiled. "My mother taught us to read, so we already know what those buttons do. So impressive. In that case, let me teach you how to pilot the mech more effectively." He-chun then accessed the system, purchasing an advanced mech piloting skill book. With a glance, he absorbed all the skills within the book. This process took merely 5 seconds. Climbing into the Fangya mech, he demonstrated a dazzling array of grappling techniques, alongside a highly useful missile firing technique, and explained how two mechs should coordinate. The entire demonstration was completed in just 10 minutes. Stepping down from the mech, he asked, "Who would like to try first?" Tang Xiaoxin, being the eldest, eagerly volunteered, "I'll give it a go." He-chun felt a sense of satisfaction at her confidence. After all, executing such a series of movements was no simple feat. If she were to master even 20% of it, it would already be quite impressive. Upon seeing Tang Xiaoxin cautiously seated in the mecha's cockpit, she slowly lowered the glass canopy in front of her. She gently raised her hands, causing the magazine carried by the mecha's arm to shake loose and fall, accompanied by a crisp clatter as it hit the ground. Subsequently, a spare magazine automatically transferred from her back to her arm, and missiles seamlessly positioned themselves upon the mecha's shoulders. Once these preparations were complete, Tang Xiaoxin began to demonstrate the moves she had just observed, executing each technique with precision. After finishing her demonstration, it was He-chun who was left astounded, for none of the 3 movements she had just showcased contained a single error. Truly, she was a master mecha pilot. Impressive, indeed. After completing her demonstration, Tang Xiaoxin leaped in front of He-chun, exclaiming, "Master of the tower, I did it. What reward will you give me?" He-chun chuckled in response. "I shall reward you with a set of exquisite cosmetics. Once you learn even stronger skills, I shall bestow upon you other rewards." Upon hearing that He-chun intended to reward her with cosmetics, Tang Xiaoxin was overjoyed, nearly soaring to the sky. What thrilled her even more was the mention of exquisite cosmetics. Cosmetics, much like pigments, can produce a repugnant odor if they are of inferior quality. However, purchasing expensive acrylic paints releases a paint scent that, upon closer inspection, carries a faint fragrance. Tang Xiaoxue, witnessing her sister's possession of cosmetics, promptly seated herself in the mecha's cockpit. She, too, flawlessly executed the same 3 movements without a single misstep. After leaping down from the cockpit, she approached He-chun. "Big brother, I also wish for a set of cosmetics. but I desire another reward as well. He Chen raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What reward? Tang Xiaoxue playfully leaned closer to He Chen's ear. I want you to kiss me, master of the tower. At this, Tang Xiaoxin was taken aback. Sister, how dare you be so bold? Yet, Tang Xiaoxue continued her playful antics, wrapping her arms around He Chen's shoulder. Master of the tower, I implore you, please. He Chen realized that if he did not acquiesce to Tang Xiaoxue's request today, she would persist in her charming antics. All right, just go ahead. In an instant, Tang Xiaoxue dashed up. Completing the 3 movements took only 5 minutes, a swift execution without a single error. He Chen stood dumbfounded. Was humanity truly this formidable in this post-apocalyptic world? Could one truly master such skills so swiftly? He Chen's ability to learn these moves stemmed from the system he possessed, yet it was clear that these 2 girls had no such advantage. Yet, they learned at an astonishing pace, truly remarkable. Undoubtedly, these 2 would achieve greatness in the future. He was glad he had changed his mind and taken them under his wing. Tang Xiaoxue jumped down from the mecha and bounced into He Chen's embrace. Just as she was about to prompt her big brother for a kiss, He Chen's safety system blared an alarm. Safety system. A massive moving object, covering an area of 10,000 square kilometers, is approaching from 10 kilometers ahead. He Chen was startled and rushed to the edge of the tower. This left Tang Xiaoxue bewildered, wondering if she had truly angered the master of the city. However, upon seeing him gaze into the distance, she sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The sky was clear, and visibility was extensive. Approximately 30 kilometers away, they spotted a colossal tower moving toward them. Master of the city, what is that tower approaching us? He Chen shook his head. Quickly, get back into the mecha and prepare for battle. As soon as he spoke, he clearly observed a swarm of towers advancing toward him. Goodness! Is that the Black Dragon Tower? Why are they all coming this way? He Chen had thought that after their encounter in the trading area, they would part ways, but instead, they had come looking for him. Was he somehow attracting these towers? That seemed unlikely. Did something happen to them? He Chen immediately recalled the safety system's warning about a massive moving object within 10 kilometers. Perhaps that was what was pursuing them. As the group of towers drew nearer, He Chen's vision sharpened. To his astonishment, he beheld an enormous creature, an immense tortoise. Moreover, it was floating in the air. By this point, He Chen could see the Black Dragon Tower gliding toward him. When it was merely a kilometer away, he shouted, "Run! Quickly, run!" Now He Chen could clearly identify what it was. Indeed, it was a gigantic tortoise. Yet, it was more than just a tortoise. Coiled upon its shell was a massive python. Good grief! Has the Xuanwu come? Qinyu rushed over from the accommodation area, remembering that her 2 children were practicing piloting the mecha on the deck. Upon arrival, she was met with the sight of the gigantic tortoise. He Chen approached Qinyu, pointing at the colossal creature. What is that? Qinyu stammered. That is the Qingmong turtle. Its body spans over 10,000 square meters, and it stands more than 300 meters tall. It is far beyond the capabilities of our towers to combat. He Chen discerned that this creature had likely mutated due to radiation from the star core, transforming into a colossal Qingmong turtle. How intriguing! Qinyu, perplexed, urged, Master of the tower, this creature possesses immense destructive power. We must leave at once. He Chen remained calm, entering the control room to personally guide the tower forward, issuing orders for the entire tower to enter a level 2 combat readiness state. Upon entering the control room, he recognized the terrain ahead. They were approaching Chongqing City. Once he checked in at that location, he would receive rewards from the system. He Chen activated the surveillance system in the control room, observing that the Qingmong turtle behind them was moving at a speed of just over 100 kilometers per hour. At this pace, he could easily evade it. Meanwhile, the other towers found themselves in a precarious situation. Traveling at just over 100 kilometers per hour, neither able to catch up nor escape. The only way the Qingmong turtle could eliminate these towers was if a massive mountain lay ahead. Obstructing their path, He Chen's tower was small and agile, so he simply accelerated, allowing the tower to slip away from the Qingmong turtle's pursuit. Phew, here we are in Chongqing City. Check-in, ding. Interprovincial check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 rewards. He Chen activated the intercom. The tower is now out of combat readiness. All citizens on the tower, please proceed to the cafeteria to collect your potatoes." His voice echoed over the intercom, bringing immense joy to the citizens aboard the tower. They understood that these potatoes were extraordinary, as the master of the Black Dragon Tower had once spent a ton of gold to acquire them. Now, the master of the Inn Tower was generously sharing them. "Long live the master of the Inn Tower. We will follow you to the death. The master of the tower is incredible." The citizens orderly lined up at the cafeteria entrance, collecting their potatoes one by one. He-chun observed this scene with satisfaction, initially fearing chaos, yet the citizens exhibited remarkable discipline. Once they had finished gathering their potatoes, he declared, "Eat up, after you're full. We shall head to the battlefield together. If we emerge victorious, I will treat you to self-heating hot pot. If we lose, you shall be punished to eat only potatoes from then on." The citizens' spirits soared at his words. "Fear not, master. For the sake of this potato, I shall fight with all my might." Just then, a voice echoed in He-chun's mind. "Ding! The Inn Tower has successfully arrived in Songqing City. Directly governed city check-in. You have received 2-star cores for free. The tower has leveled up, and you have received an area expansion reward. Please choose your direct city check-in reward. 1. Energy protective shield for tower coverage. 2. Free establishment of a mecha factory." Chapter 17. The Fool in the Apocalypse. I choose not to select option 1. I am simply a fool. He-chun closed his eyes and opted for the energy protective shield. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a shield was practically invincible. When others launched projectiles at him, without the energy protective shield, would the tower not be obliterated by the enemy? But now, with the energy protective shield in place, who could breach it? As the number of stellar cores within the lighthouse increased, it was now possible to augment the main cannon once more. Might I inquire if the host intends to enhance the main cannon? He-chun nodded affirmatively. Of course, we shall expand. Presently, the lighthouse boasted 6 main cannons. Given that He-chun's lighthouse was an equilateral triangle, each vertex housed 2 interconnected main cannons, while along the edges, there were 5 auxiliary cannons apiece. The diameter of the main cannon was 600 mm, while that of the auxiliary cannons was 200 mm should enemies be detected on any side. The main cannon at the vertex and the auxiliary cannons along the edge could pivot to target and fire at a single objective. With the addition of 2 more stellar cores, the total now reached 4. Initially, firing a laser cannon required 6 hours of recharging, but now it could be completed in just 2 hours. Often, by the time the laser had discharged, the battery was already fully charged. With the lighthouse upgraded, He-chun needed to decide which direction to take. Point 1 path led to Shudu City, while the other pointed toward the Miao Autonomous Prefecture. Safety system. When can the lighthouse expand its area? Safety system. It can be done at any moment. As soon as the host gives the command, new lighthouse assembly modules will arrive immediately. He-chun recalled the moment he acquired the lighthouse. Having seen it descend from the heavens, if expansion were to occur, it too would likely fall from above, wouldn't it? For now, he opted not to expand, as the current area was sufficient for convenience. If he were to expand later, it might hinder his newfound agility. Especially at this moment, his lighthouse could navigate the narrow mountain paths with ease. However, a dilemma arose. In which direction should he advance? The route to Shudu appeared quite constricted, while the path to the Miao tribe, though spacious, would turn him into a moving target for the Qingmeng turtle. You lot, dispatch drones to scout ahead and ascertain if we can traverse the road to Shudu. He-chun now harbored a bold plan to eliminate the Qingmeng turtle. Just then, the Black Dragon Lighthouse, trailing behind He-chun, closed the gap. Ender Lighthouse, what are you doing? Hurry up and run. I am the Black Dragon Lighthouse. Please, flee quickly. I am the White Crane Lighthouse. Is the Ender Lighthouse experiencing engine failure? Move it. He-chun found himself positioned squarely at the intersection, and for the group of lighthouses behind him to advance, they would need to ram through the Ender Lighthouse. If they could not, a catastrophic pileup of all lighthouses would ensue. At that point, all would be lost. Yet, at that moment, He-chun shouted to them, "You go ahead. I will wait for the Qingmeng turtle, White Crane Lighthouse. Ender Lighthouse is impressive. You are my brother. I, too, admire the Ender Lighthouse's master." As they were about to converge, He-chun maneuvered to the side, allowing the Black Dragon Lighthouse to proceed into the valley. The Ender Lighthouse exhibited the qualities of a true hero, particularly in this apocalyptic era, while others sought ways to evade and escape. Only the Ender Lighthouse dared to stand forth and shoulder the burden. I truly respect him as a man of valor. In truth, they believed that in such a dire world, there were indeed fools willing to act bravely, risking the lives of many for the sake of their own pride. However, He-chen's mindset was quite the opposite. He was inherently a person who cherished life above all. He would not engage in uncertain ventures. All personnel under 50 years of age and above 18, assemble on the deck. Weapons units, report to your posts immediately. Upon concluding his orders, the lighthouse buzzed with activity. They understood that preparations for combat were underway. Having previously feasted on the tower master's potatoes, it was now time to serve their master. As the citizens gathered on the lighthouse deck, they gazed into the distance, momentarily stunned. What the heck? We couldn't see the Qing-Mang turtle before. And now it appears so enormous? The deck was abuzz with chatter, and at that moment, Chen Yu and her daughters approached He-chen. Master Tower, that is the Qing-Mang turtle, spanning over 10,000 square meters. Can we truly defeat it? She had witnessed He-chen orchestrate the lighthouse's movements with precision, and initially thought they had escaped danger, only to realize that peril loomed before them. Is the Master Tower out of his mind? The Ender Lighthouse is 300 square meters, while the Qing-Mang turtle exceeds 10,000 square meters. How can we possibly fight it? I believe the Master Tower must have a plan. He must possess a high degree of intelligence to have ascended to the role of Tower Master at such a young age. Chen Yu pressed on, Master Tower, are you truly intent on attacking that Qing-Mang turtle? He-chen nodded, we shall give it a try. Chen Yu wished to continue dissuading He-chen, but a single glance from him rendered her speechless. All personnel on duty, heed this, when the battle commences. You must exert every effort to assault the Qing-Mang turtle. With that, He-chen instructed Wang Zhong to operate the mecha, retrieving a box of fully automatic machine guns, each person shouldering one as they moved to the edge of the lighthouse. As the impending battle loomed, all held their breath. He-chen, accompanied by Chen Yu and her daughters, made his way to the control room. He had already acquired knowledge of the surrounding geography and discovered a vast valley not far from his position. Mountains flanked the east, west, and south, leaving only a gap to the north. Just then, the Qing-Mang turtle arrived, poised to attack the Ender Lighthouse, when He-chen directed the lighthouse toward the valley. The Qing-Mang turtle followed closely, believing it could enter the valley as the Ender Lighthouse did, only to find itself trapped between two towering mountains. The Qing-Mang turtle now faced a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Directly ahead of it loomed the Ender Lighthouse. In a fleeting moment, He-chen's voice rang out, issuing commands. All attack units, ready yourselves, aim at the target. Chapter 18. The opportunity is singular. The lighthouses that had previously retreated now turned back toward the valley. Initially skeptical, they now stood in astonishment, witnessing the Qing-Mang turtle ensnared between the mountains. He actually did it. The incredulity was etched across the Black Dragon Tower Master's face. They had previously dismissed the Ender Lighthouse as foolish, only to realize it was they who were mistaken. As for He-chen, he had successfully lured the Qing-Mang turtle into the valley, where it was now trapped. Their next course of action was clear. They must eliminate the Qing-Mang turtle. Time was on their side, and they needed to strategize where to fire from in order to ensure a single strike would be enough to slay the colossal creature. After all, should the Qing-Mang turtle attempt to escape or become ensnared, it would require at least 3 to 4 hours to do so. As the Ender Lighthouse approached the Qing-Mang turtle, it discovered the creature had withdrawn its head into its shell, while the green python on its back coiled within the crevices of the shell. The face of the Qing-Mang turtle, the Ender Lighthouse, was akin to a leaf next to a towering tree. However, today, he would harness the strength of that leaf to topple the great tree. If it were you, would you manage such a feat? At least the Black Dragon Lighthouse could not. In truth, the Qing-Mang turtle was not without wit. Upon sensing danger, it sought ways to protect itself. Yet, He-chen was determined to fire a test shot. After all, should he succeed in slaying the creature, he could extract stellar cores from its body. These cores were of paramount importance to the lighthouse. Previously, the Huang Clan lighthouse housed a powerful stellar core, whereas the Su-style lighthouse contained a feeble one, so weak that it held no value, which ultimately led to its destruction. Hence, He-chen was confident that within the Qing-Mang turtle's body lay at least one potent stellar core safety system. Generally, such irradiated creatures when capable of levitating and possessing substantial mass. Contain 2 or more stellar cores. 2 or more? Goodness, we must seize that opportunity. 2 stellar cores would be a boon not to be overlooked. The Ender lighthouse already boasted 4 stellar cores, a stark contrast to the previous singular core. The lighthouse's speed had once peaked at 200 kilometers per hour, yet now, the Ender lighthouse could reach an astonishing 299 kilometers per hour, given that 300 kilometers per hour represented a critical threshold. Breaching that speed would necessitate at least 6 stellar cores. Without further ado, all weapon units on the lighthouse, prepare to fire. He-chun wasted no time. With a single command, an electromagnetic cannon was fired. White smoke billowed from the turtle's shell, accompanied by anguished cries from within. Wang Zhong and Qin Yu, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain their joy. Master Tower, you are truly remarkable. We are in awe, amidst the jubilant cheers atop the lighthouse. He-chen remained fixated on the tortoise shell. Not let your guard down. We must remain vigilant. As soon as He-chen uttered these words, the onlookers at the lighthouse witnessed the green python tortoise extending its head once more. At the moment everyone laid eyes upon it, a gash suddenly erupted, blood gushing forth like a torrential waterfall. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. The flow of blood was so intense that it could only be likened to a cascading waterfall. All those on the deck were left in stunned silence. Remarkably, despite the chaotic onslaught, the creature had not perished. It appeared a second round was necessary. In truth, He-chen had anticipated this moment, yet he felt compelled to test his hypothesis. If he did not attempt it, he would never ascertain whether his conjecture regarding the hardness of the green python tortoise's shell was indeed correct, whether it reached a level of hardness of 12. Diamonds possess a hardness of 9, while steel boasts a hardness of 8. With this coefficient in mind, one could grasp just how formidable the tortoise's shell truly was. Presently, it was evident that the hardness coefficient had surpassed even that, reaching a staggering level of 13. However, at that very moment, the cacophony of cannon fire and the pungent scent of the blood, akin to a waterfall, drew the attention of colossal bats from beyond the valley. The master of the Black Dragon Tower promptly issued orders for all lighthouse personnel to enter combat mode. He-chen's safety system chimed in with a warning. Giant bats are about to enter the valley. Please prepare for battle. Without hesitation, He-chen relayed commands for the citizens atop the lighthouse to seize their weapons and fire upon the giant bats in the sky. On the deck, Wang Zhong led a group of novices in their battle against the bats. Initially armed with bullets and cannon shells, they resorted to wielding knives once their ammunition was exhausted, engaging in close combat. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals sought refuge in the shelter. At this critical juncture, He-chen approached Qin Yu. The situation atop the lighthouse is dire. I need you to operate the laser electromagnetic cannon, but we can only afford to fire one shot to eliminate the green python tortoise. Qin Yu had long yearned for the opportunity to command the main cannon, and now, He-chen had bestowed upon her the responsibility of the electromagnetic cannon. This cannon had 2 modes. The first allowed for sustained attacks, inflicting continuous burn damage. The second involved charging and firing, unleashing a colossal force capable of penetrating mountains. However, this mode consumed an alarming amount of energy, depleting 90 of the lighthouse's energy reserves in a single shot. Fortunately, the Ender lighthouse currently boasted a charge of 91, prompting He-chen to enlist Qin Yu's aid. While He-chen could have utilized the lighthouse's safety system to control the computer for this task, he believed that mechanical devices were prone to errors and thus could not be overly trusted. The only reliable factor was the operator of the electromagnetic cannon, and at that moment, Qin Yu was the most suitable candidate. Qin Yu, how confident are you in hitting its wound? Qin Yu's heart raced. Her fists clenched tightly. I believe I have a 70 chance. He-chen placed his hands on her shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. That is insufficient. You must be 100 certain. Do you understand? Qin Yu felt intimidated by the young man's imposing presence. Her cheeks flushed as her heart raced. After taking a deep, forceful breath, she replied, Understood. Positioned before the electromagnetic cannon control panel, Qin Yu focused intently ahead, gripping the firing handle. Before her, a screen slowly rose from the console, displaying a crosshair at its center. Chapter 19. The final strike. However, at that moment, the wound on the green python tortoise appeared no larger than the tip of a pin, while the crosshair on the screen seemed as large as a basketball. Striking such a minuscule target within this vast range required not only reliance on computer equipment, but also the parameters displayed on the screen. Attempting to hit that wound without these parameters would be exceedingly challenging, indeed. It would be more difficult than winning the lottery. As Chinyu struggled to align the crosshair with the wound, her mind raced to calculate various parameters. Air currents, humidity, gravitational pull. Each factor weighed heavily on her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, the pressure she felt was immense. She had only one chance. If she succeeded in hitting her target, her life would significantly improve in the time to come. Conversely, failure would brand her a sinner atop the lighthouse. The harsh reality bore down upon her, concentrating all the pressure upon her shoulders. Yet, every time she prepared to fire, she noticed the green python tortoise's head swaying as if it were trying to evade a fatal blow to its wound. However, after observing the tortoise's erratic movements for a while, Chinyu discerned a pattern. Anticipation surged within her. The entire lighthouse's power was now focused on the electromagnetic cannon. She preemptively pressed the launch button. Boom! With a solitary thud, the electromagnetic cannon discharged, a beam of white light shooting directly toward the tortoise's wound. Chinyu, fixated on her target, slumped back into her chair. Well done, Chunyu. That moment. She wished to think of nothing else, her heart swelling with joy and relief. She knew that she had secured her place within the Ender lighthouse. He-Chin raised his binoculars to survey the scene, witnessing the wound being completely penetrated by the laser electromagnetic cannon. The green python tortoise lay lifeless at that spot. With the tortoise defeated, the next target was the python. This task was straightforward. The personnel atop the lighthouse swiftly activated the main and secondary cannons, unleashing a barrage toward the location of the python. In less than 20 minutes, the python was vanquished. However, as Chunyu regained her composure, she noticed that the green python tortoise continued to thrash about. What is happening, Master of the Tower? Did I fail to hit it? He-Chun shook his head. It is merely in its final convulsions. Anyone who has ever slaughtered a chicken or fish knows that after death, certain muscles may still twitch due to the central nervous system's residual activity. Lacking communication with the brain, the body continues to move erratically until the heart ceases to supply power to the limbs, at which point the struggle will cease. To ascertain whether it was truly dead, He-Chin's system was the only reliable means. At that moment, the system delivered its reward. Ding! Successfully slain a ferocious beast. Beast level 8. Difficulty of defeat. Purgatory, reward. Cannon operator, talent upgraded to level 9. Overall attributes increased by 1 level. At long last. As Chunyu witnessed the green python tortoise's demise, the tension that had gripped her heart began to dissipate. Phew, that was exhilarating. He-Chun gradually approached the location of the green python tortoise. It was now time to prepare for the collection of the star core. As he neared, he observed the blood flowing across the ground, resembling a river in its vastness, a truly magnificent sight. The sheer volume of blood was unmatched, far surpassing that of a mere 1,000 men. Upon reaching the site, He-Chun prepared to utilize the mechanical arm of the lighthouse to remove the tortoise's flesh. Clearing the area before retrieving the star core from within the green python tortoise. Everyone at the lighthouse moved swiftly. Cut away the flesh from the green python tortoise as quickly as possible. We only need the star core, not the meat. He-Chun knew that handling the tortoise's flesh would be cumbersome and unpalatable, as the meat of such a large creature was far from tender. Given that this tortoise contained a star core, consuming its flesh could lead to serious complications. Thus, He-Chun opted to extract the star core directly. Safety system. Where is the star core located within the green python tortoise? Replying to the host, the star core is generally situated within the tortoise's head. The star core was approximately the size of an oil drum, capable of powering thousands of tons of lighthouse machinery to float freely in the air. Within the body of the green python tortoise, there were at least 2 such star cores. The mere thought of extracting the star cores filled He-Chin with exhilaration. He was determined to retrieve them at all costs. As He-Chin exited the control room and ascended to the lighthouse deck, he found that the bats had already been defeated. Presumably, the other lighthouses had also dealt with the giant bats outside. He could only hope they would not return too swiftly. He-Chin's greatest concern was that the group of people outside would rush in and steal the star cores from within the Qingmeng turtle. Although, Under absolute circumstances, it would be impossible for them to do so. He Chun preferred to avoid a confrontation with them. After about half an hour, He Chun successfully extracted 6 star cores from the body of the Qingmeng turtle. However, there were still 2 star cores deep within its belly that remained unclaimed, primarily due to their proximity to the inner depths. Just then, the system voice in He Chun's mind chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining 8 star cores. The host has leveled up to level 3 lighthouse, rewarded with 5 floating mining ships. Upon the system's announcement, He Chun noticed on his interface that 5 mining ships had appeared in his inventory. Furthermore, he had also gained the purchasing rights for mining ships in the marketplace. Although he could only buy 2 ships each day, over time, the number of his mining vessels would reach an astonishing figure. Now that he possessed mining ships, wouldn't it be significantly easier to venture into the Qingmeng turtle's body to extract the star cores? He promptly activated the broadcast on the lighthouse. Wang Zhong, take 10 of your brothers and pilot the mining ships to enter the interior of the Qingmeng turtle. Bring back the remaining 2 star cores. Chapter 20. Expanding the lighthouse. What? No way. The Lord of the Tower actually has mining ships. Wang Zhong was genuinely taken aback. He had thought that the 5th generation mecha was the pinnacle of the Ender lighthouse, only to realize that the emergence of the mining ships was merely the beginning. All right, Lord of the Tower, I, Wang Zhong, am determined to follow you for life, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, revealing a big grin. Without further ado, they proceeded into the Qingmeng turtle's body to retrieve the remaining star cores. As they prepared to enter and extract the star cores, He Chun initiated the expansion of the lighthouse. With the Qingmeng turtle now defeated, there was little danger ahead. Even if there were threats, they could not penetrate this natural fortress. After 10 minutes, a massive trapezoidal object appeared in the sky, leading some citizens to believe a meteor was falling. A few became so frightened that they fled in all directions. At that moment, He Chun stepped forward. Everyone, do not be afraid. This is a newly added area of our lighthouse. Upon hearing this, the citizens calmed down, realizing it was an expansion initiated by the Lord of the Tower. However, as they processed this information, they wondered, is the Lord of the Tower from the Shenyang Technology Nation? This lighthouse can be assembled, so it must be. They understood that such an achievement could only come from the Shenyang Technology Nation. He Chun approached them and inquired, where exactly is the Shenyang Technology Nation? I've heard you speak of it with such reverence. Upon hearing that the Lord of the Tower was unaware of Shenyang technology, the individuals felt compelled to educate him. This so-called Shenyang Technology Nation is the most formidable among the 9 great nations. The reason our lighthouse can soar into the sky using star cores is due to the research of scientists from that nation. The lighthouse surface expansion technology you just demonstrated is unique to Shenyang technology. Understanding dawned on He Chun. So, how far away is this nation from us? The individuals responded, it is located in the very center of the Pacific Ocean. If the lighthouse were to fly there, it would take about 2 days and 2 nights. He Chun nodded, acknowledging this information. Shenyang technology was intriguing. If given the opportunity, he would surely pay a visit to this nation. He wondered just how advanced their technology had become. At that moment, the part of the lighthouse extension descended gracefully, seamlessly connecting to one side of the equilateral triangle. When the isosceles trapezoid descended, it perfectly melded with the equilateral triangle, creating a new equilateral triangle. The secondary and main cannons on the original lighthouse glided along the tracks on the deck to new positions on the edge. For someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, this sight was immensely satisfying. Now, the entire area of the lighthouse had expanded to 1,000 square meters, tripling its original size. Naturally, with this increase in land area, the number of individuals and the zones for cultivation and breeding within the lighthouse would also need to grow. Despite its seemingly small size, the lighthouse contained a multitude of resources. This spectacle did not escape Wang Zhong's notice. As long as I, Wang Zhong, am alive, I will dedicate my life to serving the Lord of the Tower without hesitation. Wang Zhong's loyalty surged to 100, ensuring lifelong fidelity. This Wang Zhong was indeed an interesting character. What began as an inflated ego had transformed into unwavering admiration for He Chun. Such individuals were exceedingly pragmatic, and He Chun was accustomed to this behavior, finding it quite agreeable, as they were exceedingly pleasant to work with. Enough of your flattery. If you have time for that, hurry and go harvest the star cores. Wang Zhong grinned widely, his heart brimming with joy. No worries, Lord of the Tower. I will ensure that I bring back both star cores intact. The mining ship now hovered in midair, relying not on star cores but on the energy supplied by the star cores to its internal engine. Typically, such a mining ship could operate at high intensity for 10 hours, requiring only an hour of charging on the lighthouse to resume work. At this moment, He-Chin addressed the lighthouse through the broadcast. All right. The entire lighthouse has entered a state of normal alert. Those who ventured out to combat the bats or collect star cores will receive a bowl of self-heating rice or a self-heating hot pot. For those who did not participate in the battle, you may collect 2 potatoes. Please line up in the cafeteria to receive your rations. Upon hearing this, the inhabitants of the lighthouse erupted in cheers. Especially those who had fought in battle, their joy was palpable. The Lord of the Tower is wise. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, never to betray. As for those engaged in simpler tasks, though they did not receive the self-heating hot pot or rice, they felt no regret, for they considered it a blessing to enjoy potatoes within the lighthouse. Each person's contribution varied, and so did their rewards. After all, those who fought valiantly risked their lives, making a bowl of self-heating rice a small price to pay to. At this moment, He-Chin took out 4 portions of self-heating rice and, accompanied by Chen Yu, made his way to the dining hall. Xiao Shui, Xiao Xian, come over for a meal. Upon hearing this, the 2 stunningly beautiful girls leapt from their mechs and danced into the dining hall below. As soon as Xiao Xian entered, she rushed into He-Chin's embrace. Lord of the Tower, Xiao Shui wants a hug. Chen Yu quickly scolded Xiao Xian, that's quite rude. Apologize to the Lord of the Tower at once. Chen Yu was anxious upon witnessing Xiao Xian's recklessness. After all, Xiao Xian was now a young adult and should have known better than to act so impolitely. This sudden reprimand caused Xiao Shui to feel somewhat displeased. Exactly, Xiao Xian, you're already grown up. How can you ask the Lord of the Tower for a hug? In truth, Xiao Shui had secretly wished for the Lord of the Tower to hug her as well. Xiao Xian, feeling wronged, retorted, Humph, I was just joking. I didn't think you all would take it so seriously. Chapter 21. Mining ship who knows who was being serious? He-Chun perceived their thoughts but chose not to voice them, for he understood the hearts of these young girls all too well. Ender System. The Black Dragon Lighthouse and White Crane Lighthouse are both approaching the rear of the Qingmeng Turtle. Oh, they've arrived so quickly. He-Chin glanced at the mining progress and discovered that Wang Zhong had already extracted 1 star core. Excellent work. Wang Zhong scratched his head. Thank you, Lord of the Tower. Whatever command you give, we will exert our utmost effort to fulfill it. After expressing his gratitude, he led his brothers to continue mining the star cores. Now, with 9 star cores aboard the lighthouse. If this trend continued, it would enable his lighthouse to surpass a speed of 300 km/h. This velocity was comparable to the high-speed trains of the former Huaxia nation. If he wished to increase the speed by an additional 50 km/h, he would need at least 6 more star cores. In total, that would require 15 star cores. He-Chun mused, if he could reach 100 star cores. The great leader once said, do not indulge in wild fantasies. Tread steadily on the ground. However, did the great leader ever mention whether we should prepare to retaliate if someone attempted to seize our possessions? While harboring malicious intent is unacceptable, maintaining vigilance against potential threats is essential. We await the formidable master of the Black Dragon Tower. The master of the Ender Tower is indeed impressive. With sheer strength alone, he was able to vanquish this colossal azure python tortoise. How we once found ourselves relentlessly pursued and beaten by this creature, yet today it lies dead in the valley. Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. He-Chun, grasping the microphone, chuckled. Well, I initially believed this azure python tortoise to be exceptionally powerful, but I've come to realize today that it is, in fact, rather ordinary. Upon hearing this, everyone clenched their fists tightly, their teeth grinding audibly to by the way. I have already slain this azure python tortoise. I trust none of you will attempt to take advantage of the situation? At that moment, the master of the Black Dragon Lighthouse chuckled. We would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior. You need not worry, master of the Ender Tower. We are here solely to propose a collaboration. He-Chun, perplexed, inquired, collaboration? What sort of collaboration? This azure python tortoise is so immense. We merely wish to procure some of its flesh and, in return, we shall offer you payment. He-Chin gazed at the massive creature before him. Recognizing that he could not carry it away himself, Since it would go to waste if left unused, he considered their offer of payment as not entirely unappealing. Very well, how many tons do you intend to purchase? The master of the Black Dragon Tower replied without hesitation, 1 ton of gold in exchange for 100 tons of tortoise meat. Will the master of the Ender Tower agree to this? He-Chin shook his head. That is far too little. After all, I am the one who dispatched this creature. From a safety perspective, having resolved this issue for you, shouldn't the price be adjusted upward? Then what price does the master of the Ender Tower propose? 10 tons of gold for 100 tons of tortoise meat. If you are unwilling, feel free to turn and leave. He-Chan had made his stance clear. If they did not want to proceed, so be it. After all, if he were to extract the star core from the tortoise's body, the remains would ultimately decay, rendering it of no use to him. Suddenly, his Ender system chimed. Ender system. A large lighthouse is approaching your location. Ender system. 50 drones are closing in on your position. Upon hearing this, He-Chin immediately ordered all units to enter combat mode. While Tang Xiaoxin and Tang Xiaoxue re-entered their Fangtooth mechas, He-Chan promptly pressed the hexagram pendant on his chest, activating his personal mecha. With this device in hand, he felt no fear. All first-tier soldiers. Assemble on the deck and enter first-level combat readiness. Second-tier soldiers, man the anti-aircraft turrets. Previously, He-Chin had categorized the residents of the lighthouse. Ordinary residents, responsible for agricultural tasks, soldiers, first, second, and third tier, logistics team, medical team, and technical team. Upon their arrival at the lighthouse, He-Chin had classified them according to their innate attributes, determining their suitability for various roles, ensuring they could shine in their respective positions. At this moment, he picked up the intercom. Wang Zhong, Chun Yu, have you ascertained the situation? Wang Zhong, who piloted mechas 2/3 of the time, was well aware of the external circumstances. He spoke first. There is a massive lighthouse outside, currently approaching us. Damn it, there are already enough lighthouses around. Now another one is intruding. Do they think this is a game? Wang Zhong continued, Master, it is a level 4 lighthouse. Furthermore, there are 7 level 2 lighthouses acting as its satellite towers. The so-called satellite towers are not those launched into space but rather smaller lighthouses that orbit the main lighthouse. Typically, smaller-scale lighthouses lack such capabilities. However, these 7 smaller satellite towers continuously circled the Grand Azurewood Lighthouse. Azurewood Lighthouse? At that moment, Chinyu glanced at the screen, fully aware of which lighthouse it was. The Azurewood Lighthouse belongs to her maternal grandfather. Your maternal family? He-Chin inquired, confirming with Chunyu, who nodded in affirmation. Then this simplifies matters. Since it is your father's lighthouse, you shall go out and negotiate with them shortly. However, He-Chan had another question. I see your father's lighthouse is quite substantial. What led you to marry into a smaller lighthouse? Chinyu felt a pang of bitterness. In her father's eyes, daughters were meant to marry off. He would not allow her to remain by his side. He-Chan found this notion absurd. How could a biological father force his daughter to marry the master of a smaller lighthouse and bear his children without any sense of heartache for his own flesh and blood? Chapter 22. Reunion with maternal family lighthouse. Later, Chinyu expressed that she had no regrets about her marriage. She relished the opportunity to explore the world. However, she lamented that despite her long absence, her 2 daughters had yet to meet their grandfather, which she deemed the greatest misfortune. As drones approached the Ender Lighthouse, Chinyu rushed to the deck and waved to them. The man controlling the drones at the Azurewood Lighthouse immediately recognized the woman waving. Elder sister, it's me, your third brother Chin-Chun. But as soon as he finished speaking, his tone shifted from joy to sorrow. Elder sister, our father is gravely ill. No doctor can save him. Please, come see him. Upon hearing that her father was ill, a wave of concern surged within Chinyu. She believed that no doctor could help, but she thought of He-Chun. Surely he would have a solution. Yet if He-Chun refused to help, she would be at a loss. Without a second thought, Chinyu dashed back to the control room of the lighthouse and knelt before He-Chin. Master, my father is seriously ill. I implore you to save him. The sudden appearance of a lighthouse, particularly one belonging to Chanyu's father, was not something He-Chun wished to involve himself in. As he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications in this apocalyptic world, one could never predict how others would retaliate after being assisted. However, his inner nature compelled him to assist this once, with the understanding that he would not extend such kindness again. Besides, his storeroom was well stocked with various medicines, including ample antibiotics. Very well. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down her face as if she herself were gravely ill and pleading for He-chin's aid. At that moment, Chen Yu led the way while He-chin followed closely behind. The azure wood lighthouse had circled around the azure python tortoise and now stood directly in front of He-chin's ender lighthouse. The Black Dragon Lighthouse could not approach due to insufficient star cores to reach such heights. Utilizing mechanical arms, He-chun and his party made their way to the azure wood lighthouse. However, He-chun remained clad in his tight-fitting battle armor. Upon arrival, a man approached them. Sister, Chin, seeing Chen Yu ascend their lighthouse, immediately rushed out to greet her. Third brother, you've grown so tall over the years. Chen, taken aback by the compliment, felt like a child receiving praise from his elder sister, as he would always be her younger brother in her eyes. As they entered, He-chun noticed 7 lighthouses hovering above him. Chen Yu, having brought her 2 daughters along, encouraged them to greet their third uncle. Hurry, greet Uncle Chin. Tang Xiaoxue and Tang Xiaoxin smiled and called out, Uncle Chin. Upon hearing the affectionate calls from his adorable nieces, Chen Chun felt his heart melt. That I apologize for not having prepared gifts for you on this first meeting. Please accept a golden handgun each. These golden handguns, forged from pure gold, were immensely powerful. The guards nearby gazed at the gleaming firearms with envy. Wow, this is the handgun that Brother Chin cherishes most. I can't believe he is so generous this time. Other guards nodded in agreement. If I had 2 such beautiful nieces, I would gladly give them anything. Meanwhile, those surrounding He-chan began to murmur softly. The individual following her must be the second young lady's husband. Just as Chun Yu was introducing He-chan to Chen, the latter waved his hand dismissively. No need. I already know him. Chen was certain that this man must be Chun Yu's husband, and his presence made her feel distinctly uncomfortable. It was quite bothersome that after such a long time, he had not brought his 2 daughters to visit their grandfather and uncle. However, He-chan felt indifferent. After all, he had no stake in such matters. His sole purpose was to attend to his patients, and their affairs were of no concern to him. The only thing that astonished He-chan was the fact that there were 7 level 2 lighthouses surrounding this level 4 lighthouse. How remarkable! He had never imagined such a phenomenon could exist. He believed that it was already quite impressive for a lighthouse to grow significantly in size, yet here were smaller lighthouses orbiting around it, much like moons circling a planet. The entire scene exuded an air of pretentiousness. After walking a few steps, they boarded a small vehicle, which soon whisked them towards the central city area. Upon entering the main city, Chun noticed a few individuals standing at the entrance. For some reason, He-chun felt an odd unease upon seeing those guards, as if their gazes were laden with suspicion. Suddenly, a stream of information materialized from his 5th-generation mech. Chan Danyu, Soldier Wang Liang, enemy. Soldier Wang Shui, enemy. Soldier Wang He, enemy. What on earth? He-chan found this utterly absurd. How could there be 2 factions at a single lighthouse? What shocked him further was that while the host was good, his soldiers were evidently treacherous. Without hesitation, He-chun recalled a commonly known truth from the apocalypse. These subordinates were likely dissatisfied with their current master and harbored rebellious thoughts. Perhaps a coup was imminent? Fortunately, these soldiers posed no real threat to him. Their weapons resembled mere toy guns. Yet, upon glancing at the 2 lovely girls behind him, his expression hardened. The 2 future ace mech pilots were absolutely not to be harmed. As his gaze returned to the scene, He-chun felt perplexed. Did the sons of the Tower Master truly remain oblivious to their subordinates' insurrection? He observed Chun smiling brightly at the eldest brother in the main city, exclaiming, "Big brother, look, I've brought back second sister, and also your 2 beautiful nieces." At that moment, the soldier standing by the door smirked. With the Tower Master's family now gathered, it would be an opportune time to capture them all. As they entered the main building, the soldiers exchanged knowing glances, their weapons aimed squarely at the group. Chapter 23. Intrusion. He-chan had already perceived their intent to strike, yet he was baffled and incredulous that Chen appeared entirely unaware. He felt utterly speechless. The coup was glaringly obvious. Was she truly leading wolves into her own den? Just then, Soldier Wang Liang acknowledged their presence, saying, "Welcome home. Second Miss, it has been 16 years since we last met." and I am overwhelmed with emotion." Upon hearing this, He Chun was tempted to eliminate him on the spot. His acting was painfully poor, making He Chun feel embarrassed. At that moment, He Chun initiated his plan to have the Apocalypse system calculate the battle strategy for the impending conflict. Only after gathering this information could he more swiftly eliminate those who posed a threat to him. As Tang Xiaoxue approached the main building, Soldier Wang Liang immediately stepped forward. "Little one, you cannot bring weapons into the main building." Ignoring him, Tang Xiaoxue clutched her golden pistol tightly. Seeing that the soldier refused to back down, she called out to He Chun, "Tower Master brother, help me. They are the bad guys." At this, Tang Xiaoxue aimed at his hand and fired. Bang! The shot pierced Wang Liang's hand. He Chun cast a pleased glance at Xiaoxue. Excellent, she truly was the ace mech pilot he valued. He swiftly lost interest in further conversation and raised his right hand. A small laser cannon emerging from his arm. While he could not eliminate them all in one go, his reflexes were remarkably quick, having already locked onto their positions with the system. Laser beams struck their heads, spraying blood across their necks. However, He Chun refrained from killing Wang Liang, as the final target was meant to be him. As Wang Liang reacted, He Chun tossed a smoke grenade, enveloping himself in obscurity. Yet he did not flee immediately. Instead, he fired bullets in all directions from within the smoke, quickly pulling Qin Yu, Tang Xiaoxue, and Tang Xiaoxin close to him. The bullets missed them entirely, striking He Chun's mech instead. This scene left Qin Yu and the others in stunned disbelief. The Tower Master was actually protecting them, shielding them from bullets. In that instant, as the other two soldiers attempted to attack, He Chun drew his laser sword and swung it towards their heads. This time, instead of a spray of blood from their necks, a fountain of blood erupted from the fatal strike. What a spectacular sight! However, the beauty of the moment was fleeting. The chaos sent others fleeing in all directions. Only Chen Dan, the eldest of the Chen family, stood his ground, pulling out his handgun to eliminate the remaining traitorous soldiers. Meanwhile, the soldier Wang Liang, engulfed in smoke, made his escape, while the blood pooling on the ground hinted at his direction. There was no need to pursue him now. A rebellion had broken out, and further conflict was inevitable. Damn it, he managed to escape. If I encounter him again, I will surely take his head. Chen Dan spat. His words laced with venom. He Chun realized that Chen Dan was indeed a formidable individual, not merely for his threats and disdainful spitting, but for his understanding of the present situation. He acted decisively without hesitation. Chen Dan approached He Chun and grasped his hand. "You must be the master of the Sushur lighthouse, right? Although we have not crossed paths before, I am grateful for your assistance today." He Chun, hearing this, quickly shook his head. No, I am not the master of the Sushur lighthouse. I am from the Ender lighthouse. My name is He Chun. Upon hearing this, Chun Chun stood there, utterly bewildered. "What? You're not from the Sushur lighthouse?" He Chun affirmed. "Indeed, I have never claimed to be associated with it." At this revelation, Chen Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh no, they are definitely going to turn against father. Quickly, we must go inside. Qin Dan, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, led Chen Chen upstairs. Qin Yu and the others followed closely behind. As they entered, Tang Xiaoxin remarked, "Mom, did you see how the Tower Master shielded us from bullets?" Chun Yu nodded, recalling the harrowing moment vividly. They had been terrified, fearing for their lives amidst the chaos. Such an event would be forever etched in their memories. The Tower Master was truly magnificent. I long to be by his side forever. Tang Xiaoxin spoke without a filter, voicing her thoughts freely. Tang Xiaoxue nearly slapped her for her indiscretion but refrained, as she too harbored feelings for He Chen. Chen Yu then questioned, "Tang Xiaoxin, I remember you always referred to him as the Tower Master. Why now do you call him your Tower Master brother?" Tang Xiaoxin merely shook her head. "That's a secret." He. Just then, as they entered, Chen Dan stood at the door to the main building. This building served as the Tower Master's residence, complete with a small medical clinic crafted for his needs. Upon entering, Chen Dan announced, "Chen Chan and I have returned. We dealt with those outside." He Chan had initially thought the room might have been compromised, but upon entering, he found it clear of enemies. Another individual, presumably the steward, approached Chen Dan, exclaiming, "Young Master Dan, over 1,000 soldiers have been gathered from the other 7 lighthouses." Chen Dan rushed to the window, confirming the sight of 1,000 traitorous soldiers assembled below. Damn it, a pack of ingrates. They've thrived off my efforts since birth, and now they seek to skin me alive. Chapter 24. The chaos at this moment. Upon hearing those words, Chen Yu and her companions felt an overwhelming sense of panic. While Tang Xiaoxin and the others were still deliberating on what to do, Chen Yu suddenly knelt before He Chen. Master of the tower, I assure you, it was never my intention to bring you to this perilous lighthouse. I was unaware of the dire situation that had unfolded here. If you can escape, please do so swiftly. My daughters and I are profoundly grateful for your timely rescue. He Chen helped the future ace gunner to her feet. If you wish to apologize, do so when you arrive at my lighthouse alive. Chen Yu was filled with regret for having brought He Chen up here. Had she not done so, he would not be in jeopardy today. She knew He Chen was meticulous in his endeavors, undertaking only those ventures in which he had substantial confidence. If he had doubts, he would never take such risks. Today, however, it was she who had led the master of the tower into this predicament. He Chen promptly instructed the Ender system to formulate a combat strategy. Meanwhile, Wang Liang had already begun preparations to lead his rebel forces onto the urban area surrounding the main lighthouse. Suddenly, a voice blared through the loudspeakers. Listen up, today, I shall overthrow the Chenemo lighthouse and establish my own rule. Just moments ago, having sustained an injury to his hand, he had hastily bandaged it with a simple gauze and rallied over 1,000 rebels to the lighthouse's vicinity. Aside from the main lighthouse, which remained loyal, the other 7 satellite lighthouses had already succumbed to rebellion. That old rascal Chinamo has never allowed us to manage the 7 secondary lighthouses despite our devoted service. Does he consider us fools? Wang Liang raged. Now that Chinamo is gravely ill, we need only to incite a rebellion to seize this main lighthouse. Whoever brings me Chandan's head shall be rewarded with 2 secondary lighthouses. Upon hearing this, the rebels were filled with fervor. We have already bribed all the tower masters of the secondary lighthouses. Chandan, prepare to meet your demise, brothers. The time has come. Charge with me with that. He led the charge toward He Chen and his allies. He Chen raised his small laser cannon. If you are so eager to meet your end, do not blame me for my merciless laser. 3.2.1. A beam of laser shot forth, piercing through the ranks of rebels and leaving a horrific mess. A few individuals exchanged weary glances and shook their heads despondently. In this moment, they found themselves devoid of alternatives and could only place their trust in this outsider. Upon stepping outside, He Chen closed the door firmly behind him and retrieved a life-saving pill from his breast pocket. This peculiar item was a reward granted by the system during his check-in at Songqing City, and he had only begun to utilize it today. Outside, Wang Zhong and his companions, despite their valiant efforts, were outnumbered. Some of the enemy soldiers charged directly towards the main building, poised to breach its defenses at any moment. Tang Xiaoxin and Tang Xiaoxue piloted their mechs with utmost determination to hold them back. Wang Liang, with his arm bandaged, pointed at the building where He Chen was situated and commanded his comrades. Onward! A throng of mech pilots surged forward, leading the charge. Meanwhile, at the Ender Beacon, countless drones were aligning in formation, racing towards the main building. At that moment, a voice resonated from within the room. Why people have come to rescue you. Do not fear. Upon hearing He Chen's words, the morale of those outside surged. Chen Yu felt a surge of joy within her. Truly, the Lord of the Ender Tower possessed formidable strength. However, the external assistance was still insufficient for He Chen, prompting him to remotely deploy 50 combat drones from the beacon. The ascent of the Ender Beacon had been orchestrated by his design and foresight. As the drones arrived, He Chen pressed the missile release button, unleashing a hail of missiles that bombarded the ground below. In an instant, explosions erupted, obliterating the enemy soldiers with ruthless efficiency. The mechs were rendered mere heaps of scrap metal, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of He Chen's drones. The once pristine road was now pockmarked, littered with various corpses and severed limbs. Entrails lay strewn across the street in disarray. The spectacle of the 50 drones, armed with machine guns and explosives, was nothing short of spectacular. Amidst the carnage, Wang Liang clutched his severed leg, lamenting, "My leg! Oh, my leg!" Just moments prior, Tang Xiaoxue had shot through his right hand, and now a missile had taken his leg from him. He was left utterly incapacitated. This was their first encounter with such a form of warfare. They had learned a lesson today. Chen Yu admired He Qian from the depths of her heart, as did her two daughters standing beside her. They were equally in awe of He Qian. Brother Tower Master is simply magnificent. How we admire him! At this juncture, the admiration of those present was palpable. This incident had shifted Chundan's perception of He Qian significantly. The Lord of the Ender Tower was no ordinary figure. She resolved to cultivate a relationship with him in the future. Chen Shun stood beside her elder brother Chindan, pondering the implications of He Qian's current display of power, which suggested a formidable background. We must be cautious not to offend him, in their eyes. They witnessed how the rebel forces, previously so arrogant just 10 minutes ago, were now reduced to a state of panic, limbs severed and dignity lost. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Just then, an elderly man emerged from the room, drawing the attention of all present. He was none other than Chen Mo, the lord of the Qingmu Beacon. Despite years of separation, recognition dawned upon them as they met for the first time. Chen Yu promptly urged her two daughters to greet their grandfather. Quickly, say hello to grandfather. Hello, grandfather. I am your eldest granddaughter, Tang Xiaoxue. Grandfather, I am your youngest granddaughter, Tang Xiaoxin. They introduced themselves, their striking resemblance evident. Had they not been dressed alike, it would have been nearly impossible for outsiders to tell them apart. Initially, Chen Mo's demeanor was serious, but upon seeing his two delightful granddaughters, his countenance transformed into one of joy. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that old Chen would have granddaughters? How adorable! His mood lifted. He delighted in the presence of his grandchildren for quite some time. Eventually, he turned to He Qian and inquired, "You must be the one with the surname Su, correct?" Curiosity spread among those gathered. Shouldn't Tang Xiaoxin and Tang Xiaoshua's father have the surname Tang? How could it be Su, as in the Su-style beacon? The details would unfold later. He Qian quickly interjected, No, I do not bear the surname Tang. I am he. The assembly was momentarily bewildered by his declaration. How could their daughters be Tang while he claimed the surname he? At that moment, Chen Yu grasped the situation and clarified, Father, this is the Lord of the Ender Tower. My partner was wrongfully accused and perished a month ago. Following her explanation, everyone comprehended the circumstances, marveling at the revelations. Well, I am relieved that it is not that individual. Otherwise, I would have been inclined to treat him with disdain. Bring me my finest wine. He Qian hastily replied, Lord Qingmu, we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Having gathered all the star cores, it was time for him to retreat. Remaining here would only be a waste of precious time. He had accomplished what he set out to do. Lord Shenemo was exceedingly hospitable, yet he could not retain He Qian. Very well, but I, Qian, shall remember the Ender Tower. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you require my assistance, I will traverse fire and water to aid you. He Qian bowed in gratitude. He was eager to depart, for others awaited him outside, including the Black Dragon Beacon. As He Qian soared into the sky, the other beacon lords gazed in astonishment at the Ender Tower. Lord of the Ender Tower, I thought you had perished within, one of them exclaimed, having heard the sounds of explosions and gunfire. What transpired inside? At that moment, the Lord of the Black Dragon leaned in, eager to discern the details, yet obstructed by the presence of the Qingmu turtle, rendering them unable to glean the situation. He Qian found himself at a loss for words. They had already prepared the turtle meat and refused to leave. Yet now they sought to indulge their curiosity. The interior was teeming with colossal bats in overwhelming numbers. We banded together to combat them. Did you think I was engaged in a duel with the Qingmu beacon? Do not underestimate my capabilities. I cannot contend with a level 4 beacon. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Black Dragon nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have already prepared the turtle meat. I will deliver 10 tons of gold to you now. After a brief moment, He Qian observed as the Lord of the Black Dragon utilized mechanical arms to transfer gold to his beacon. In a short while, the transfer was completed. With the gold in hand, He Qian refrained from lingering. He had other cities to check in on. Each time he ventured out, rewards awaited him, and he could not afford to miss out on them as he embarked on his journey once more. He Qian instructed the beacon to enter a level 3 alert status. Provided that no unforeseen events occurred, this precaution was sufficient. He called for Chen Yu, Tang Xiaoxin, and Tang Xiaoxue. Lord Tower Master, may I inquire why you summoned me? She noticed an array of white boxes piled upon He Qian's table, their exquisite appearance hinting at their precious contents. He-chun responded directly. Do you know what these boxes contain? Chen Yu and her daughters shook their heads in unison. Tang Xiaoxin, unreserved, declared, These must be cosmetics and skincare products. He-chun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, these are cosmetics and skincare products. I present them to you. Take them with you. Suddenly, Chen Yu recalled what these items were. She had seen them on television. Prior to the cataclysm, people routinely used such products for skincare, but after the disaster, they had become luxuries reserved for the elite. They had scarcely had the opportunity to even encounter such items, let alone use them. Lord Tower Master, these items are far too precious. We cannot accept them. They felt as though they had wished for a modest toy remote control car as a reward, only to be presented with a Bugatti Veyron instead. Absurd and extravagant. He-chun, serious in demeanor, remarked, Decline? If you refuse, I shall simply discard them. Chen Yu was taken aback by his words. She did not wish to dampen He-chun's enthusiasm and quickly declared, I am willing to devote everything to the Lord Tower Master. Upon hearing this, her daughters echoed, Yes, we are also willing to devote everything to the Lord Tower Master. Tower Master, dear brother, could you kindly gift us this skincare product? As He-chun observed Tang Xiaoxue and Tang Xiaoxin playfully beg, he found himself on the verge of losing his composure. Very well, if you accomplish something noteworthy next time, I shall bestow upon you further rewards. After He-chun had spoken, he handed the items to them. Witnessing the sheer delight on Tang Xiaoxin and the others' faces as they eagerly grasped the cosmetics and skincare products, He-chun felt a surge of happiness within him. From the very first moment he laid eyes on them, he had recognized their beauty. Yet, it was a beauty that emanated from within, albeit their skin bore signs of dryness and cracking to varying degrees. He-chun had long desired to provide them with such items, but he later concluded that direct gifting might lead them to perceive themselves as overly agreeable and too casual in demeanor. Chen Yu, too, was filled with joy. Rest assured, Tower Master, next time, I shall slay a beast even more formidable than the green python turtle. He-chun chuckled, and their conversation continued late into the night. As dusk began to settle, He-chun's Ender system unexpectedly activated in his mind. Ender system. A level 4 lighthouse has been detected approaching from 50 kilometers to the west. A level 4 lighthouse? Is it the previous Greenwood Lighthouse? Ender system. It is not the former Greenwood Lighthouse. It is an unknown lighthouse. He-chun stepped outside to investigate and soon spotted a brilliantly illuminated circular lighthouse making its way toward him. In this apocalyptic world, many lighthouses took on a cylindrical form, for it was known that circular lighthouses boast the largest surface area. In contrast, He-chun's lighthouse was of an unusual shape, quite rare in these dire times. As he beheld the approaching lighthouse, He-chun activated the loudspeaker on his own structure. Who approaches? After a 5-second pause, a woman's voice echoed from the lighthouse. Hongyue Group, North Star Lighthouse, North Star Lighthouse? A female tower master? As the North Star Lighthouse drew closer to He-chun's Ender Lighthouse, anxiety spread among its occupants. This was a level 4 lighthouse, nearly akin to the Greenwood Lighthouse. Moreover, the tone of the voice indicated a distinctly aggressive intent. When the lighthouse was a mere kilometer away, the sheer magnitude of the structure became evident. It was a veritable behemoth, having previously witnessed the size of the green python turtle. They now comprehended the enormity of the North Star Lighthouse. Chapter 27. Hardcore Transaction. Chen Yu, are you familiar with this lighthouse? Chen Yu shook her head. I am not well acquainted with this lighthouse. This was Chen Yu's first encounter with the lighthouse, and naturally, she remained unaware of the faction it belonged to. As the colossal lighthouse approached, the unmistakable plaque bearing the name North Star Lighthouse became visible. This immense structure dwarfed the Ender Lighthouse, rendering it akin to an ant beneath a boot, struggling to draw breath. Beside the Ender Lighthouse, smaller lighthouses discreetly slipped away, recognizing their own insignificance in the face of such a giant. Rather than await their demise, they opted for immediate escape. However, He-chun had no intention of fleeing. He resolved to confront this formidable lighthouse. It's just a level 4 lighthouse. How strong could it possibly be? Eventually, as the North Star Lighthouse came within close proximity to He-chun's Ender Lighthouse, the North Star Lighthouse spoke. What a worthless lighthouse! Do you not know to yield upon encountering the North Star Lighthouse? He-chun paid no heed, lost in contemplation of his next course of action. On the North Star Lighthouse, a woman clad in a white leather jacket, with silver hair, and donned in a short skirt of pale blue. Stomped her feet in frustration. Who is this? Am I speaking to a wall? Does he not comprehend my words? This is infuriating. Prepare to fire at once. Just as she was about to activate the cannon, Hee-chan interjected through the microphone. North Star Lighthouse, shall we engage in a transaction? The female tower master nearly burst into laughter. A transaction? This is hardly a trading zone. Her aide mocked. I suspect he intends to use the guise of a transaction to buy time. During a transaction, no lighthouse is permitted to attack. Any violation of this rule would provoke a response from other lighthouses. The North Star Tower Master pondered for a moment before slamming her hand on the table. Very well. If he wishes to trade, let us see what this pitiful lighthouse has to offer. The North Star Tower Master grasped the microphone and addressed the Ender Lighthouse. Come forth. I am ready to negotiate. At that moment, Hee-chan attempted to rise, but Chun-Yu grasped his arm. Tower Master, is it not too risky to engage in a transaction with her? What if she decides to kill you? Hee-chan waved his hand dismissively. If she chooses to trade, there is no reason for her to seek my demise. Should they genuinely intend to eliminate me, they would not waste time on negotiations. If I am not mistaken, she likely seeks to ascertain what I have to offer in this transaction. Understanding his reasoning, Chun-Yu ceased her grip and allowed Hee-chan to approach the trading platform of the lighthouse. In truth, even Hee-chan held doubts about the assertions he made to Chun-Yu. As a precaution, he stated to the North Star Tower Master, I do possess items for trade, but they are rather substantial. If it proves cumbersome, you are welcome to visit my lighthouse. The North Star Tower Master appeared indifferent. Fine. I have no objections. I can go wherever you wish. With that, she strode directly toward Hee-chan's lighthouse. Her aide expressed concern. Tower Master Liao, what if you arrive there and he turns hostile? The North Star Tower Master scoffed. That lighthouse. He thinks he can challenge me? In such a minuscule space, he cannot possibly pose a threat. With unwavering confidence, she advanced toward the Ender Lighthouse. Indeed, Hee-chan had no inclination to confront her. For her, the Ender Lighthouse was an inconsequential entity. At that moment, the connecting bridge to the lighthouse was completed, and the female tower master began her approach. Upon reaching the deck of the Ender Lighthouse, she disdainfully surveyed her surroundings. Speak. What do you have to offer in trade? You shall discover what I possess once you arrive. Hee-chan replied. The silver-haired woman scoffed. What could your lighthouse possibly have worth trading? My advice is to surrender. However, Hee-chan retorted, fear not. I assure you I have much to offer. Rather, I worry that you might not have anything of value to present. Chun-Yu, standing beside Hee-chan, exchanged anxious glances. Tower Master, do not provoke her. Otherwise, we shall be doomed. Hee-chan disregarded Chun-Yu's silent warnings, fixated instead on the irate silver-haired woman. What say you? The silver-haired woman bellowed. Come on, show me what you have to sell. Hee-chan had been awaiting this very prompt. Excellent. Let us commence the transaction. At that moment, the small lighthouses that had previously retreated returned to observe. Emboldened by the trading rules in this realm of the apocalypse, despite its inherent brutality and lack of humanity, the established rules of engagement were still to be upheld. Initially, chaos reigned, with some attempting to negotiate and conduct business. Unaware of the overwhelming power of their adversaries, however, as time passed, a few daring individuals began to establish order through the implementation of trading rules, leading others to gradually join in and adhere to these regulations. Should anyone violate these rules, they would find future trading opportunities severely diminished, for their lighthouse would be deemed untrustworthy, losing the privilege to trade. Consequently, such lighthouses would only face greater misfortune in this unforgiving world. In this transaction, there exists a rather minute stipulation. During the trading period, one must refrain from attacking the designated lighthouse with weapons for a duration of 24 hours. Should one wish to launch an attack, they must await the conclusion of this period. However, there are instances where some lighthouses seek to exploit this rule. Upon hearing that no attacks are permitted within the 24-hour time frame, certain lighthouses deliberately wait until it has elapsed to strike. This, however, is a matter for another discussion. Presently, it is a trade between Hee-chan and the silver-haired female lighthouse master. Hee-chan escorted the silver-haired beauty into his main building, where golden yellow lights illuminated the surroundings. Exuding a distinctly commercial atmosphere in the grand hall, the silver-haired beauty stood and addressed Hee-chan. Speak. Let me see what you have. Chapter 28. Consuming clams. Raw. He-chan, unhurried, retrieved a self-heating meal box from his drawer. Do you know what this is? She remained silent, yet it mattered little, for He-chan was in no haste. He intended to display all the items on the table for her to examine thoroughly. There were lipsticks, high-end perfumes, an array of skincare products, cosmetics, and various adornments for women. In addition to these feminine items, He-chan also possessed a multitude of snacks. If a woman does not fancy such decorations, she is bound to appreciate snacks. Regardless, she must have a preference for one or the other. Yet, in reality, this silver-haired beauty found delight in both. She recognized these items from her past, having seen them on television. They were once commonly used before the catastrophe. The sensations of applying these products to one's face were exceptionally pleasurable. Moreover, the transformation they facilitated was truly remarkable. She felt tempted but recognized that she must not display her eagerness too overtly. It was imperative to maintain a sense of composure, lest He-chan perceive her as lacking sophistication. Liao Lighthouse Master, do tell, what items do you desire? I can offer them for trade. The beautiful Lighthouse Master feigned disdain, stating, I find your offerings rather mediocre. I already have these items on my lighthouse. Do you not possess anything of better quality? In truth, everyone currently inhabiting this apocalyptic world was solely focused on obtaining sustenance for their daily survival. No one harbored the inclination to concern themselves with adornments. After all, they deemed it unnecessary. As long as they had sufficient food, that was sufficient. However, cosmetics and similar luxuries were privileges reserved for the esteemed lighthouses. Moreover, the notion of using body wash had become a distant aspiration. In their current lighthouse, they could only access ordinary soap, nothing more than simple soap. Following a wash, one would still feel uncomfortable in their skin. Yet she understood that if she could use a bottle of body wash, the effects would be profoundly different, leaving her skin fragrant. Nevertheless, these considerations were secondary. There were always substitutes available. However, the snacks on the table were an entirely different matter. She found it nearly impossible to resist. In her past, she had the fortune of tasting the delightful Big Rabbit milk candy, a treat bestowed upon her by her parents during her 5th birthday celebration. Now, with her parents long gone, she had not savored the candy since she gazed at the snacks on the table. She struggled to suppress her salivation. He-chan, witnessing her reaction, nearly burst into laughter but refrained, opting to phrase his words differently. Beautiful Lighthouse Master. Is there anything here that catches your eye? Let us indulge in some snacks while we converse. However, Liao Lighthouse Master waved her hand dismissively. No, I do not typically partake in snacks. If you have yet to present me with something satisfactory, I shall take my leave, and I will not hesitate to declare war upon you. Liao Yun could not possibly dismiss these items. Although food was no longer a concern at her North Star Lighthouse, snacks remained a rarity. He-chan anticipated her retort and recognized her stubbornness, so he unveiled his final ace. A self-heating hot pot. This particular self-heating hot pot was He-chan's pride, surpassing even the takeout from Xiaolongcan in taste. It contained a plethora of ingredients, nearly 20 portions of meat and 10 of vegetables, accompanied by a 5-spice spicy seasoning packet and a small bowl of self-heating white rice. Were one to purchase such a meal in the pre-apocalyptic world, it would undoubtedly cost around 80 yuan. He-chan methodically opened the components, taking his time without any rush. Liao Yun observed his fluid motions with admiration, reluctant to interrupt him in just 10 minutes. He-chan had prepared the hot pot and rice, and the enticing aroma wafted from the meal box, prompting a deliberate inhalation. Splendid aroma, yet He-chan did not immediately indulge. Instead, he remarked, "Oh no, I forgot to fetch chopsticks." After stating this, He-chan departed for the monitoring room. The beautiful Lighthouse Master glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and swiftly reached for a piece of Big Rabbit milk candy from the table. A mix of panic and delight surged through her as she excitedly unwrapped the candy, placing the snow-white confection in her mouth. Indeed, it is that very flavor. No, even more delectable than before. Liao Yun chewed the candy quickly, apprehensive that He-chan might return unexpectedly and catch her indulging, which would lead to embarrassment. In truth, He-chan had already observed her every move through his virtual display screen. He watched as she feigned nonchalance while savoring the taste of the candy. At that moment, her female aide became anxious. "My lord, if we are discovered, we shall be humiliated." Shu, lower your voice. If you don't say anything, I won't either, and he will remain oblivious. After uttering this, she swiftly pilfered 4 pieces of big rabbit milk candy, 3 corn candies, and 5 chocolates from the table. He-chan could hardly contain his laughter at her antics. He strolled leisurely from another room, chopsticks in hand, as if nothing had occurred, settling back into his seat. Beautiful lighthouse master, this is a specialty of our lighthouse. Would you care for a taste? I can offer you this box for free. What do you say? Care to try? She turned her head away. Remaining silent, I take it your lighthouse also possesses this self-heating hot pot. She nodded haughtily. Of course, we have far more items than you do at your lighthouse. What you offer pales in comparison. In reality, what did she have at her lighthouse? Not only could they not prepare a delicious dish, but even the ability to stir-fry a simple meal was a rarity. She had never even laid eyes on such a hot pot. Yet to maintain her pride, she felt compelled to speak thus. However, the flavors of our lighthouse's offerings differ from yours. I merely wish to see what yours tastes like. Rest assured, I can assure you that our lighthouse's fare is far superior. With that, she reached for the self-heating hot pot, casually rummaging through the bowl before selecting an undercooked clam to chew on without a second glance. Chapter 29. Preparing for battle. He-chan was about to interject when the beautiful lighthouse master spat out the clam. Bah! What is this? So tough. Can it even be eaten? The aide beside Liao Yun exclaimed. Do you dare to mock our esteemed lighthouse master? Very well. Let us commence battle. With that, they rose, ready to return and rally their troops for conflict. Meanwhile, He-chan stood unhurriedly, using the chopstick she had just used to pick up another clam, meticulously peeling off its shell before slurping the clam meat into his mouth. The flavor was delightful. Following this display, Liao Yun felt utterly humiliated, her discomfort palpable as if her intellect were being ground into the dirt. Yet He-chan bore no contempt for her, nor did he attempt to ridicule her. Instead, he remarked, in truth, the meat within the clam is quite tender and flavorful. If you do not believe me, you may wish to give it another try. Liao Yun, feeling indignant, picked up another clam with her chopsticks. This time, as she tasted it, she discovered that the flavor was indeed rather exquisite. However, He-chan observed something significant about her. In this apocalyptic world, food items such as these were exceedingly rare. For these rather ordinary lighthouses, the abundance of food is rather scarce, so the residents residing in these lighthouses are already fortunate to have anything to eat. If they lack a regular supply of food, He-chan could already envision what these individuals would ultimately consume. A mishmash of unpalatable gruel. A concoction that would be nearly impossible for them to swallow. Looking over at Liao Yun, after indulging in the clams, she opted to avoid any further embarrassment by solely selecting the clams to eat. Disregarding the other food options entirely, however, He-chan remained silent, watching her devour every last clam. What about trying the other dishes? They require no peeling and are quite delicious, He-chan remarked. Yet Liao Yun remained skeptical. Are you certain? He-chan nodded in affirmation. Absolutely certain. With a mix of doubt and curiosity, Liao Yun picked out a piece of tripe from the self-heating hot pot. As she opened her petite mouth to take a bite. A satisfying crunch resonated. The sound was pleasing, and the spicy sensation enveloped all her taste buds. Ah, how delightful! She continued to take several more bites, only to realize that the hot pot was exceedingly spicy, causing her to gasp for air. Water, please, it's too spicy. He-chan swiftly retrieved a can of cola from the nearby cabinet and popped open the tab. Here, take this. Liao Yun accepted the cola without a glance. Gulping it down heartily, burp. After several hearty belches, she finally settled down. Glancing at her flushed face, now rosy from the spice, He-chan asked, How is it? The flavor is rather pleasant. I assent it. Just as He-chan uttered those words, Liao Yun released another resounding belch. In that moment, she hazily perceived that He-chan had seemingly removed his mask and was no longer clad in his iron armor. Upon clearly seeing He-chan's visage, she realized he was, in fact, a youthful boy. At that realization, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, recalling all the awkward moments from earlier. To mask her discomfort, she stood up, declaring, It appears there's nothing here that meets my satisfaction. No more words. Let us prepare for battle tomorrow. With that, she turned on her heel and left without a backward glance. He-chan, observing her departing silhouette, hurriedly called after her, "What's wrong, beautiful Tower Master? Is it the cola that displeased you, or is it my self-heating hot pot?" Liao Yun tossed over her shoulder, "You have nothing of value, yet you deceive me. I have decided. Once I conquer your lighthouse, I shall capture you and bring you to my tower as a consort." Upon Liao Yun's arrival at her own lighthouse, her aide stood beside her, bewildered by the turn of events. "Tower Master, are you truly going to battle him tomorrow?" Liao Yun nodded resolutely. "Indeed, I find the Enderman Lighthouse's development exceedingly advanced compared to ours. However, it appears to be rather small. We must seize it before it grows any stronger, or we may face dire consequences." In truth, her motives were far more personal. She was smitten with the Enderman Lighthouse's master. Such a handsome young man, she yearned to cuddle with him each night. That was her true objective, yet the prospect of utilizing his lighthouse to bolster her own was undeniably appealing. However, the man himself was of utmost importance. Everything else could wait. As per their agreement, they were to refrain from conflict for the next 24 hours, only to engage after that period. Meanwhile, the other lighthouses watched in astonishment as the North Star Lighthouse gradually withdrew. Strangely, after departing, the North Star Lighthouse did not fire upon the Enderman Lighthouse. Once the treaty concludes, I shall surely conquer your little lighthouse. The other lighthouses now understood that battle was imminent. Initially believing there would be no conflict, they realized it was merely a matter of timing. At that moment, the aide beside Liao Yun inquired, "By the way, Tower Master, to which faction do you believe this lighthouse belongs?" Liao Yun pondered thoughtfully while seated. I sense this lighthouse possesses potential, though it surely does not belong to the Divine Sun Technology Nation. Its facilities and equipment are remarkably advanced, yet distinctly different from those of the Divine Sun Technology Nation. However, if we could assimilate it, our technology would advance by a decade. Recalling the delectable rabbit candy she had tasted at the Enderman Lighthouse, she savored the memory. That was truly delightful. The female aide nodded respectfully. "Tower Master, we shall remain here. Wherever she goes, we shall follow." This moment, Liao Yun's eyes sparkled with desire as she fantasized about capturing the youthful Tower Master, chaining him like a cat for a few days until he became obedient. Chapter 30. Infatuation. After the silver-haired Tower Master finished speaking, she discreetly retrieved a piece of rabbit candy from her pocket and took a bite. It was exquisitely sweet as she enjoyed it. A thought struck her. And when Old Wong goes to capture the Enderman Tower Master, be cautious, though not injure him. I want a pristine male slave, unblemished. Ah, Tower Master has taken a liking to that young man? The aide mused, but indeed, the Enderman Tower Master is quite handsome. He fits the ideal image of a man. What should I do? I seem to have developed feelings for him as well. Lost in her thoughts, a smile of infatuation spread across her face. Liao Yun queried, "Aide, what are you smiling about?" The aide immediately ceased her smile and shook her head. "I was merely contemplating how you will celebrate after conquering the Enderman Lighthouse, as seizing that tower is merely a matter of stomping your foot." "Very well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." Within the Enderman Lighthouse, the Enderman system announced, "The North Star Lighthouse is tracking you." "Let them," He Chin replied nonchalantly. "Once this period is over, if they continue to follow, I shall take action. Enderman system, deploy all weaponry and equipment for my lighthouse." Soon, He Chin's screen displayed all the weaponry available at the lighthouse. Main weapon: laser cannon, electromagnetic cannon, 2 modes available. Attack: 880, 1440. Main cannon: 600 mm annihilation cannon, 2 linked, 3 groups total, positioned at the lighthouse's corners. Attack: 450 secondary cannon, 250 mm siege cannon, 4 linked, 3 groups total, positioned at the lighthouse's sides. Attack: 220 quantum shield, 5,000 defense power. He Chan smiled with satisfaction. "So, the North Star Lighthouse wishes to engage me? I shall oblige." Beside him, Chin Yu anxiously inquired, "Tower Master, if we engage them, their larger lighthouse will likely crush us." Looking back at the North Star Lighthouse in hot pursuit, He Chan nearly laughed. Currently, his speed clocked in at 400 km per hour, while theirs lagged at 300 km per hour. Before long, they were left far behind. However, He Chun decided to toy with them, allowing them to chase but never quite catching up, ensuring they remained uncomfortable in their pursuit. This is infuriating. The silver-haired beauty slammed her fist on the table, her hair standing on end in frustration. Why is that lighthouse so fast? The aide beside Liao Yun, equally perplexed, asked, Tower Master, shall we continue the chase? Liao Yun shouted, of course, we cannot relent now. That would be a waste of our efforts. Inform the engine room that we need to prepare for increased speed. At present, her maximum speed was 320 kilometers per hour. She was gearing up to activate her full speed to relentlessly pursue the Enderman lighthouse. But the aide urgently shook her head. It's impossible, Tower Master. Our lighthouse's boiler has reached its limit. If we force an increase in speed, the boiler will explode. The silver-haired beauty, filled with despair, finally relented. Fine. Let us stop the pursuit. We'll halt here. After she spoke, He-chun unexpectedly brought his lighthouse to a stop. North Star Tower Master, we are halting. Let us commence battle in 30 minutes. Liao Yun sprang to her feet. Are you certain? He-chun nodded. Absolutely. Come, I no longer wish to run. Let us begin now. He-chun inquired through the intercom. How long until the star core is fully loaded? Wang Zhong replied, 1 hour. He-chun had previously been asking Wang Zhong about the timeline, and Wang Zhong had mentioned it would take a while, thus He-chun had been stalling for time. Now that the star core was completely loaded, they were ready for battle at any moment. At that moment, He-chun's lighthouse was equipped with 10 star cores. The speed has surged to an astonishing 420 kilometers per hour. If one were to place this lighthouse in the world prior to the cataclysm, the high-speed trains would be rendered utterly obsolete. Of course, the most significant factor is that this lighthouse is suspended in midair, devoid of any frictional contact with the ground. The only force remaining is air resistance. Moreover, the augmentation of the star core signifies not solely an increase in velocity, but also an enhancement in power generation speed. Previously, reaching a full charge of 100% required 5 hours. Now, it can be accomplished in merely half an hour. What is fast charging? This is fast charging. A mere 30 minutes of charging grants one an entire day and night of combat. Speaking of battle, He-chun is already brimming with anticipation. However, this time, he intends not to fire back, but to endure the incoming blows. Do not ask why. The answer is simple. He is too lethargic to move. Goodness, has the Inlight Lighthouse actually ceased its movements? Has he lost his mind? Does he truly believe he can maneuver the North Star Lighthouse? Behind the North Star Lighthouse lies the Dongwei Group. Now, all the scattered lighthouses around have begun to observe the spectacle, as if they are witnesses to the unfolding battle. Yet, He-chun remains steadfast in his decision to refrain from action. The Lord of the Lighthouse has gone mad. Brothers, flee! At this moment, the citizens atop the Inlight Lighthouse have begun to dash towards the deck below, only to be intercepted by Wang Zhong and his mech. What are you running for? The Lord of the Lighthouse always has his own plans. He would never allow us to perish in vain. The citizens atop the lighthouse halted in their tracks, contemplating. Indeed, the Lord of the Lighthouse has never let us down. We should trust in him. At the North Shadow Lighthouse, is that young man truly being foolish? I am ready to strike, yet he remains motionless. Even Liao Yun is perplexed by his actions. Meanwhile, her aide quietly remarked, My lord, I believe he is likely terrified of you. So frightened that he dares not move. Upon hearing this, Liao Yun considered the possibility. If that is the case, I shall simply launch a projectile to take him down and capture him alive. Deputy Mayor, your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. Subsequently, Liao Yun pressed a red button, directing the main cannon towards him. She anticipated that this shot would obliterate He-chun's lighthouse. However, a faint purple aura appeared above the Inlight Lighthouse before vanishing. The projectile detonated upon contact with that aura. Wait, is that an energy shield? Impossible. How can such a mere lighthouse possess an energy shield? Could it be that he truly hails from the realm of Shenyang technology? At that moment, a slight smirk appeared on He-chun's lips. Chapter 31. Quantum shield. As he had stated, if he did not take action, he certainly would not do so now. Could it be that my eyes are deceiving me? The onlookers began to doubt their own vision, having clearly witnessed the Inlight Lighthouse being struck by the projectile, yet it remained unscathed. Inlight system. Quantum shield at 4800 quite impressive. This quantum shield is indeed formidable. It can withstand such a powerful attack. This is akin to having a second life. He-chun then observed the numbers on the screen gradually increasing. Quantum shield. 4802 quantum shield. 4804 quantum shield. 4806. The count escalated by 2 every second. And it would not be long before the quantum shield reached 5000 die in the future. If the number of star cores could be increased, the recovery speed of the shield would be significantly enhanced. While others continued to bombard him from behind, he found himself rejuvenating, untouched and unscathed. A rather absurd situation, my lord. The opponent undoubtedly possesses an energy shield. What should we do? The silver-haired female lighthouse master declared. What else can we do? Keep firing. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate his lighthouse today. The current scene depicted a gigantic lighthouse directing all its artillery at the in-light lighthouse, resulting in a dazzling display of flames. Yet, in reality, the in-light lighthouse remained entirely intact. How is this possible? So exaggerated. In truth, He-chun was quite anxious, watching the energy shield's numbers dwindle. As it approached a mere 1,000, he prepared to flee with the lighthouse. Only for the master of the North Star Lighthouse to cease her assault. Phew, that was a close call. The energy shield was on the verge of being shattered. It's he, the North Star Lighthouse. The aide inquired, my lord, what shall we do now? We have already expended 90% of our ammunition on this lighthouse. If we continue to attack and fail to destroy it, we may find ourselves without munitions. Only to be ambushed by an enemy. He-chun, observing their cessation of fire, decided to broadcast, Hey, what's wrong with your North Star Lighthouse? Is it unable to proceed? Liao Yun was incensed upon hearing this. No way, I must annihilate his lighthouse today. Let him kneel before me and sing of his conquest. The female aide interjected, My lord, you must not. I believe he is likely affiliated with a powerful faction. Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable weaponry? He must have been sent by a great power to drain our ammunition, ultimately achieving his goals. In any case, they could not allow Liao Yun to fire again. Should any danger arise, they would be in dire peril. After Liao Yun composed herself, she coolly remarked, Given your current state, that energy shield must be nearing depletion. Do not feign resilience. I might only need 2 projectiles to bring you down. Surrender quickly. We at the North Star Lighthouse have prisoners to take. Liao Yun spoke earnestly, though her words lacked conviction. Chen Yu, standing beside He-chun, urged, My lord, please do not surrender. I can tell they have certainly expended a considerable amount of ammunition. Those standing on the deck of the in-light lighthouse resolutely vowed not to capitulate. Our lord is so powerful. He even possesses an energy shield. What do we have to fear, brothers? If they dare to board the deck and attack, we shall slay them all. The residents on the deck were brimming with morale, each believing they could tear the North Star Lighthouse apart with their bare hands. However, He-chun remained silent, watching her intently. As everything around them, including the air, fell still, He-chun finally spoke. Have you finished your bombardment, North Star Lighthouse? If you are done, then I shall take my leave. Farewell. He-chun then began to sprint eastward. Initially at a speed exceeding 50 kilometers per hour, then accelerating to 80, and soon reaching 100, 200, and 300 kilometers. Liao Yun stared, bewildered, as He-chun made his escape, questioning, Is he going to fetch reinforcements? The aide beside her shook his head. I doubt it. If he truly had reinforcements, they would have already ambushed us. He seems intent on fleeing, likely because his energy shield has depleted. Upon hearing this, Liao Yun found it quite plausible. Following the aide's reasoning, what should they do now? The aide beside Liao Yun promptly stated, In my opinion, we should pursue him to see what he intends to do. Consequently, the North Star Lighthouse began to chase fervently. If they could just catch up to the in-light lighthouse, even the boiler exploding would seem a worthwhile endeavor. Ultimately, their speed surged to 300 kilometers per hour, and further acceleration proved impossible. Meanwhile, at the in-light lighthouse, all individuals were hastening towards the boiler, utilizing coolant to temper its temperature. Master, the coolant has been completely injected. The boiler will not explode during high-speed travel. Everyone on the lighthouse busied themselves, striving to attain maximum speed. However, under such rapid conditions, one would expect leaves to be blown away. Yet, thanks to the energy shield, the leaves remained firmly attached to the branches. The North Star Lighthouse, on the other hand, had barely managed to cultivate a few weeds, only to find that not a single blade of grass remained. Even the stones on the road had been swept away. In this post-apocalyptic world, the lighthouses primarily focused on industrial and residential development, neglecting the establishment of greenery. After flying for less than 30 minutes, He-chun swiftly decelerated, bringing the lighthouse to a steady halt within 10 seconds. Activate the reverse thrusters in light system. Reverse thrusters activated. Maximum power invoked. The North Star Lighthouse. Aide, why are they now approaching us? The aide shook his head. It matters not. Since they have chosen to come to their doom, I shall facilitate their demise. As the North Star Lighthouse directed all its cannons towards the Ender Lighthouse, and with a distance of merely 1 kilometer remaining, the North Star initiated its assault once more. Chapter 32. Polar Reversal. However, this meager attack was utterly insignificant to He-chun. The range of the shells was far too great to inflict any harm upon him. Yet He-chun was indifferent to their range. Even if their cannon were to be aimed directly at him, he would not be fazed. Master of the tower, in my humble opinion, the Ender Lighthouse must have suffered a boiler explosion. Otherwise, why would it not flee? The first officer, having calmed down, analyzed the situation. Apart from this scenario, there truly seemed to be no other explanation. His analysis mirrored my own. He intended to gradually halt the warship, ultimately leading the troops to the lighthouse for a confrontation. Just then, they witnessed He-chun moving once again, but this time, he was advancing towards them. Were they seeking their demise? The master of the North Star Tower was increasingly perplexed by the Ender Lighthouse. Completely unsure of its trajectory. The Ender Lighthouse. Brothers, arm yourselves, prepare to fire, commanded He-chun. Wang Zhong, Shui Air, Xian Air, you shall pilot the wolf mech and ready yourselves for battle. Chinyu, take control of the laser cannon and prepare to strike. The rest of you, ready the main and auxiliary cannons. He-chun had selected numerous talented individuals to manage the turrets, a decision that would not only hone their practical skills but also gradually enhance the precision of their weaponry against targets. For He-chun believed that human capabilities would always surpass those of machines. Certain maneuvers were beyond the capabilities of computers, yet humans could execute them with remarkable finesse. Understood, Master of the Tower. We shall undoubtedly fulfill your commands. They promptly took their positions, awaiting He-chun's orders. 3, 2, 1, fire. Upon the completion of He-chun's command, a laser surged forth, cleaving the main structure of the North Star Lighthouse in twain. Simultaneously, the main cannon obliterated all propulsion systems atop the lighthouse, leaving it to drift aimlessly in the air due to inertia. The barrage of explosions deafened them, the sheer magnitude of the detonations overwhelming. All present felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Wang Zhong, Shui Air, Xian Air, proceed to dismantle their industrial area. Fear not, Master of the Tower. I, Wang, shall certainly annihilate their industrial base. With that declaration, the trio eagerly piloted their mechs into the air above the lighthouse. And upon locating the industrial zone, golden shells pierced the sky, crashing forcefully into the boilers. With each resounding explosion, mushroom clouds erupted above the North Star Lighthouse. As it was still nighttime, the scene of the explosions at the North Star Lighthouse was nothing short of spectacular. Master of the Tower, this is dire. They have not only destroyed our propulsion systems, but have also rendered our industrial area entirely paralyzed. We will no longer be able to produce shells. At that moment, Liao Yun fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. This insufferable pretty boy dared to employ cunning against her. Liao Yun felt utterly deceived, powerless to alter her fate, as she beheld the lighthouse strewn with corpses. Blood flowing like a river, she observed her main structure, now halved. He-chun, upon witnessing Qian Yu's demeanor, initially presumed she merely sought to eliminate this antagonist represented by the sanitary napkin. However, it soon became evident that the situation was far more complex. He understood that Qian Yu harbored a profound grudge against him. Otherwise, she would not be kneeling before him, pleading in such a subservient manner. Observing her desperate appeal, He-chun's eyes flickered, and he inquired, "Are you truly willing to do anything?" After this playful remark, he helped her rise from the ground. "Xiaoyu, you must remain composed. Our adversary is accompanied by a multitude of beacons. Should we turn to confront them, we would find ourselves in a perilous predicament. Our only option is to vacate this place and seek a more opportune moment to confront Gao Jiesher." He-chun tightened his grip on Xiaoyu's hand. And gradually, Chunyu seemed to grasp the gravity of their situation. I apologize. I was too hasty just now. He-chun gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, she had calmed down, recognizing the multitude of hostile beacons lurking behind them, understanding that they could not afford to continue in such a reckless manner. Moreover, the energy shields of the Ender beacons were still replenishing, making combat even more ill-advised. Previously, He-chun had intended to teach Liao Yun a lesson, and now that his objective was achieved, all that remained was to distance themselves from this location and take some time to recuperate. Meanwhile, atop the North Star beacon, Liao Yun paced back and forth, seething with anger. This beacon had been passed down from her grandfather's generation, and now that it rested in her hands, the battle of the day had nearly rendered it inoperative. Should the Ender beacon decide to launch a full-scale attack, the North Star beacon would undoubtedly be sunk. Everyone aboard the beacon worked through the night to repair the engines. Once the engines are operational, commence the reconstruction of the industrial zone. Within 3 days, I expect to see a fully operational industrial area. In any nation, the significance of an industrial zone cannot be overstated. Our beacon has suddenly lost its industrial capabilities, rendering everything aboard nearly inoperative, especially the weaponry units, which can no longer produce shells or ammunition. Thanks to He-chun's intervention, the entire beacon's crew began to unite with a shared purpose, their loyalty to him soaring to 90%. Standing atop the main tower, He-chun suddenly heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host. You have successfully raised the loyalty level to 90 and received a system reward. All members aboard the beacon have had their talents enhanced, with a high probability of new talents emerging. Wang Zhong's mech piloting level, Tenshin Yu's laser cannon, electromagnetic cannon level, 9 Tang Xiaoshue's mech piloting level, 8 Tang Xiaoxin's mech piloting level, 8 others' overall combat power. 6. This battle had made it abundantly clear to all aboard the beacon just how formidable He-chun was. As one beacon had dared to take on 9 others, such a feat was exhilarating to contemplate. He-chun was now ready for a brief respite as the toll of combat weighed heavily upon him. Ender system, please set your next destination city. After pondering for a moment, He-chun realized he was currently in Songqing. The nearest place of interest was Shudu, and he was determined to visit it. He was aware that Shudu boasted many unique attractions, including the former panda base. If he could acquire a few pandas for the beacon, it would be a delightful prospect. Moreover, his visit could potentially add new citizens, possibly earning him hidden achievement rewards. Having settled on this plan, he reclined in bed and drifted into a deep slumber until the following day. Recently, he had been embroiled in conflicts with beacons and mutated beasts, leaving him little time to rest. When he finally awoke, he found himself hovering above Shudu, with Tianfu Square sprawling beneath him. However, he was met with the stark contrast of a once thriving area now reduced to desolation. The remnants of civilization lay buried beneath weeds and ruins, with only a few rogue predators roaming the region. Ender system, you have safely arrived in Shudu. All members aboard the beacon report no anomalies. According to Wang Zhong's chat records, he has been actively promoting you aboard the beacon. Last night, Chunyu stealthily kissed you while you were sleeping. Chapter 34. The fierce panda He-chun could hardly comprehend how the system managed to observe the daily activities and thoughts of others. This revelation implied that the entire beacon was within the system's purview. Setting aside this matter, he reflected on the 5 hours of sleep he had just enjoyed. It had been remarkably refreshing. Previously, even 10 hours felt insufficient, yet now, 5 hours left him revitalized, a testament to his enhanced physique. Ender Beacon, congratulations, host, for safely arriving in Shudu City. You may now check in. Would you like to do so? A notification appeared on He-chun's screen, presenting him with a choice. He promptly clicked yes and received a reward package, an additional battery pack. Incredible! The beacon now boasted a power reserve of 200 m, 1 m equals 1 million. In the pre-apocalyptic world, the largest electric capacity of a Tesla vehicle was merely 0.1 m. The current maximum battery capacity of a Tesla is 90 degrees, or 0.09 m. This was splendid. The beacon could now travel 3,000 kilometers without issue. And the rate at which the star core charged the beacon reached 100 m per hour, while one electromagnetic cannon consumed 90 degrees. The energy shield drained 40 m per hour, indicating that additional star cores would be necessary in the future. He-chun felt an exhilarating sense of expansion as his beacon grew with time. It was akin to playing Minecraft on his computer. The longer he survived in the game, the more abundant food, gear, weapons, and items became. Of course, what he possessed now in this apocalyptic world was merely a fraction of what he could achieve in Minecraft. He was merely 12 achievements away from completion. However, in this world, he still had a daunting 99.20 achievements to attain for total completion. 10 minutes later, as He-chun wandered through Shudu City, he marveled at the surroundings. The sky remained a brilliant blue, while the ground had succumbed to ruin. It was hard to fathom that this once bustling area had now fallen into such disrepair. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept in from the north, causing He-chun to shiver. December had arrived with an unexpected coldness. He noted that winter in the apocalypse felt entirely different from pre-apocalyptic winters. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxin emerged from a nearby room, standing beside He-chun, clad in a thick down jacket. The light blue coat complemented her flowing hair, which carried a subtle fragrance. She wore pale pink jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. Yet, He-chun's mind was elsewhere, as he sensed impending danger. Xiaoxin, if any threats arise, make sure to pilot the mech immediately and follow Wang Zhong to neutralize the danger. Don't worry, Tower Master Brother. I will protect the beacon. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxua also approached, dressed casually. Standing at the edge of the beacon's deck, they felt the cool breeze. Despite the sun shining overhead, the wind remained biting. Just as He-chun prepared to turn back, he suddenly noticed a dark silhouette looming ahead. Ender system. Alert! A mutated panda is located 3 kilometers ahead. Danger level 9. All beacons are advised to take precautions. Level 9? So formidable? Indeed, you have previously defeated an Azure Python turtle, rated at level 7. Level 7? That was quite powerful, He-chun contemplated. If that creature was rated at level 7, then this panda beast might also prove manageable. Ender system. Should the host successfully eliminate the panda beast, you will acquire the basic beast taming skill. Beast taming? That skill sounds rather impressive. What does it entail? Simply put, it allows you to tame beasts with a danger level below 5, enabling them to heed your commands. He-chun was taken aback by the potential of this skill. If I could lead a pack of beasts into battle, I could advance while they charged ahead, allowing me to follow unscathed. Wouldn't that be a splendid tactic? With this thought, he resolved to confront the panda. Schwer, Exiner, Wang Zhong. You 3, prepare to pilot the mechs and stand by for action. Schwer and Exiner immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost seriousness before He-chun. Yes, after receiving their orders, they swiftly dashed to the mecha storage room, nimbly entering their respective machines. He-chun found herself particularly fond of such obedient individuals. While they often exhibited playful antics and teased her during their leisure, they understood the importance of responsibility when commanded. Unlike certain women who incessantly fussed, becoming a source of annoyance, these two knew precisely when to act, showcasing their intelligence. Once they successfully subdued the panda beast, He-chun resolved to reward them once more for their commendable obedience and understanding of their roles. Should one wish to ingratiate themselves, that is acceptable. However, should they presume their success merely from receiving favors and subsequently slacken in their duties, such behavior would spell their doom. The panda beast drew ever closer to He-chun's lighthouse, and the citizens atop the Ender lighthouse busied themselves in preparation for battle. All weaponry units entered a state of readiness at this juncture. The moment the panda beast approached and engaged its attack mode, He-chun would undoubtedly command them to open fire. I've heard that the panda beast is quite formidable. Who told you that? I once had a friend living in Shudu, but due to various circumstances, I moved to another lighthouse. However, I recall my friend mentioning that the panda beast is exceptionally fierce on land. Rumor has it that it possesses 2 explosive launching devices on its back, and the bamboo it fires detonates upon impact. Although the explosive power may not be overwhelming, the sheer volume is impressive. Furthermore, it boasts remarkable agility. With a single leap, it could land on our lighthouse. Chapter 35. The Great Fool. The entire chat log of these individuals appeared on He-chun's virtual screen, and as she observed their exchanges, a faint smile graced her lips. Yet, a significant issue loomed. She was not afraid of the things they discussed. Rather, she was concerned that their ongoing dialogue might dampen the morale of the entire lighthouse. Many believed that the panda beast's explosive bamboo was trivial, but they were far more apprehensive about the prospect of the creature landing on the lighthouse and tearing apart humanity. That was the true threat to morale. Wang Zhong, mobilize your brothers immediately. Bring as many as you can to the skies and await orders. Yes, my lord. Moments later, nearly 100 mechas soared out of the storage bay. In front of this impressive array, 3 fifth-generation Wolf mechas led, while the rest were 4th-generation Fangya mechas. Previously, they had been 3rd generation, but He-chun had invested a portion of her wealth to upgrade them. Although it pained her to part with 50 tons of gold, it was a necessary sacrifice to ensure the safety of the mecha pilots. This investment would mitigate damage during combat and better protect the lighthouse, making the expenditure of additional resources worthwhile. Soon after, clad in her fitted battle armor, He-chun piloted a Fangya mecha, soaring into the sky. The system was indeed user-friendly. Her mecha was a vibrant teal, a color she adored, while Wang Zhong's was a striking charcoal black. Exuding authority, Tang Xiaoxue and Tang Xiaoxin's mechas were adorned in charming pink, radiating both cuteness and fierceness. Any otaku witnessing this spectacle would undoubtedly become devoted fans of Tang Xiaoxin and Tang Xiaoxue. Of course, He-chen herself was already a fervent admirer, albeit one who kept her sentiments unspoken. Brothers, look to the sky. Many citizens atop the lighthouse gazed upward, witnessing their lord and the formidable Wang Zhong hovering above. So many mechas. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows, 10 rows. Behind He-chen, a formation of 10 mechas lined up, totaling 10 rows. Such a grand mecha matrix could only be assembled by the Ender Lighthouse. With their presence, it seemed that victory was within reach once more. The morale of the citizens atop the lighthouse steadily climbed, slowly dispelling the notion that they were as vulnerable as previously claimed. Instead, they appeared to be a formidable force. All artillery units on the lighthouse followed Chun Yu's commands. Any foreign invaders approaching the lighthouse were to be eliminated. The responses from the lighthouse's inhabitants were uniform. Yes, the battle horn was about to sound, and every soldier felt the tension building within them. Danger loomed ever closer, and adrenaline surged to saturation levels, causing the veins in their hands to bulge. The panda beast had sensed their presence and was racing toward them. Some beasts, though they did not hover like the lighthouse, were still incredibly ferocious on the ground. Had the azure python turtle engaged He-chun in close combat without geographical constraints, the Ender Lighthouse would surely have fallen. As of now, the panda beast faced no such limitations, and the outcome remained uncertain. The target approaches. Artillery Unit A, open fire. At once, a portion of the lighthouse's firepower targeted the panda beast, and Chen Yu switched the ultimate weapon to laser beam mode. A brilliant white beam sliced through the tranquil air, aimed directly at the panda's head. The 10-story tall panda remained unfazed, casually uprooting a nearby building and hurling it toward the Ender Lighthouse. The lighthouse boasted an energy shield, causing the airborne building to bounce off as if it were a ping-pong ball on jelly. Ultimately, it crashed against the panda's forehead, leaving a minor gash. What a futile strike, of course. He-chun was not mocking the panda. It was simply a rather humorous moment. The panda's fury surged to its peak, abandoning its weapons and leaping into the air. Fists clenched like a gorilla and smashed down toward the Ender Lighthouse. Energy shield, 5,000 with a single punch. Energy shield, 4,000. Good heavens, that panda beast. He-chun initially believed the panda's punch would deal a maximum of 300 or 400 points of damage, but to her astonishment, it possessed a staggering 1,000 points of combat power. Mecha units, fire. He-chun commanded all mechas to disperse in the air and target the panda for an assault. However, their sustained flight would last only 10 minutes. After that, some mechas would stand atop the rubble, while others attacked from the ground. The panda realized that something was protecting the Ender Lighthouse and unleashed 4 consecutive punches, yet to no avail. Instead, it found itself on the receiving end of significant damage. At that moment, a cluster of lighthouses appeared in the distance. Ender System. Nansha Lighthouse is lurking nearby. Damn it. Not only do we encounter a ferocious beast today, but also the Nansha Lighthouse. The Nansha Lighthouse belonged to the Dongyue Group's subsidiary forces, and should they choose to intervene, it would spell trouble. At the Nansha Lighthouse. This fellow was quite swift last night. But now fate has brought us together. Today, I shall showcase the might of the Nansha Lighthouse. However, be cautious not to strike the panda. Whoever does so will incur its wrath. Exercise extreme caution. All right, boiler unit. Crank up the speed to maximum. I intend to seize the Ender Lighthouse today. With Gao Jesher's command, all personnel at the lighthouse sprang into action, hastening to position their lighthouse alongside the Ender lighthouse. As they approached within a kilometer, He-chun smirked. "I thought you were clever, Gao Jesher, but it seems you are nothing more than a foolish cur. All mecha units, switch weapons to delayed explosives," at He-chun's command. The mecha communication channels echoed in unison. Yes. Currently, the Panda Beast was primarily targeting the Ender lighthouse and the mecha units assaulting it. The mechas unleashed delayed explosives at the Panda's back, but the creature's thick fur rendered it oblivious to the attack. The Ender lighthouse prepared itself, declaring, "Today shall be your day of reckoning. Remain still, and perhaps you will be left with intact remains." He-chun chuckled coldly. "A fool is indeed a fool. Today, we shall make your lighthouse bleed profusely." Chapter 36. The Battle Mecha Production Facility. As the artillery from the Nansha Lighthouse rained down upon the Ender Lighthouse, He-chun pressed the delayed detonation switch, triggering the explosions on the Panda's body. In that instant, the Panda Beast paused momentarily. Wang Zhong and the others felt their adrenaline surge to unprecedented heights. This battle was more exhilarating than any they had previously faced. Dangerous yet thrilling, it was an experience that left them yearning for more. At that moment, the Panda, initially not particularly enraged, felt every hair on its body stand on end. "Roar!" The enraged Panda abruptly turned, charging directly towards the Nansha Lighthouse. Previously, when He-chun had bombarded it, the creature had suffered minimal harm, merely enduring a few inconsequential attacks. Even the laser seemed to cause it no discomfort. However, the recent large-scale explosions had provoked its ire. Ender system detected that the Panda Beast is likely going berserk. Danger level reached 12. Observing the virtual system flashing incessantly with red signals, repeatedly indicating the 12th level of danger. He-chun chuckled softly. Mission accomplished, time to depart. Initially, He-chun had intended to subdue the mighty Panda, but unexpectedly, a wild card had emerged midway. He had no desire to take such a risk when the energy shield only had 1324 energy points remaining. All members of the mech team, regroup. At this moment, Wang Zhong rushed into the channel. "Lord Tower Master, I haven't even had my fill of combat yet. Why are we leaving? What, do you wish to stay behind and fight alone? I wouldn't object, but if you fail to slay this Panda, don't come looking for me." Even Wang Zhong, usually oblivious, realized it was time to return. Though he still felt unfulfilled, he knew he must heed He-chun's orders. Otherwise, he would be rendered powerless. Once He-chun activated the mech permissions, he would be left in a dire predicament. Wang Zhong acknowledged. "I will return with the team immediately." He-chun, accompanied by Tang Xiaoxue and Tang Xiaoxin, made his way back to the lighthouse. Compared to Wang Zhong, the two were rather peculiar, knowing precisely what to say and what to withhold. The lighthouse entered a state of level 1 combat readiness. And until that status was achieved, no one was permitted to relax. The soldiers stationed at the lighthouse uniformly responded. Yes, finally, He-chun arrived at the command center. "Chenyu, remain vigilant for any unusual activity around the lighthouse, and inform me immediately if anything appears amiss." Chenyu nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Lord Tower Master. I will remain fully attentive." At this moment, He-chun activated the virtual screen and clicked the speed button, which promptly displayed a progress bar. Currently, the lighthouse was traveling at 200 kilometers per hour, with the bottom of the progress bar indicating a maximum speed of 480 kilometers per hour. He-chun adjusted the speed to 450 kilometers per hour. Departing at full throttle, next, he prepared to head towards Xiamen, as he had already completed the check-in at Sudu. The next location was Xiamen. Conveniently located in Fujian province, it was an opportune moment. After an hour, He-chun ordered the entire lighthouse to enter level 3 combat readiness. At this point, they were still over 2,000 kilometers from Xiamen, and He-chun leisurely rested in the lighthouse, sipping coffee and watching pre-catastrophe films on the virtual system. Unbeknownst to him, 4 hours passed. "Ding, the Ender Lighthouse has safely arrived at Xiamen City. Would you like to check in?" "Check in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward, fighter jet production factory." A fighter jet production factory? He-chun scrutinized the detailed introduction displayed on the screen. This factory would automatically produce fighter jets once iron, steel, silver, and gold were fed into it. The factory was classified as level 2. Capable of producing second-generation fighter jets. In the entire post-apocalyptic world, 80% of lighthouses lacked fighter jets, and among the remaining 20%, 80% had only first-generation models. Truly, lighthouses capable of producing second-generation fighter jets were exceedingly rare. However, within the realm of the Shenyang technology nation, it was likely that most possessed second-generation fighter jets. Would you like to establish the factory? Yes, establish the factory. After all, it was a free acquisition. One should not turn down such an offer. Almost immediately, a plume of smoke began to rise from a section of the lighthouse, observed by some citizens. Look, there seems to be a cloud of smoke on the lighthouse deck. What could it be? I am not sure. Could it be an enemy deploying smoke bombs on our lighthouse? One person shook his head. On our lighthouse, not even a bullet could penetrate. How could there be smoke bombs? After a heated discussion lasting 10 minutes, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a structure measuring 200 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 20 meters in height. What the heck? How did such a massive building appear after the smoke cleared? Those present shook their heads in disbelief. Really? There should have been a structure here just now, right? The crowd began to doubt their own eyes, as if experiencing a surreal moment akin to humanity before the catastrophe. Recalling a scene from the 1983 version of Journey to the West involving decapitation and organ extraction, only to find that such footage was now inexplicably absent, as if it had never existed. After a round of discussions, one person suddenly shouted, "Look, the sea!" Gazing into the distance revealed a horizon, and as they approached, the sun gradually cast its golden light upon the lighthouse deck. The silvery black deck shimmered under the sunlight. While the sea breeze wafted gently. Oh, right, the tower master has moved the lighthouse to the seaside, hasn't he? I suspect the tower master may be preparing for survival at sea. Survival at sea? There are ferocious beasts lurking in the ocean, far more savage than those on land. You all know that the star core has polluted the ocean significantly. Many fish have been affected by the radiation from the star core, leading to mutations. At this moment, Chinyu turned to He-chan and asked, "Lord Tower Master, the sea is perilous. Do we truly have to go?" He-chan smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I merely intend to extract some seawater. I can produce a substantial amount of edible salt from it, which will not only supply the lighthouse but can also be sold." Upon hearing that they would simply be extracting seawater, Chunyu felt relieved. However, when she heard He-chan mention producing salt, an inexplicable excitement surged within her. Producing salt was indeed highly profitable. For a normal person, aside from food and water, salt is of utmost importance. Prolonged absence of salt can lead to lethargy, and in severe cases, mental disorders. Chapter 37. Punk market. In this post-apocalyptic world, salt is undeniably an essential commodity. He-chan maneuvered the lighthouse towards the seaside, deploying a carbon fiber tube as seawater began to surge into the salt production factory. Within the factory, the seawater underwent processing to become pure water, while the crystallized components were separated. These crystals would then be transformed into highly pure edible salt. While extracting water, He-chan also deployed a drone, as he needed to remain vigilant of his surroundings. After all, any lurking dangers could ambush him, and he would have little time to escape. In navigating the apocalypse, one must always be cautious. Otherwise, one might not even comprehend how they met their demise in this desolate world. As the drone's camera panned, it spotted a large market area not far away. Outside the market, a long and grand banner unfurled. "Welcome to the Punk Market, where friends from afar gather in joy." Punk Market. It seems we truly arrived at the right place. Let us head to the Punk Market. En route to the Punk Market, they observed numerous lighthouses converging from all directions, surrounded by green signal lights indicating their non-hostile intentions for entering the market. At this moment, He-chan also activated the green signal light on his lighthouse. Proceeding slowly towards the entrance. As they advanced, He-chan noted the presence of several other lighthouses, including the Qingmu Lighthouse of the Chen family, the Black Dragon Lighthouse, and the Qianhe Lighthouse. Ultimately, he recognized the lighthouses that had brushed past earlier, the Nansha Lighthouse of the Dongyue Group and the Beijing Lighthouse. They gradually approached the Punk Market. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Goodness, this is actually a large island. As He-chan gazed down from the lighthouse, he discovered that although this island was not as vast as those of island nations, it was merely 1/10 their size. Yet, it was bustling with vendors selling goods on this island. There were substantial cranes, numerous large factories, and towering walls. Incredible! These people have effectively enclosed themselves within this ocean. This strategy is rather ingenious. They need not worry about any intruders disrupting their peace. He Chun now believed that the people of the Huaxia nation were remarkably clever and resourceful. Rather than attempting to relocate the entire city, they had chosen to draw boundaries, allowing everyone to thrive within these confines and grow stronger together. This city undoubtedly harbored a significant quantity of star cores, enabling them to allocate resources without the need for redistribution to propulsion devices, allowing for more diverse applications. Moreover, the walls of the lighthouse boasted tracks affixed to them, with 30 artillery pieces positioned along a single track, totaling 300 artillery pieces. Moreover, atop this formidable city wall, a multitude of mechanized sentinels stand vigil, ready to unleash their wrath upon any audacious soul who dares to invade Shaman City. Thus, those who engage in trade at the lighthouse on this island need not concern themselves with safety. They can descend to conduct their transactions with ease. As He Chun prepared to dock the lighthouse at the mooring area, he observed several lighthouses belonging to the Dongyue group. These lighthouses were impressively grand, arguably among the most colossal present. Surrounding their lighthouse were 7 level 5 lighthouses, 20 level 4 lighthouses, and over 100 level 2 lighthouses. In contrast, He Chin's lighthouse had already achieved level 7. Yet he found himself without a single subordinate lighthouse, unlike these individuals who adorned their lighthouses with ostentation. Upon securing the lighthouse, He Chun opened the hatch and beckoned Chinyu to join him. "Chinyu, let us go take a look together." As they descended, they were met with a cacophony of voices, a scene bustling with life. Chinyu, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Master of the tower, shall we bring Xiao Shui and Xiao Exine down with us?" He Chun shook his head. "No, those two young ladies are exceedingly beautiful. Bringing them down would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He Chun was merely here to trade and wished to avoid any complications." Indeed, they had both blossomed into young ladies. Leaving them atop the lighthouse was, in fact, the safest option for them. As He Chun wandered through the marketplace, he encountered an array of everyday necessities. However, he found no need for such items, as he could procure them from his own shop, often of superior quality. What he required now was an abundance of people. Once his lighthouse's fighter jet production facility was established, a considerable workforce would be necessary to operate the aircraft. Not far into his exploration, He Chun noticed a tent bustling with activity, inside which stood a crowd. Among them was someone he knew well, Liao Yun, clad in white thigh-high socks and adorned with flowing silver hair that draped gracefully over her slender waist. She exuded an allure reminiscent of the elegant women from the pre-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, a man brought forth a young boy. According to our elders, the master of the Beijing lighthouse should pass his title to a male heir. "Let your brother take the mantle." Liao Yun slammed her palm on the table. "My brother is only 8 years old. How can he possibly understand the responsibilities of a tower master? I see you all wish to manipulate him for your own gain, intending to usurp the Beijing lighthouse and leave me and my brother to perish in this apocalypse. Gaoshu, let me be clear. This lighthouse was entrusted to me by my father. I will not allow you to meddle." At that moment, a man in his 40s stepped forward, leering at Liao Yun. "Liao Yun, how could a girl like you possibly manage the Beijing lighthouse? Rest assured, with our support, your brother will thrive, and the lighthouse will grow stronger. We are all family here." "Family? I do not know what you speak of. I am not related to you, nor do I wish to engage in such familial deceit," Liao Yun retorted fiercely, determined not to let these unscrupulous individuals take control of the Beijing lighthouse. "But you must marry eventually, and once you do, the lighthouse will fall into the hands of outsiders." Liao Yun responded coldly, "I will not marry. I will only seek a son-in-law." The surrounding men eagerly raised their hands in self-nomination, though none were to Liao Yun's liking. The masters of the smaller lighthouses were eager to offer themselves to the Beijing lighthouse, as it would grant them a place in a larger, more prestigious setting. As Liao Yun scanned the crowd, her gaze fell upon He Chin. "He will do," pointing at He Chun. All eyes turned to him. He Chun had descended from the lighthouse wearing a mask, the only ones familiar with his identity being Liao Yun and Chinyu. "You all claimed I could not defeat this small lighthouse. Now that he is here, if any of you dare to challenge him and win, I shall heed your words. If you lose, I shall take matters into my own hands." With her declaration, the crowd fixed their attention on He Chun, who felt as if he were under a spotlight. Whispers filled the air. Could he be the master of the Shadow Lighthouse? Just him? At this moment, Qinyu grasped He Qin's arm. "What is it?" she asked, pointing to a figure in the crowd. "Master of the tower." "That man is Gao Jieshi." He Qin turned to observe the man, who wore a sinister and somewhat lecherous expression. "This man looks like he should be mired in the lower ranks. Why does he appear to be a significant antagonist?" He noted that in many novels, such shifty-eyed characters often played the role of minor villains, while the true antagonists were typically arrogant and dismissive. The crowd parted, creating a path for He Qin, leading to Liao Yuan at the far end. He Qin, how confident are you in defeating Gao Jieshi? He Qin rolled his eyes. Does she intend to use me as bait for a fight? I have a fair chance, perhaps around 10%, since Gao Jieshi's lighthouse moves slower than mine, and his cannons lack the firepower of my artillery. However, if the other lighthouses join in, I would not hesitate to flee. As the onlookers began to bring in small stools, the anticipation built, a showdown between the small and large lighthouses. Let us see who prevails. Isn't it obvious? The Nanshao lighthouse has triumphed in countless battles. A mere small lighthouse can easily be extinguished with a stomp. The audience, reveling in the spectacle, paid no mind to the potential consequences, eagerly awaiting the drama to unfold. He Qin smirked. Do you dare to challenge me? Gao Jieshi, incensed by the provocation, charged forward. Come on, do you think I fear you? As Gao Jieshi stepped into the trap set by He Qin, a smile crept onto He Qin's face. However, a small figure, a dwarf, quickly tugged at Gao Jieshi's sleeve. Master Gao, I don't think you should engage him. Why? Do you think this small lighthouse poses a threat? Gao Jieshi scoffed. No. If you fight him, others will accuse you of bullying the weak. If you lose, the embarrassment will be yours alone. Upon hearing this, Gao Jieshi gradually calmed down. You make a valid point. I, Gao Jieshi, will not bully the smaller lighthouses, however. While I won't confront you here, once you step outside, the situation will be different. Remember what you did to me in Shudu. I won't settle the score here, but outside, you'll learn what true power is. He Qin felt the urge to slap him for his arrogance. Power? More like a cheesy pastry. He chose to ignore them for now. While they wouldn't engage in the marketplace, he wasn't sure what would happen once they stepped outside. After they moved away, Qinyu whispered, Master of the tower, you must find a way to eliminate Gao Jieshi. If you do, I will do anything you desire. Whatever it is, I will be yours. He Qin paid no heed to Qinyu's words and continued walking in another direction, intent on finding the items he wished to purchase. Just as the focus of the crowd was about to disperse, a woman drove up beside He Qin. He Qin, why not come play in my car? I have some exquisite red wine here. Upon hearing Liao Yun's invitation, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. What a stunning beauty, the tower master, inviting He Qin, the little tower master, to her vehicle for drinks? Moreover, this was a private invitation. Goodness, it felt as if I had just taken a huge gulp of lemon juice. Now, everyone was staring at He Qin, many of whom were secretly yearning for such an opportunity. They even began to fantasize about being the ones invited to drink in her car. After sharing a drink, the two might engage in some indescribable activities, ultimately driving to the seaside to watch the sunset. What a splendid day that would be! Yet, in the next moment, He Qin's response left everyone present utterly flabbergasted. I won't go. I'm busy right now, goodbye. After He Qin uttered these words, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Some felt an overwhelming urge to press He Qin's face to the ground and rub it back and forth. Chapter 39. The Reversal of Fortune, another one who dares to show off. Oblivious to the lightning that may strike. You've already angered Tower Master Liao today. You won't survive in this apocalypse, damn it. If you don't want to get in the car, I'll go instead. As someone swaggered toward the car, Liao Yun shot a cold glare that sent him retreating 3 kilometers away, leaving him devoid of the courage to ever gaze into the eyes of a beautiful woman again. Amidst the commotion, Liao Yun lowered her tone once more. He Qin, get in the car. I need to discuss something with you. He Qin remained indifferent, replying, if you're hoping to persuade me to get in your car for drinks, forget it. Liao Yun looked at him with pleading eyes. Really, I have something very important to discuss with you. At that moment, He Qin decided not to dismiss her outright and turned to Qinyu, saying, this is my personal handgun. I'm placing it in your hands now. It has great power and is easy to use. If you encounter danger, just fire it. Chen Yu gratefully accepted the gun from He Chen. Thank you, Tower Master. He Chen intended to let Chen Yu select some quality slaves at the slave market. While he conversed with Liao Yun.as, he prepared to enter Liao Yun's car. Chen Yu sensed the overwhelming possessiveness in the woman's eyes. It seemed that once He Chen got into her car, he would be whisked away by her. Tower Master, you must be cautious of this woman. He Chen nodded. Don't worry. I'm not interested in her. She's not even 1/10 as attractive as you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt a warm glow in her heart, interpreting it as a sign that Tower Master had feelings for her. However, the woman in the car wore a sour expression, as if she had just consumed something excessively rich and greasy, her face perfectly conveying her disdain. Once inside the car, Liao Yun drove He Chen to a high-end restaurant. About 2 minutes after leaving Chen Yu, He Chen felt an emptiness as if he had lost something. Upon arriving at the restaurant, He Chen exited the vehicle and was taken aback by the opulence of this establishment. The restaurant was adorned with neon lights, and the materials used in its construction were exceedingly luxurious, no less impressive than some 4-star restaurants from before the catastrophe. As they settled into their seats, the crowd cast envious glances their way. If one were to use an appropriate descriptor for the pair, it would be a match made in heaven. Liao Yun twirled her silver hair, her gaze flickering between He Chen and the table, only to shy away whenever she attempted to meet his eyes. At this point, He Chen spoke directly. If you have something to say, just say it. Liao Yun chuckled softly. He Chen, would you like to be my reverse husband? He Chen immediately began to rise. All right, I'm just joking. I came to discuss something important. Specifically, I want to buy the price for the energy shield on your lighthouse. Name your price. He Chen shook his head. That technology is confidential to our organization. I won't sell it to other factions. Although He Chen's words were lies, it didn't matter. He was merely trying to deceive them. It was essential for them to know that he was backed by a formidable force. He wanted them to regard him with caution, to understand that the Ender Lighthouse was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Liao Yun was nearly driven to the brink of tearing her hair out. It's so frustrating. Can't you sell it to me? He Chen shook his head. Previously, when I was battling you, they knew I had lost. Now, they are attempting to support my brother in becoming the Tower Master. It's entirely a bid to usurp our Liao family's sovereignty. He Chen scrutinized Liao Yun and inquired, if they intend to seize your family's authority, what leverage do they have over your brother? Liao Yun sighed in resignation. They're exploiting his childish greed for snacks. They provide him with plenty of treats, making him obedient to their commands. Once they force me out, they will successfully rise to power. He Chen glanced around. Where is your brother? Liao Yun directed her gaze toward the beach. There. Liao Yun looked at her disappointing brother, sometimes wishing he would simply disappear from this world so that none of this would happen. He Chen smiled wickedly. So, as long as you offer him tasty treats, he'll be obedient, right? That high-ranking official was using snacks to manipulate Liao Fan, ultimately bringing him under his control. However, when Liao Yun attempted to reclaim her brother, she would be thwarted and unable to retrieve him. Understanding the situation, He Chen rose from his seat and walked toward Liao Fan. At this moment, Liao Fan was surrounded by 5 burly bodyguards. As He Chen approached, the bodyguards turned to face him. What do you want? Please leave immediately. Unperturbed, He Chen retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed a few to them. Gentlemen, I'm a friend of this little one. I just wanted to bring him some snacks. Liao Yun and I are good friends. The bodyguards cleared their throats. Then hurry up. Subsequently, He Chen approached Liao Fan. Little brother, I'm a friend of your sister. Here to bring you some treats. Upon hearing about the snacks, Liao Fan immediately abandoned his play with mud and turned his attention to He Chen. Snacks, I want snacks. He Chen withheld the treats for a moment and asked, Little one, may I ask why you enjoy spending time with Gao Jesher and his group? Liao Fan gazed at the snack packaging in He Chen's hands, replying, because they give me lots of snacks. They're delicious. There's beef jerky and potato chips and hamburgers. He Chen held up a spicy strip, saying, beef jerky and potato chips can't compare to this. Try it. He Chen then handed Liao Fan a large bag of spicy strips. As Liao Fan tore open the packaging, the fragrant, spicy aroma wafted out. Wow, it smells amazing, brother. Since you gave me such delicious food, do you have any conditions? He Chen nodded. Little one, I didn't expect you to be so clever, but I don't have any conditions. Since I'm your sister's friend, you're my good little brother. Enjoy. Chapter 40. Do you deserve it? As Liao Fan pulled out a spicy strip and savored it, he expressed sheer delight. Wow, this spicy strip is far better than those lamb skewers. It must be packed with spices. The numbing spiciness feels incredible. He-chan chuckled. Can you guess what spices are in it? Guess correctly, and there will be a reward. Liao Fan continued munching on the spicy strips, then began to analyze. I guess this spicy strip contains chili, millet peppers, green Sichuan pepper, some five-spice, star anise, scallions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, and sesame oil. He-chan was astounded. Though Liao Fan was small, he had considerable knowledge. Correct. As a reward, you can enjoy more spicy strips tomorrow. By the way, I have some other snacks for you as well. After saying this, He-chan pulled out a bag of potato chips and several lollipops from his pocket. The bandits nearby, puffing on their cigarettes, began to salivate. Not to mention, this smells really good. Liao Fan held a bag of spicy strips in one hand and a bag of potato chips in the other. After finishing them, he would wash it down with a soda. Could anything be tastier than lamb skewers? As Liao Fan relished his meal, He-chan turned to him and said, Brother, whenever you wish to indulge in these delicacies again, feel free to come to me. I have an abundance of snacks here. Just let me know whenever you crave them. Liao Fan beamed with joy, exclaiming, Yes, yes, I love my big brother the most. He-chan was already contemplating how to effectively wield this newfound influence. From this moment on, Liao Fan would undoubtedly be under his sway. However, this was a long-term strategy, and patience was required to await the opportune moment. The Ender system detected that Chun Yu was currently in distress. Located 110 meters northwest of your position. Trouble has arisen. After bidding farewell to Liao Fan, He-chan promptly made his way toward Chun Yu's direction. Meanwhile, Chun Yu found herself encircled by 7 or 8 individuals clad in black attire. Among them, one figure stood out unmistakably, Gao Jiesher. With a mocking grin, Gao Jiesher addressed Chun Yu. Oh, Chun Yu? Such an old acquaintance, by the way. Where is your husband, Su Feng? I wonder where this so-called eunuch has scuttled off to. Gao Jiesher had previously been humiliated by He-chan, who had labeled him a eunuch and, more insultingly, a sanitary napkin. At that moment, Chun Yu clenched her fists, silent and seething with rage as she glared at him. Just then, He-chan arrived at the scene, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Su Feng's manhood had been brutally shattered by Gao Jiesher, and his wife had met a tragic end at their hands. It dawned on him that Chun Yu must have borne children with another man, hence the 2 children bore the surname Tang. Realization struck He-chan like a lightning bolt. Could it be that Chun Yu had never been pregnant? Of course, this information was gleaned from the data available in his system. His prior encounter with Chun Mo had already set the wheels of contemplation in motion. Now, everything fell into place. It was all the handiwork of Gao Jiesher. He-chan stepped forward, witnessing Chun Yu's plight, and without hesitation, removed his white gloves, hurling them at Gao Jiesher's face. He was oblivious to the identity of the instigator. Who the hell threw that glove? He-chan advanced. You don't recognize me anymore? At that moment, the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. This man had openly challenged Gao Jiesher in front of everyone. None present possessed the audacity to act in such a manner. Only He-chan dared to do so. This kid is going to have a rough time for sure. To provoke Gao Jiesher is to oppose the Dongyue group. Before Gao Jiesher could finish his retort, He-chan had already turned on his heel and made his way to the mech battle arena. If you're not satisfied, come and have a fight. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Goodness, this is the biggest scoop I've had all year, one exclaimed. Brother, don't say another word. What transpired today will likely shock my mother for an entire year. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, eager to witness the impending showdown. Gao Jiesher had no choice but to accept the challenge. To ignore the glove incident would undermine his standing. Yet, if he accepted, the outcome was all but certain. He could only hope to emerge victorious. Upon reaching the mech battle arena, the audience had gathered in droves, not only comprised of casual spectators, but also high-ranking officials from Shaman Island overseeing the duel. After all, Gao Jiesher was somewhat of a notable figure in the entirety of Huaxia. Master of the Ender Lighthouse, if you wish to challenge me, you must be prepared for the consequences, Gao Jiesher declared. He-chan regarded him with indifference. Spare me the theatrics, just get to the point. With a cold smirk, Gao Jiesher retorted, Once I defeat you, I shall take Chen Yu with me. He Chun met his gaze with icy resolve. Very well, should you win, she will belong to you. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu trembled, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sorrow. Chun Imo, witnessing this exchange, furiously interjected. How dare you use my daughter as a wager? In the next breath, He Chen continued, of course, if I win, what do you intend to wager against me? Your younger brother? That would be of no use to me. I would rather see you holding the short end of the stick. He paused. If you lose, simply hand over your lighthouse to me. After all, each individual holds varying value within a lighthouse. Although she serves as merely a cannon fodder here, she is worth an entire level 7 lighthouse. It's akin to key duplication, $1 for 1 key, $5 for 3 keys. Tell me, can you match that? Gao Jesher, bewildered, replied. I can't match that. The crowd erupted in laughter, their amusement palpable. As He Chen's words hung in the air, Chen Yu found herself laughing through her tears. She realized how significant her value was in He Chen's eyes. She was worth an entire level 7 lighthouse. He Chen let out a cold chuckle. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Gao Jesher tossed his hat to the ground. Afraid? There is nothing Gao Jesher, fear. Chapter 41. The time for the hunt. The audience murmured their disdain, calling him a fool, which gnawed at his pride. Once you leave, I will make you pay. The humiliation from He Chen's public insult had stripped him of all dignity. If he didn't reclaim some semblance of respect today, he would undoubtedly be deemed a failure as a tower master. He was determined to rectify this in the arena, leaving behind a harsh declaration as his mech was summoned. 2 massive trucks arrived, carrying a gargantuan mech towering at least 5 or 6 meters high, its physique resembling an enlarged muscle-bound figure, imposing and robust. Although Gao Jesher's intellect may have been somewhat lacking, he was reputed to be exceptionally skilled in mech piloting. With undeniable authority in battles between lighthouses, if unleashed on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Curiosity piqued, He Chun was eager to witness how events would unfold, as the Ender Lighthouse was a rising contender. Moreover, the mech he piloted was a 5th-generation flagship mech, having decimated countless yellow-tagged mech pilots in the past. As they entered the mech battle arena, the audience erupted in cheers. The referee took his position at the center of the arena, which spanned a diameter of 300 meters, constructed from robust steel. Typically, the external spectators remained unharmed unless the combatants wielded 6th-generation mechs. Just as He Chun was about to step into the arena, Chen Yu suddenly grasped his arm. Master, Gao Jesher is brawny yet simple-minded. If you're going to face him, Wang Zhong should suffice. He Chun shook his head, firmly placing his hands on her shoulders. I am entering this battle, not solely for you. With that, he strode into the combat zone. Just as Wang Zhong arrived, transporting He Chen's mech from the lighthouse, in a genuine confrontation, He Chen's piloting skills paled in comparison to Wang Zhong's exceptional talent. However, despite his modest endowment, He Chun possessed an extraordinary system. The capabilities of the system were beyond measure, providing him with an abundance of mech piloting skill books, enough to fill his mind with 50 volumes. While the referee blew the whistle, both combatants charged toward each other. Pay attention. During the duel, do not engage with excessive force, nor utilize lethal weapons. Ensure to hold back. They nodded in agreement before resuming their charge. Wang Zhong, observing from below, felt a wave of dread wash over him. This is it. Gao Jesher's mech is the Demon King, which once effortlessly bisected a 5th-generation mech right before my eyes. Today, he intends to employ the same tactic. I wonder if Master He Chen. As He Chun watched the Demon King mech charge toward him, he noted the blade in Gao Jesher's grasp and anticipated the attempt to cleave him in two. You think it will be that easy to take me down? As they were about to converge, He Chen's body naturally leaned backward. The speed was neither too fast nor too slow, just as Gao Jesher's blade was about to make contact with the abdomen of the wolf mecha. He Chun had already undergone a transformation. When He Chun fell to the ground, Gao Jesher raised his weapon, poised to deliver a fatal strike, but He Chun swiftly evaded with a turn. Gao Jesher continued with another downward stroke, only for the wolf mecha's thrusters to suddenly ignite, resulting in yet another miss. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't kill you today. At that moment, the onlookers felt a wave of anxiety for He Chun. Each of Gao Jesher's strikes was lethal. Had they been in this battle, their bodies would have been cleaved in two long ago. Impressive, truly, He is the ace mecha pilot of the Dongyue group. However, despite his prowess, he was still unfit to become the Tower Master. While the spectators reveled in the spectacle, Wang Zhong was intently observing the technique. He had always thought himself exceptional atop the Ender Lighthouse. But witnessing He Chun in action today made him realize his own limited perspective. Tio think that a true ace mecha pilot was right beside me. The combat maneuvers of the wolf mecha flowed like water. As if the techniques had been ingrained in its very bones, learned from birth. In contrast, Gao Jieshi, despite his strength in battle, exhibited a series of violent aesthetics in each of his movements. Yet, when compared to He Chun's graceful counterattacks and tranquil strategies, the beauty of his actions was simply sublime. Their battle resembled an artistic performance. I, Lao He, have truly opened my eyes. I never anticipated this seemingly unassuming Tower Master would possess such formidable skills. At the same time, Chinamo, the master of the Aoki Lighthouse, was equally astounded. Previously, he had thought He Chun would sacrifice his daughter, but now he realized this young man simply enjoyed the thrill. Not only was the master of the Aoki Lighthouse amazed, but Liao Yun, too, was left speechless, her excitement barely contained. I can't believe He Chun is actually an ace mecha pilot. Beside her, Liao Fan raised his spicy snack and cheered. Big brother He, go for it. Liao Yun looked on in bewilderment. Wasn't Liao Fan on Gao Jieshi's side? Why was he suddenly supporting He Chun? Just as the Demon King mecha raised its massive sword, He Chun's mecha unleashed a laser from its palm. The Demon King's right arm, after He Chun finished speaking, he turned and departed from the battlefield. Wang Zhong dragged the mecha back, while He Chun prepared to inspect the 10,000 slaves. Chen Yu hurriedly followed behind He Chun. Lord Tower Master, given Gao Jieshi's willingness to so readily hand over the slaves to you, I suspect these slaves may be disguised. He Chun, walking ahead, turned to Chen Yu and said, Do you think I would trust Gao Jieshi? Chapter 43. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood at this moment, He Chun turned around and left the area, heading towards his own destination, leaving Chen Yu in a state of bewilderment. Given He Chun's intelligence, he certainly wouldn't allow these traitors to infiltrate his ranks. But what could he possibly be scheming now? As He Chun walked ahead, he turned back, appearing to be deep in thought, and remarked, Chen Yu, let us go. There's a splendid show awaiting you. Chen Yu observed He Chun's confident demeanor, unsure of what he was truly planning. Just as they were about to reach the base of the lighthouse, He Chun turned to Chen Yu and asked, You're not the biological mother of Xiao Shui and Xiao Xian, are you? Chen Yu, following He Chun, suddenly stopped in her tracks. After a moment of hesitation, it seemed as though a bolt of lightning had struck her heart, revealing a long-guarded secret. After pausing, she felt that this matter could no longer remain concealed, and replied, Yes, that is correct. Tang Xiaoxin and Tang Xiaoxue are not my biological children, and my husband is not Su Feng. Moreover, the true father of Tang Xiaoxue and Tang Xiaoxin is not Su Feng. They are the children of Su Feng's ex-wife. At that time, I was taken in by Su Feng's ex-wife, who had just given birth to 2 children. After this explanation, He Chun couldn't shake the feeling that there was a green hat perched atop Su Feng's head. Though he wondered if Su Feng himself was aware of it. That moment, Chen Yu continued, Years ago, when Gao Jieshi annexed Su Feng's lighthouse, his wife hid these 2 children, but she was subsequently captured by Gao Jieshi. Su Feng was piloting a mecha at the time, but ultimately he was forcefully subdued by Gao Jieshi and was even severely injured. Fortunately, he was later rescued. Otherwise, he would have perished then. When Su Feng's wife was imprisoned, she could not endure the inhumane treatment and chose to take her own life. At this point, Chen Yu tightly grasped He Chun's arm, saying, Lord Tower Master, I implore you not to tell them about this. I fear they will not be able to cope with such a drastic change. He Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, He Chun refrained from saying more, as such matters were all too common in these apocalyptic times. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the top of the lighthouse. Wang Zhong approached the upper level, and upon seeing He Chun, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost kneeling in reverence. Lord Tower Master, I have brought the slaves. Behind Wang Zhong stood an impressive procession, and he could hardly believe that there were indeed 10,000 soldiers among them. Had he known that these soldiers were merely disguised as slaves, he would have likely leaped into the air in disbelief. He Chun stepped forward to face the crowd. After a mere glance, he realized that the traitors among them were numerous. Zhang San, Special Forces. Rebellion level, 100, talent, level 8 Li Si, Special Forces, Rebellion level, 100, talent, level 8 Wang Wu, Special Forces, Rebellion level, 100, talent, level 8. Looking at the 1,000-strong crowd before him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Such an elite force was about to be handed over to him. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, but it was unavoidable. He had to reluctantly accept these skilled soldiers. If Gao Jesher had sent him 1,000 ordinary slaves, he would have genuinely worried. Fortunately, he remained blissfully unaware, as everything was still unfolding according to plan. Wang Zhong, have the brothers pilot the mechas over here. Wang Zhong nodded in agreement. Understood. Soon after, Wang Zhong and his 200 companions piloted their 5th-generation Wild Wolf mechas. Encircling the 10,000 so-called slaves, they leisurely activated the microphone system within their personal armor. All Tower Masters, come and take a look. Here is a batch of exceptional slaves, capable of fighting and working, of the highest quality. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. As various Tower Masters passed by, they straightened up, their spirits lifted upon seeing the fine-looking slaves. I didn't expect these slaves to be so robust. Boss, I'll take 800. Oh, I didn't realize these slaves had such impressive weapon calices. They seem quite capable in battle. I'll take 1,000. Gao Jesher, watching the Tower Masters selecting slaves, felt his head throbbing with rage. What are you doing, Master of the Inn Tower? These are the slaves I provided to you. Why are you selling them off? Initially, He Chun had no desire to engage with him. But seeing his foolishness, he replied, these slaves are now my personal property, and I can dispose of them as I please. What business is it of yours? After making this statement, He Chun lost all interest in further dialogue. Moreover, my lighthouse is too small to accommodate so many people. Upon hearing this, Gao Jesher was so furious he felt he might explode. Just as he was about to voice further objections, He Chun commanded the mechas present to raise their weapons and aim at the slaves. It was a simple matter for 200 mechas to confront a defenseless crowd. Gao Jesher was so infuriated he nearly spat blood. His meticulously crafted plan had suffered such a blow. These are 1,000 elite soldiers. How long did it take to cultivate them? And now, not only are they being handed over to someone else, but the plan has also failed. Doesn't this reveal to everyone that he is a complete fool? At this moment, the soldiers present suddenly realized that the situation was not progressing as they had anticipated and knelt down, pleading with He Chun for mercy. Master of the Inn Tower, please spare me. I have family and children who depend on me, and they are still at the Nansha Lighthouse. Many began to sob uncontrollably, as though they would never see their families again. However, to He Chun, these pleas fell on deaf ears. He pointed out all those with a rebellion level of 0. You, and you, come here. These individuals had families and a rebellion level of 0. They would pose no future threat and would be quite useful. Come up and bring your families with you. Thank you, Lord Tower Master. Thank you, Lord Tower Master. Others were similarly pleading for mercy, yet their rebellion levels exceeded 0. Lord Tower Master, I also have family to care for. Please, let me join. Get out of the way. He Chun could see their networks of relationships through his system, but it indicated that these individuals had no family and their rebellion levels were high. Chapter 44. Cold Mockery. In the end, out of the 10,000, excluding those sold off, only 1,000 had a rebellion level of 0. These individuals, once brought to the lighthouse, would have no impact on it whatsoever. Nevertheless, He Chun felt it necessary to reiterate certain points, as some matters could not be taken lightly. This is your first time at my lighthouse, regardless of the rules you followed at other towers. Since I am the new Tower Master, you must abide by my regulations. At the Inn Tower, surveillance cameras have been installed everywhere. If you plan to rebel or disrupt the harmony of the lighthouse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I will throw your families into the sea to feed the fish end system. Due to your intimidation, citizens are now deterred from rebelling. This was meant to establish a firm authority. Otherwise, they might think the Tower Master did nothing at all. Gradually, these soldiers began to bring their families to the lighthouse. Originally, there were 8,000 citizens. Now, with the addition of the soldiers' families, the population surged to 10,000 mecha operators, 200 deck soldiers, 1,000 cannon soldiers, 500 medical personnel, 200 boiler logistics, 100 cooks, 200 agricultural area, 3,000 aquaculture area, 1,000 sanitation across all lighthouse areas, 3,000 mining vessels, 2,000 this time. The total population was approximately 10,000, and they were distributed across various sectors, diligently attending to their assigned tasks. These individuals worked earnestly, and the lighthouse operated exceptionally well. The environment was precisely what He Chen desired. He certainly did not wish for a dirty or disorganized lighthouse. After allowing them to wash up, he assigned them to their respective living quarters. The lighthouse demanded cleanliness, order, and unity. Ding! The lighthouse population has reached 10,000. Unlocking new items in the shop. Weaponry goods, Dragon Gate Cannon, limited to 1 purchase per week, unit price. 1 ton of gold. Wolf Mecha Pro, limited to 50 units per day, unit price. 20 kilograms of gold. Lighthouse Transport Vehicle, limited to 20 units per day, unit price. 5 kilograms of gold. Large and small transport drones, limited to 100 units per day, unit price. 21 kilograms of gold. Pharmaceuticals, an additional 50 types of medications, limited to 10 kilograms per day, unit price. 1,100 kilograms of gold. Special goods. Wolf Mecha Ultra, limited to 3 units per week, unit price. 2 tons of gold. To my astonishment, I never anticipated that the population of the lighthouse would exceed 10,000 this time, resulting in such a plethora of rewards. It truly is delightful. After He Chen arranged for these individuals, he proceeded to the area where slaves were being selected. Dear Tower Masters, how fares your selection? The Ender Tower Master, we require 1,000 individuals. We need 2,000. And we also demand 2,000. The demand for slaves was exceedingly high, as they feared missing out on these exceptional specimens. Very well. Since all esteemed Tower Masters have made their selections, please proceed with the payment and prepare to collect your individuals. I charge merely 10 kilograms of gold for each slave, or alternatively, 40 kilograms of copper, or 100 kilograms of iron. Excellent. The Ender Tower Master is indeed straightforward. We shall take them. One by one, they began to transport these exquisite slaves away, their hearts filled with satisfaction. Ultimately, He Chen managed to sell these scheming slaves within 30 minutes, upon tallying the results. He reaped 38 tons of gold, 79 tons of copper, and 200 tons of iron. All these ores were subsequently stored in the depths of He Chen's lighthouse, where the lower levels were designated for such materials, while the upper levels housed provisions. For those with obsessive tendencies, the sight would undoubtedly bring comfort, prompting profound admiration. Shifting the narrative, Gao Jiesher awakened from his slumber. He had just expelled a copious amount of blood and collapsed on the ground. Now, rising from his sickbed, he observed his surroundings had transformed. Where are my slaves? What has become of them? His first utterance was a thunderous shout. His adjutant, stationed nearby, responded, all the slaves have been sold by the Ender Lighthouse, and we made a significant profit. Why? Why must the heavens treat me so? Gao Jiesher's face was one of indignation, his heart filled with discontent. At that moment, Liao Yun approached his bedside to pay him a visit. Tower Master, you are awake? How do you feel now? Do not be disheartened. Although we are saddened by the loss of those 1,000 elite soldiers, we understand that your decisions and thoughts must have their own reasons. We cannot speak further on this matter, but we sincerely hope you find solace. As she spoke, Liao Yun shed 2 tears. In his departure from the scene, He Chen remarked, I extend my deepest gratitude to Tower Master Gao Jiesher for providing those 1,000 slaves. Should the opportunity arise again, I look forward to our collaboration. I shall take my leave now. With that, Gao Jiesher, who had only just regained consciousness, fainted once more. 1,000 elite soldiers. What an immense investment of time and resources to cultivate them. And now, they were handed away without a single coin to show for it, further compounded by the humiliation endured. Some soldiers not only departed, but also took their families from the lighthouse with them. The remaining soldiers were divided among the various lighthouses, and once the market concluded, each lighthouse dispersed, leaving Gao Jiesher to ponder where he might find them again. Perhaps, centuries hence, tales of Gao Jiesher's lost soldiers would echo through the post-apocalyptic world, becoming a frequent topic of casual conversation. The most critical aspect was that his position as Tower Master seemed to be on the precipice of upheaval. Meanwhile, He Chen surveyed the trading area, discovering that there was little left to acquire. Liao Yun followed closely by his side. You have undoubtedly enraged him. His position as Tower Master may soon be in jeopardy. However, once you exit the trading zone, you might face considerable danger. He Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Danger lurks at every turn. It is merely a matter of whether one possesses the strength to confront it. By the way, should Gao Jiesher plot against me again, ensure you inform me. I must return now. Liao Yun, following him, questioned if she had misheard. Are you commanding me? Chapter 45. He Chen's benevolence. With that final remark, He Chen ascended to his lighthouse, leaving the beautiful Tower Master Liao Yun standing there in despair. Curse him! How can this man be so cold and unfeeling in the presence of such beauty? At that moment, a youth nearby stared intently at Liao Yun, and a fierce glare from her sent him fleeing in terror. His fear palpable. After all, the reputation of the female demon Tower Master preceded her. Upon returning to his lighthouse, He Chen began to strategize his next steps. Previously, during his confrontation with the North Star Lighthouse, he had showcased his energy shield, a revelation that would undoubtedly spread far and wide. He realized that his own safety was becoming increasingly precarious. Thus, he needed to bolster the defenses of his lighthouse. Before leaving the market, he must prepare thoroughly for any potential confrontations. Of course, this recent battle was merely a fragment of his overarching strategy. His primary focus remained on identifying the next location to secure rewards. Securing these rewards could significantly influence future developments. This time, He Chen had arrived at his salt production facility. Within the factory, a large pot underwent 20 processes of evaporation, extraction, and filtration to transform seawater into refined salt. This salt was stored in a vacuum container before being dispatched to the lighthouse's preservation facility. He Chen casually grasped a handful of refined salt from the transport channel. His tongue brushed against the salt. He found it identical to the table salt he had consumed before the calamity. Indeed, this is the sensation I seek. This salt surpassed the quality of much of what other lighthouses produced. Upon witnessing the delectable salt, an idea struck him. He recalled seeing those lighthouses by the sea, where the salt they produced was quite coarse, made through a process that involved no more than 5 or 6 steps. Unlike the 20 steps employed at the Inder Lighthouse, He Chen activated his intercom, summoning Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, drive the transport vehicle to the salt production facility. Understood, Tower Master. Having witnessed He Chen decisively defeat Gao Jiesher, Wang Zhong held a newfound admiration for him, previously viewing him merely as a provider of delicious goods, someone with a technological background. However, after witnessing the display of strength, he realized He Chen's true capabilities. To conquer by strength, this is what it means. Upon arriving at the salt production facility, Wang Zhong was awestruck by the pristine white salt, placing his hands on his forehead in disbelief. Tower Master. This is all. Enough with the chit-chat. Load the vehicle swiftly. Yes, of course. I will get right on it. Wang Zhong, filled with excitement, began to load the edible salt. Numerous boxes of salt had already been prepared on the ground, and he simply needed to transfer these boxes onto the vehicle. Tower Master, this edible salt is akin to white gold in this world. Are you planning to sell it? Given the scarcity of such salt production technology in the apocalypse, let alone the high-quality process employed, selling it seemed a reasonable thought. Sell? Why would I sell? The mineral resources in the lighthouse are more than sufficient. Deliver this salt to the kitchen when preparing meals. Ensure salt is included. I cannot have the citizens of the lighthouse accusing me of being stingy. Besides, if they do not consume salt, they may fall ill. Can you bear the responsibility for that? At this moment, Wang Zhong shook his head. However, Tower Master, I truly admire you. With a leader like you, even sacrificing our lives would be worthwhile. To which He Chen replied, I do not require your lives. Keep them for facing our enemies. Now, cease your idle chatter and expedite the transport of this salt to the dining hall. Wang Zhong nodded repeatedly. The cafeteria produces potatoes and white rice daily, along with a plethora of other dishes. Food is exchanged based on the contribution level of each citizen indicated by the lighthouse. For families, they can redeem food as a unit. However, if no one in the household contributes, those individuals who merely wait around to consume without offering anything will be periodically expelled from the lighthouse by He Chen. After all, their presence serves no purpose, merely occupying space that could be better utilized by those who are beneficial. The lighthouse, under He Chin's management, spans over 1,300 square meters and can accommodate 20,000 people. Yet, to avoid overcrowding and maintain a semblance of order, He Chun meticulously regulates the population count. When Wang Zhong delivered the salt to the cafeteria, he shouted excitedly from the vehicle, "Brothers, look at what I've brought you." A throng of people emerged from the cafeteria, their joy palpable upon seeing the nearly 10 tons of salt aboard the transport truck, with many unable to contain their drooling. Long live the lighthouse master. We finally have salt. At that moment, numerous citizens gazed at He Chun with immense admiration. The new citizens, having received the salt, saw their loyalty surge to 44. As lunchtime approached, some families exchanged their contributions for meals, while others came alone to procure food. Many new citizens approached the cafeteria, clutching gold, inquiring if they could exchange it for sustenance. However, Wang Zhong stood at the cafeteria entrance and proclaimed, "To ensure the lighthouse's sustainable development, everyone can enjoy their meals for free. The only condition is that you must adhere to the lighthouse master's arrangements. Those who comply will earn contribution points." As many gathered at the cafeteria windows, they peered inside to find an array of delectable dishes being prepared. Although potatoes were plentiful, such as spicy shredded potatoes and egg potato strands, each dish was generously seasoned with salt. "Hey, I just realized there are no liquid foods in the cafeteria. Wait, are these meals truly free?" Wang Zhong affirmed, "Indeed, the meals are free, provided everyone finishes their food without waste and is willing to follow the lighthouse master's commands." Upon hearing this, many citizens resolved that once they arrived at the Ender Lighthouse, they would never descend again. Chapter 46. For the food at that moment, a soldier approached the window, balancing a plate of rice in his left hand and a bowl of potatoes in his right. "Wow! Why are there pieces of meat in these potatoes?" Soldier Lu Fugue stared in astonishment at the chunk of meat. "Listen closely. At the Ender Lighthouse, you want to always be eating vegetarian meals. Within a week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, there will be chicken." The crowd erupted in cheers. "What the heck? Is this really the apocalypse? Why does this place feel like paradise?" Having lived in harsh conditions their entire lives, upon arriving here, they felt as if they had stepped into heaven. Standing beside Lu Fugue, his wife tugged at his arm. "Old Lu, I want to slap you. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. Doesn't it mean we can stay here as long as we follow the lighthouse master's words?" Lu Fugue nodded in agreement. "Yes, hurry and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold." As they took their first bites, the combination of potatoes, chicken, and fine salt exploded on their taste buds. It was an exceptionally pure culinary experience, devoid of any extraneous ingredients. Potatoes were simply potatoes, chicken was merely chicken, and rice was just rice. The experience was incredibly satisfying, my dear wife. I feel like this truly is a paradise. Back when I followed Gao Jesher, he only knew how to feed us leftovers, sometimes even serving us liquid food. On rare occasions, we might get a rat. We were all special forces soldiers back then. After earning a bit of money in a month, we couldn't bear to spend it on good food. Potatoes were a luxury we could only dream of. At that moment, Lu Fugue suddenly realized something and shouted, capturing everyone's attention. "If the lighthouse master is willing to feed us this every day, I, Lu Fugue, from now on, will be loyal to the lighthouse master. Anyone who dares oppose the lighthouse master, I'll be the first to smash their head." Nearby soldiers, munching on potatoes, nodded and agree. They have all begun to study the pilot's manuals for fighter jets, striving to complete their tasks as soon as possible. He Chin, on the other hand, is already preparing to embark on a journey to other places. He aims to leave this location swiftly. Otherwise, he might find himself besieged by these people, which would ultimately complicate matters. Currently, they are busy checking in at various locations, with each city offering opportunities for rewards. After all, it is only by becoming increasingly formidable that he can venture further afield. Over at the Nansha Lighthouse, more than 100 lighthouses are soaring towards him. Chapter 47. Soaring into the clouds, reflecting on the present, as over 100 lighthouses approach, Gao Jesher awakens abruptly from his slumber. Stumbling, he rushes to the lighthouse control room. At this moment, he hastily pilots the lighthouse to escape. If he delays any longer, will he not be turned into a sieve by these 100 lighthouses? While fleeing, he exclaims, "Esteemed lighthouse masters, I bear no ill will towards you. My true target is He Chin, the Ender Lighthouse. He is still utterly bewildered by the situation, only to find himself pursued by a throng of individuals. To understand the reason behind this predicament, one must look back to an hour prior when He Chun encountered the Black Dragon Lighthouse, in a bid to prevent the Nansha Lighthouse, belonging to Gao Jieshi, from being hindered. He devised a cunning strategy. He informed them that the Nansha Lighthouse was on a relentless pursuit of all individuals, as they had purchased slaves from Gao Jieshi. Merely for this reason, the lighthouses began to mobilize to intercept the Nansha Lighthouse. Had it been only a handful of lighthouses, they might have felt powerless against Gao Jieshi. However, with over 100 lighthouses now assembled, nearly the entirety of the lighthouses in South China have converged. Imagine, as far as the eye can see, lighthouses moving towards Gao Jieshi from 100 kilometers away. It is no wonder he feels immense psychological pressure. At this juncture, the master of the Black Dragon Lighthouse inquires, "I have just heard the Inder Lighthouse state that you intend to annex all lighthouses. Thus, we have come to confront you," Gao Jieshi quickly clarifies. "Esteemed colleagues, I truly do not wish to harm you. My target is not you, but the Inder Lighthouse." They begin to ponder, if Gao Jieshi's claims are genuine, could it be that we have been used as pawns by He Chun? They now realize that they may indeed have been unwittingly manipulated by He Chun. Standing on the deck of the lighthouse, He Chun sighs, I did not anticipate that Gao Jieshi would manage to evade disaster. I expected him to launch an attack, yet he chose to flee. I overestimated him." He Chun exhales deeply, for to him, Gao Jieshi is nothing more than a coward. However, just as He Chun prepares to depart, an old acquaintance emerges. This familiar face is Liao Yun. It seems fate is still on my side. Standing beside He Chun, Chen Yu appears perplexed. "Master Lighthouse Keeper, why are you so delighted upon seeing Liao Yun? Could it be that you have developed feelings for her?" As Chen Yu contemplates this, memories of the previous encounter with Liao Yun flood his mind. At this moment, He Chun picks up the microphone on the lighthouse. "Everyone, the Eastern Moon Group has already appeared behind you. If you continue to heed Gao Jieshi's words, we shall be ensnared." The lighthouses charge forward, while He Chun does not depart immediately but follows behind to witness the unfolding spectacle. Initially, he thought he would be overwhelmed by these lighthouses, yet unexpectedly, fate works in his favor. Now, the 100-plus lighthouses are thrown into disarray. In a way, this insufferable Gao Jieshi is attempting to deceive us and catch us off guard. All eyes turn to Gao Jieshi. If they do not intend to eliminate us, why have they summoned the North Star Lighthouse? Everyone begins to doubt that Gao Jieshi has been honest with them from the outset. Yet, the question arises, who will bear the brunt of the initial assault? After all, once the attack begins, someone must endure the damage, and naturally, it will fall upon the first lighthouse to strike. At this moment, He Chun steps forward, issuing orders to Wang Zhong. "Gather your men at the airfield. I shall arrive shortly." Wang Zhong nods into the intercom. "Understood. I will summon them immediately." He Chun swiftly makes his way to the airfield. They have only one day left to study the manuals. Yet, now He Chun stands before them. "Master Lighthouse Keeper, why the urgency in summoning them? Has something occurred?" Wang Zhong inquires, as those present at the airfield are eager to discern He Chun's intentions. Given the precarious situation, everyone boards the aircraft, assembling in groups of 50. Once you successfully return from this mission, it will signify your passing of the assessment. Each individual's heart races with anticipation. They long to pilot the fighter jets, but fear they may not survive the return journey. Observing their mixture of excitement and hesitation, He Chun proclaims, "Now, as you take to the skies in your fighter jets, those who return alive shall each receive 2 bowls of self-heating hot pot as a reward." Upon hearing this, the spirits of the fighter pilots ignite with fervor. Self-heating hot pot, the food of the gods. If I could taste this delicacy in my lifetime, what would death matter? Listening to their enthusiastic chatter, He Chun interjects, "Let us not dwell on life and death. The combat capability of these aircraft is not as meager as you imagine, nor is it as daunting. However, you must return alive." Tears well up in their eyes. Moved by such concern from their lighthouse keeper, we must press on. To encounter such a benevolent leader in this life is a rarity. At this moment, a fierce wind sweeps across the lighthouse deck, and the planes ascend vertically, all poised in the air. Report. The first squadron has successfully taken off. Awaiting instructions, report. The second squadron has successfully taken off. Awaiting instructions, report. The 3rd Squadron. At this juncture, Wang Zhong assumes command in He Chen's stead. Addressing the assembled pilots, brothers, your mission for the 1st Squadron is to disable the enemy's lighthouse boosters. The remaining brothers will provide cover fire. Understood. Let's go. In an instant, a fleet of silver aircraft shoots forth like arrows released from a bow. Near the Nansha lighthouse, 50 planes suddenly materialize, leaving all aboard the lighthouse bewildered. Damn it, the enemy possesses fighter jets? Anti-air units, take your positions. Gao Jiesher had anticipated that by apologizing and expressing his intentions, there would be no subsequent attacks against them. Yet, now he finds himself compelled to fight. He Chen's fighter jets have already locked onto the boosters of the Nansha lighthouse, launching a barrage of missiles, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Chapter 48. Free Fall. Curse it. Not a single shell has managed to bring him down. What manner of fighter jet is this, with such remarkable maneuverability? All of this leaves them utterly stunned. The fighter jets dart through the skies with remarkable agility, evading their projectiles with ease. Ultimately, in a fit of stubbornness, they are forced to continue firing in vain. At this point, half of their lighthouse's boosters have been obliterated. Master Gao, our lighthouse has lost half its power. What shall we do next? What to do? What can I do? Dispatch the mechs to engage in combat. The adjutant beside him wears a helpless expression as he reluctantly orders the deployment of all mechs aboard the lighthouse. The soldiers stationed at the lighthouse arm themselves, but their numbers have significantly dwindled compared to before, leaving them with barely half their original strength. Once boasting over 23,000 troops, Gao Jiesher's reckless maneuvers have reduced their forces to merely 13,000. This time, they have not only bitten into bitter herbs but have also lifted a stone only to crush their own feet. Meanwhile, other lighthouses gaze in astonishment at the fighter jets soaring overhead. Even Chenemo of the Qingmu Lighthouse is left in awe. A mere lighthouse possesses such a multitude of fighter jets. While the cost of manufacturing fighter jets may not be exorbitant, the fuel for these aircraft is prohibitively expensive. How has He Chen amassed such a substantial supply of aviation fuel for the fighter jets? The cost of aviation fuel is astronomical, even when considering the pre-catastrophe world. In this realm, extracting oil necessitates confronting the ferocious mutated beasts that roam the land. The fighter jet requires a substantial runway, occupying a vast expanse of land, and typically, no lighthouse can support such a grand scale of combat. However, the issues they raised are of little concern to He Chen, as the fighter jet he engineered does not necessitate a specialized runway. It can take off and land vertically with ease. Moreover, the aircraft does not require specialized aviation fuel, as it can draw energy directly from the star core within the lighthouse. At this moment, leading the squadron of fighter jets, Lu Fuguwei gripped the controls. Trembling with anxiety, Brother Wang, I am feeling quite panicked. Wang Zhong glanced at Lu Fuguwei. Aren't you piloting that fighter jet quite impressively? You've taken out 3 boosters of the enemy's lighthouse. Lu Fuguwei managed a bitter smile. Responding, what I accomplished is nothing. It was all the system's automatic targeting. I lack such formidable skills. Wang Zhong, observing the unsteady aircraft, reassured him, just treat this fighter as if it were a plane in a game. Under normal circumstances, you won't be hit by enemy fire. Just avoid standing still like a target. In truth, those who had been selected were all exceptionally talented pilots, unlikely to commit such elementary mistakes. After all, one's own life is not to be trifled with. Everyone, wishing you a triumphant return. Wang Zhong concluded, and all 4 squadrons of fighter jets soared into the sky. The boosters of the Nansha Lighthouse had suffered nearly 80% damage. With only 20% remaining, they could scarcely provide any power, merely awaiting their fate as targets. At this moment, Gao Jiesher's aide stood beside him, panicking. Lord Tower Master, 7 out of our 21 auxiliary lighthouses have already fallen. Upon hearing this, Gao Jiesher slumped into his seat. The tower masters of these auxiliary lighthouses were all on the verge of fainting with rage. Yet, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and retaliate. Resources accumulated over 3 years were now to be entirely invested in battle. 3 years of hard work were all being obliterated by Gao Jiesher's actions. Every tower master harbored resentment towards him. However, they were powerless, as it was the arrangement of the Dongyue group. Damn it, this group is truly repugnant. The tower masters were internally crumbling. Those piloting the fighter jets focused solely on targeting the boosters. striking and then departing without any further actio. When the black dragon heard these words, his expression turned grim. So, what are you planning to do, master of the Ender Tower? He-Chin pondered for a moment. Whatever it takes, as long as I can escape. The black dragon shook his head, indicating that the master of the Ender Tower was still too inexperienced. This time, the assailants were from the Foot Basin Nation, a group notoriously cunning and adept at employing suicidal tactics. These individuals exhibited a remarkable disregard for life. As long as the emperor issued a command, they would unhesitatingly carry it out, regardless of the rationality of the order. At that moment, they observed the sudden emergence of pirates, most of whom were lighthouses of level 6 and above. Their strength was formidable. Previously, Gao Jieshi's lighthouse was categorized as a level 6, surrounded by numerous smaller lighthouses. The smaller ones ranged from level 3 to level 5. Despite their lower levels, these smaller lighthouses were remarkably productive in this scenario. Generally, these minor lighthouses were not used for habitation but were solely responsible for production. Additionally, they provided formidable defensive capabilities, as they were positioned on the periphery of the main lighthouse, closest to danger, thus equipped with more powerful weaponry. The larger lighthouses only needed to deploy a few decisive weapons. Through his telescope, He-Chun surveyed the invading pirates. The lighthouses bore vibrant flags that displayed various inscriptions, such as Shang Tian Kaizi, unmistakably identifying them as from the Foot Basin Nation. The Ender system issued a warning. Alert! The Foot Basin Nation's aircraft have commenced their assault on the lighthouses. Please ensure your safety, host. He-Chun chuckled lightly, dismissing the small aircraft as a non-threat. Using planes to ram into lighthouses? How antiquated. Such tactics pose no danger to our lighthouses equipped with shields. Tianyi, having lost all desire for combat, thought the enemy's methods were exceedingly amateurish. Forget it, I won't run. I'll stay and face them to see what they're made of. Chapter 50. Return to the valley. Countless aircraft charged like moths to a flame, and as they collided with the energy shields, it resembled a starry sky. The impact on the Ender lighthouse was inconsequential. However, the scene was grim for the other lighthouses. Aircraft crashed into their bases, sending debris flying and dust soaring. The citizens of these lighthouses, in a state of panic, fled, many leaping from the heights. This was their final desperate act. Had they been following He-Chun instead of Gao Jieshi, they would not have chosen to abandon their posts. Yet, they had no choice at this juncture. They could only accept their fate. Gao Jieshi, I will ensure you meet a grim end. Many harbored deep-seated hatred toward Gao Jieshi. Beyond that, they had no other recourse than to express their condemnation. Brothers, hurry! They shouted as the smaller lighthouses initiated their suicidal assaults. Some level 3 lighthouses, possessing considerable strength, were equipped with a few anti-aircraft weapons capable of destroying some of the suicidal aircraft. However, cries arose as many level 1 lighthouses entered a ramming mode, opting to collide directly instead of launching aircraft. Who would have thought that the seemingly prosperous Foot Basin Nation would resort to such tactics? Ender system, we cannot allow these self-destructing lighthouses to collide with us. We must find a way to escape. Ender system, please provide a destination. Destination. Proceed to the valley. The mountains surrounding the valley stood nearly as tall as Tianmin Mountain, and with so many smaller lighthouses, they would struggle to fit inside. If they had to enter one by one, it would be a grim fate indeed. At this moment, He-Chun announced from the lighthouse, all personnel, enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Combat readiness ranges from weak to strong. Levels 1 to 4. All citizens took cover, while those prepared for combat stepped forward, ready to face the impending conflict. No-1 was idle. Each individual had their designated role. Wang Zhong was busy evacuating the non-combatants to the lighthouse's secure shelters. The safest places within, besides the elderly, women, and children, all capable fighters were instructed to pilot mechs and prepare for battle. With Wang Zhong's command, everyone began to spring into action. At that moment, a small child approached Wang Zhong. Uncle Wang Zhong, I want to join the fight. I want to pilot a mech. Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow at the child. Can you drive? The child nodded eagerly. All right, then you'll be in charge of transporting ammunition. The boy saluted determinedly and began driving a transport vehicle to gather supplies. Meanwhile, the Ender lighthouse entered the valley, with all weaponry turning from the front to the back, as they faced into the valley with their rear towards the entrance. Now, all artillery units switched from an offensive to a defensive stance, in this configuration. If any enemy dared to enter, they could fire immediately. The lighthouse was now in a heightened state of alert. All personnel ready and poised for action. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Foot Basin citizens, they arrived at the valley's entrance just as the situation escalated. Xiao Shui anxiously surveyed the outside, clearly worried about something. Xiao Xian tightly grasped her hand. Sister, since Master Tower dared to enter, he must have his own strategies. We are ready to receive his commands at any moment. I believe he will win this battle. Xiao Shui furrowed her brow, aware of He Qin's formidable capabilities, yet she feared a repeat of the past when her father's lighthouse was overrun by enemies. The lighthouse was thriving, yet she was troubled by the uncertainties of the impending battle. She could not foresee the future or predict what would transpire. As her anxiety peaked, He Qin activated the lighthouse's communicator. Everyone, the enemy is about to breach our defenses. We must hold our ground. All will follow your orders, Master Tower. Wang Zhong responded resolutely. As long as I am here, I will not allow them to set foot on the lighthouse deck, even if it costs me my life. He Qin nodded quietly, reassured by the presence of such loyalty within the lighthouse. He desired nothing less than the unwavering allegiance of his people, and it seemed there were plenty to be found. All right, Wang Zhong, if you successfully defend the lighthouse, I shall reward you with a box of self-heating hot pot. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong's face lit up with delight. Chen Yu, you too. Since you excel at using electromagnetic cannons, ensure you wield them effectively against the enemy. I can confidently state that 80% of our success will depend on you. Chen Yu, filled with enthusiasm at this praise, replied, Rest assured, Master Tower, I will ensure the electromagnetic cannons are fired flawlessly, leaving no enemy unchecked and preventing any lighthouse from entering the valley. After delivering her assurance, she hurried to the electromagnetic cannon control area, accompanied by her devoted apprentices, all of whom she diligently trained to master the artillery. Ender System. The Foot Basin Nation's lighthouses are 1 kilometer from the valley entrance. Ender System. 1000 m, 500 m, 200 m, 50 m. A lighthouse silhouette appeared at the valley's mouth, and as they transitioned from a side to a frontal stance, they had not fully completed the maneuver when the main cannon of the Ender lighthouse fired. 6 main cannons unleashed their shells upon the smaller level 1 lighthouses, practically ensuring a direct hit for every shell fired. The reason for employing 6 shells stemmed from a deep-seated animosity. This was the only way to alleviate their grievances. This bitterness was rooted in He Qin's past, as he harbored a profound disdain for this seemingly fortunate nation. After firing, He Qin picked up the communicator. Xiao Xian, Xiao Shui, Wang Zhong, head to the mech charging warehouse. I have something special for you. Chapter 51. The Suicidal Squad. Something special? What could it be? Xiao Xian inquired. Her curiosity piqued. He Qin replied, No need for curiosity. You'll find out once you arrive. After finishing his words, T&I opened the massive doors of the mecha charging warehouse. The originally dark interior of the warehouse was illuminated as they swung open the doors, triggering the lights within to flicker to life. Xiao Shui, Xiao Xin, and Wang Zhong were momentarily stunned, utterly shocked. Their bodies trembled at that moment, akin to the feeling of a high school student who, eager to purchase a mid-range computer, suddenly found themselves able to seize a flagship model at an unbeatable price on that very day. Or perhaps it was like the time when, after a year of financial struggle, they stumbled upon a small box on the street, only to discover it contained 10 gold bars, the Wild Wolf Pro. This was a 5th-generation mech. The entire mech was equipped with an energy shield, capable of withstanding 80% of artillery attacks. Now, the Tower Master had gifted each of them one. They were overjoyed, immensely thrilled. With this mech bestowed upon them by the Tower Master, what was there to fear or worry about? Charge forth. This mech was valued at half a ton of gold in the marketplace, and only one was supplied daily in limited quantity. Such a precious item was something He Qin eagerly pursued, and the more expensive it was, the more He Qin would buy. The system's marketplace was entirely different from that of the real world. In the system, the pricier the item, the more impressive and valuable it was. However, in the real world, the cost of an item did not necessarily correlate with its quality. Sometimes, it could truly be said that expensive items were not always the best. Nevertheless, He Qin's motivation for his purchases stemmed solely from his desire for these individuals to return alive. Their talents in this apocalyptic world could easily surpass even 10 5th-generation mechs. Remember this well? I have invested significantly in your lives. You must not perish." At that moment, Wang Zhong, seated in the Wild Wolf Pro mech, was overwhelmed with joy. Wow! This mech is truly something else. The mechs I piloted before were nothing in comparison. This is what a mech should be. Not only does it possess an advanced attack system, but it also boasts a comfortable driving experience. Incredible. Wang Zhong was genuinely ecstatic, imagining that if he were to pilot this Wild Wolf Pro, he could easily overpower Gao Jieshe. Indeed, to put it simply, he could press Gao Jieshe to the ground. Heavens, this is simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxin, in another mech, excitedly exclaimed, "I must take the Tower Master's place and eliminate these invaders without a trace." The three mechs charged straight into battle. He Chen, standing in the main building, observed through the mech's feed that numerous more beacons were yet to enter the fray. There appeared to be over 50 small beacons lined up outside, all bracing to charge to their doom. Chun Yu fired her cannon, taking down one after another. Her subordinates utilized the main cannon, managing to eliminate an entire beacon with each volley. They were not concerned about running out of ammunition. Their only worry was that they had not fired yet, while the enemy's beacons were already falling. Such a scenario would surely earn them a reprimand from the Tower Master, which they wished to avoid. After all, they had plenty of shells. Firing an extra round would not incur any penalties. Ladies and gentlemen of Tiangong's family, we are about to engage the enemy, so please think of your children. They are suffering from hunger, and we fight for the sake of our nation to ensure more lives can be saved. Your sacrifices will be the greatest contribution. Ultimately, you shall return home, honored with the highest accolades from our country. You are martyrs, heroes. Upon our victorious return, your families will receive generous compensation. We shall not neglect the families of our brave martyrs. Charge, wishing you all a prosperous campaign. Charge forth. At that moment, all the beacons accelerated their advance, intent on delivering a heavier blow to He Qin and his team. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their haste merely hastened their own demise. On the Ender beacon, all cannon barrels were aimed at the designated targets. Fire! The TNI beacon was armed with 6 main cannons, 30 secondary cannons, and 6 36-barrel Gatling guns. All this artillery rained down upon the incoming beacons. What had begun as a mission of death for the beacons now met with utter collapse mid-advance. Unexpectedly, after crossing into this world, He Qin found himself hearing such authentic Japanese. It was far more genuine than the Japanese heard in anime. Prior to his arrival, He Qin had indulged in various amusing animes, thus picking up some Japanese along the way. For instance, he had become familiar with phrases like yameet and kimochi warui. Of course, aside from these, he was less knowledgeable about action films. He only grasped some basic Japanese phrases. Turning his gaze, He Qin noticed beads of sweat cascading down Qian Yu's forehead. "Tower Master, the enemy's beacons are far too numerous. We may not withstand them." He Qin surveyed the valley entrance, observing the swarm of suicidal beacons rushing in. These beacons were indeed beyond measure. Their audacity was impressive. Yet, they had not yet unleashed their trump card. Qin switched the electromagnetic cannon to laser beams. Using the electromagnetic cannon is somewhat wasteful. Lasers will suffice against them. He Qin initially believed the electromagnetic cannon could eliminate multiple beacons at once, but he soon realized that each shot could only destroy a single beacon, incapable of affecting its neighbors. Thus, TNI decided to test the effectiveness of laser beams. When Shen Yu activated the laser beams, within 10 seconds, 3 beacons were obliterated. "Now, let us see how you fare against me." He Qin smirked at the sight of the beacons continuously falling, a hint of amusement in his expression. Ah, so this is the meaning of the barefooted are not afraid of those in shoes. However, at that moment, 3 beacons forcefully surged in. "Not good, Tower Master. The pirates have breached our defenses," Qin Yu reported, spotting the incoming beacons through the targeting system. He Qin, relaxed and unbothered, replied, "No problem, just let them in." Among the 3 invading beacons was one prominently labeled Tengjiao family. Before long, they witnessed a massive launch of gray mechs from the Tengjiao family. The mechs bore the inscription Tengjiao Family White Dog Mech White Dog versus Wild Wolf Pro. Quite a spectacle indeed. At that moment, Wang Zhong vigorously directed the 4th-generation Wild Wolf Mech warriors from the rear, instructing them to focus solely on firing and not to engage in close combat. Once their ammunition was expended, they would switch out, allowing others to reload. This strategy ensured a continuous barrage of fire, leaving the enemy caught off guard. With the advantage of their home ground, He-chun and his team had suppressed the enemy to the point of being unable to retaliate. However, the influx of so many mechs into the valley foreshadowed an impending large-scale battle. Faced with the swarm of pirates from the Foot Basin Nation, He-chun found himself puzzled. This small country appeared to be struggling economically. How could they possibly possess such a wealth of star cores? Chinyu chimed in, the Foot Basin Nation has spent years at sea. They likely hunt sea beasts regularly, which may yield some star cores. He-chun stroked his chin, gazing into the distance. It seems we truly underestimated them. However, looking at their equipment, it does not seem capable of taking down those sea beasts. Given their intellect, they would probably perish before they could even slay a beast. After a fierce battle, Wang Zhong and his team successfully eliminated all the invading mechs. The foreign intruders on the beacon were completely cleared. Wang Zhong's tactical approach was commendable. He understood that they could not match the enemy in one-on-one combat and wisely employed a continuous fire strategy. In that case, I'll ensure he has ample ammunition. He-chun ordered the ammunition production unit to work at full capacity. In truth, all ammunition production was entirely managed by intelligent robots, while the personnel primarily handled the transportation of supplies. The battlefield was littered with countless spent shells, with many overflowing from the deck and cascading down toward the beacon below. Just then, Wang Zhong's voice echoed from within the mech, Tower Master. We sometimes face ammunition shortages. He-chun communicated over the intercom, saying, when your next wave arrives, feel free to strike. We have an ample supply of ammunition for you. I have dispatched individuals to transport the bullets to you. At that moment, the opposing lighthouse ceased deploying mechas, perhaps realizing that He-chun's Ender lighthouse was not to be trifled with, leading them to abandon their assault. Suddenly, a woman emerged. She donned a form-fitting white combat suit, resembling the Valkyries from the Honkai Academy. Furthermore, to He-chun's astonishment, she sported a pair of cat ears atop her head. Was this woman a cat demon? Through his binoculars, as He-chun surveyed the lighthouse, he discerned a woman with cat ears standing on the deck. He later noticed that her ears moved in tandem with her as she shifted, indicating they were not mere decorative props, but genuine cat ears. She appeared to be gripping a katana with one hand while observing the Ender lighthouse. Through the binoculars, He-chun noticed a nameplate on her chest, inscribed with the name Tengjiao Luomong from the Tengjiao family. Just then, a man approached her, a rather handsome young fellow. Adjutant, what is the situation outside? He inquired. The situation outside is manageable, but the conditions inside are rather dire. At this, Tengjiao Luomong nodded. We are aware of the difficulties within. This Ender lighthouse is indeed quite formidable. For now, instruct the other lighthouses outside to refrain from advancing. We must retreat immediately. They now realized they stood no chance against He-chun's lighthouse. Seizing the opportunity while it was in a state of rest, they hastily made their escape. If they lingered any longer, they would surely meet their demise. Baka, what on earth is happening? How could their strength be so overwhelming? After the Catwoman's escapade, she nearly left herself behind. Report to the lighthouse master. Our scouts have confirmed that this lighthouse is indeed an Ender lighthouse, reputed to be of level 7. A level 7 lighthouse? It is said to be on par with ours. Yet why does it appear so diminutive? Observing the overall appearance, it was evident that their Tengjiao lighthouse was substantially larger than He-chun's Ender lighthouse, at least 3 times the size. Upon entering, they had even breached the mouth of the valley. Thankfully, they had managed to squeeze through. Lighthouse Master, shall we continue our assault? The Catwoman brandished a slender stick, tapping it against her palm. Let me ponder. After their retreat, they suddenly heard a familiar phrase in Japanese emanating from within. In a way, is this the extent of your nation's prowess? Huh? Just this? The Catwoman, Tengjiao Luomong, could hardly believe her ears. How audacious, to claim we lack strength. Wait, how could this person speak our language? They were startled by the sudden outburst of Japanese echoing from the valley. However, He-chun's Japanese was far from fluent. His speech was somewhat stammering. Yet, he had summoned them back because he had identified a business opportunity. Ender System. You have destroyed 49 lighthouses, fulfilling the requirement of 30 lighthouses, and have received rewards for upgrading the lighthouse and a deck module of 300 meters in length. He-chun calculated that if he installed this module on his lighthouse, he would gain additional land, The overall length of the lighthouse would then reach 300 meters, resulting in an area of 731,791 square meters. With such an expanse, He Chen's industrial capabilities would expand further. However, it is worth noting that he was currently focused on obtaining a reward and would not be expanding the lighthouse's area just yet. Chapter 53. Kill Achievement Ender System. If the host continues to destroy 50 more lighthouses, you will receive a free mecha factory, Ender System. Destroying 1,000 enemy mechas will enhance the main cannon's attack power by 200 points, increase the electromagnetic cannon's attack power by 100 points, and boost the laser cannon's attack power by 100 points. It was precisely due to the system's enticing rewards that He Chen intended to draw the enemy back in. Earlier, the lighthouse had run out of ammunition, but now the shells were replenished. Even the power needed for the electromagnetic cannon was fully charged, the electromagnetic energy brimming to capacity. This time, I refuse to believe I cannot take them down. Finally, noticing that they still remained inactive, He Chen picked up the microphone once more. I say to you, worthless trash, is this all the skill you possess? If you have any capability at all, I suggest you return to your nation and play there. After all, you cannot even conquer our land, yet you linger here in embarrassment. Once He Chen finished his tirade, Teng Jiaolumeng trembled in rage. Wang Zhong, while they are still absent, dispatch someone to retrieve the star cores from the land. Wang Zhong piloted a mecha and swiftly flew out, quickly leading a mining ship squad to bring the star cores up to the lighthouse. Most of the star cores retrieved from the ruined lighthouses were rather subpar. Nearly 40 of them barely qualified as star cores. They were merely simplified versions. Aside from enabling the lighthouse to ascend, they were of no other use. However, He Chen did not lose hope, for he possessed a technique that allowed him to combine 3 star cores to form a standard version. This technique was unique to He Chen in this world. At that moment, Chen Yu approached He Chen. Lighthouse Master, it seems you were saying something earlier. What did those words mean? I feel as if I have never heard them before. He Chen smirked slightly. What I said was merely to mock them. Then Lighthouse Master, if those invaders find us while we are still here, what shall we do? He Chen responded with a calm smile. Rest assured, while I battled them, I had already deployed drones. Behind this mountain, it is essentially all sea. If they wish to sneak up on us, they must first traverse the ocean. After He Chen spoke, he confidently placed his hands on Chen Yu's shoulders. Fear not, when the invaders' lighthouses approach, we will extinguish each one that arrives. Regardless of how many come, I can ensure their demise. You must trust in my strength. Chen Yu nodded. Since the Lighthouse Master possesses a trump card, I can proceed with confidence. Upon Chen Yu returning to the electromagnetic cannon's firing position, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. What kind of cowardly lighthouse is this? If you have the guts, come out and fight. Be a dignified person. Step outside and fight. Exactly, hiding inside. What does that make you? A bear. He Chen, hearing the tumultuous clamor outside, retorted, I'm right here today. If you have the guts, come in and fight. Let us not hold back. Their hearts nearly burst with indignation at his words. Baka Yuru, fellow officers, this is intolerable. Today, we shall take down this insignificant Ender lighthouse. A high-ranking officer could no longer bear it. The enemy had audaciously insulted them, and there was no reason to refrain from retaliating. He Chen slowly raised a hand. Chen Yu, have our comrades prepare 12 main cannons. Let us give them a warm welcome. Chen Yu nodded, and just as the enemy was about to breach their defenses, He Chen gestured grandly, and all the ceremonial cannons were launched as artillery. The leading lighthouses were reduced to ruins in an instant. Over 300-meter behemoths crumbled before they had even engaged in combat. What? This shouldn't be. How could they be annihilated so swiftly? He Chen was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the occurrence. A lighthouse's personnel, coupled with the 200 mechas stationed there, had all been obliterated in an instant. How is this possible? Who on earth is he? From the Ender lighthouse, He Chen seized the microphone. Why have you only brought one lighthouse? Bring in more. Where are the others? Were there not plenty of lighthouses that came to their doom earlier? After He Chen's audacious proclamation, Teng Jiaolumeng was genuinely furious, stomping her foot in frustration, causing her cat ears to stand upright. Adjutant, how many assault lighthouses do we still have left? Standing beside her was a dashing young adjutant who remarked, We still possess 20 assault lighthouses, 4 guard lighthouses, and 1 heavy artillery lighthouse. However, my lord, I strongly advise against rushing forward at this moment. Doing so would only play into the hands of this villain. After the adjutant finished speaking, Teng Jiao Luomong regained her composure. You are right. I have indeed been too impulsive, she acknowledged. Subsequently, she seized the microphone and shouted towards the Ender lighthouse. I will not permit him to insult our Teng Jiao family. He Chen, standing within the main building, listened to that voice and found it quite impressive. He had not anticipated that the Teng Jiao family lighthouse was commanded by a woman. Nevertheless, he had no objection to having another female attendant at his Ender lighthouse, particularly given the pair of cat ears adorning her head. Consider joining me as my attendant at my lighthouse, and I shall reward you handsomely. Outside the valley, upon hearing this, Teng Jiao Luomong's face turned a shade of green with rage. Baka! How dare this scoundrel insult our lord? A traitor! I can't believe you have gone to ally with the Huaxia nation. Truly shameless. The adjutant beside Teng Jiao Luomong cursed vehemently, for an affront to his lord was, in essence, an affront to him as well. Something he could not tolerate. Following his words, many lighthouses from the Foot Basin nation began to hurl insults at He Chun, branding him a traitor. Why, lord, let us go to war. We cannot endure this humiliation. Just then, another lighthouse began to move towards them. Chapter 54. Another fool rushing to their death. What is going on with the Teng Jiao family? Why are they standing still? Let us go and take a look. They approached the Teng Jiao lighthouse, using a microphone to inquire. We hear you are currently facing difficulties. Do enlighten us on the situation. Teng Jiao Luomong, glancing at the approaching lighthouse, replied with discomfort. What we do in the Teng Jiao family is of no concern to you. Standing beside the Teng Jiao family was the Tinging family. I had heard there was a formidable lighthouse here, and was quite eager to see just how powerful it is. Of course, if you are not planning to continue your assault, then allow my Tinging family to annex the lighthouses within. Very well. We in the Teng Jiao family are not particularly interested either. Upon finishing her statement, Teng Jiao Luomong arrogantly cleared a space for them to advance, ensuring they could not later claim she obstructed their path. The Tinging family's lighthouse master, sporting a pair of sunglasses, sat on a chair and gestured forward. Attack! Let them witness our might. Soon, nearly 1,200 lighthouses formed a line and prepared to launch a fierce assault. When He Chen witnessed this scene, he could hardly contain his laughter. Come on, come on, a bunch of fools too afraid to attack, while another group charges forward bravely. How delightful! At that moment, He Chun was exceedingly pleased. His laser beam was fully charged and ready to fire at the push of a button. Ender system detected that 1,000 lighthouses have formed a line at the valley entrance and are advancing. At that moment, Chen Yu was seated at the artillery station. Chen Yu, is the lock-on complete? Reporting to my lord, the laser beam has been locked on, awaiting the opportune moment to fire. He Chun nodded. Suddenly, a beam of white light, the diameter of a car tire, shot forth from He Chen's lighthouse. In less than 3 seconds, those lighthouses that were meant to explode did so, while others fell to the ground. The laser's extreme temperature ignited boilers, engines, and oil storage rooms along its path. These small lighthouses, measuring only a few hundred meters in length and width, were utterly incapable of withstanding such a laser assault. Moreover, the most absurd aspect was that the laser acted like a sharp scalpel. As long as Chen Yu adjusted the angle of the laser's attack, it could sweep across a vast area of lighthouses. Those lighthouses were instantly cleaved in two. Some attempted to move, only to find their lower sections plummeting to the ground, rendering the upper halves utterly useless. Mere ruins. Damn it! The Tinging family's lighthouse master, sipping tea, was aghast to see that over 700 of his dispatched lighthouses had been destroyed. Enraged, he smashed his teacup onto the ground. Deploy all available mechas. Charge in and obliterate that lighthouse. Yet, before they could mobilize, He Chun suddenly piloted his lighthouse into theirs. The triangular deck of the Ender lighthouse violently collided with the opposing lighthouses, sending them flying one after another. They crashed into each other, creating a spectacular scene reminiscent of a string of candied hawthorns. The lighthouses ultimately collided, many unable to withstand such force, inevitably plummeting down. Thus, the lighthouses within the valley annihilated the invading Tinging family lighthouses. What had once been a straight formation was now a chaotic, wave-like array. My lord, the enemy has shattered our formation, resulting in the loss of 600 lighthouses. After the adjutant reported the situation, the Tianjing family lighthouse master could no longer remain seated. Deploy all mechas. Charge in and take down that wretched lighthouse. I shall reward anyone who succeeds with a fortune. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of their family were invigorated as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Understood. We shall accomplish our mission. At the Ender Lighthouse, He Chun commanded, Wang Zhong, you and the brothers take the mechas into battle. Lu Fuguwei, you also take your brothers and launch the aircraft. Bombard those lighthouses outside mercilessly. Spare no expense on ammunition. Just ensure the lighthouses at the entrance are cleared. Upon hearing He Chin's orders, everyone understood that he was determined to eliminate every enemy that had invaded the valley without exception. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxin approached. Brother Tower Master, I wish to join Wang Zhong in battle. Tang Xiaoxin, requesting to fight. No, you all must remain at the Ender Lighthouse. It is in dire need of your assistance. Tang Xiaoxin nodded. All right then. Ultimately, Tang Xiaoxin and the others could only prepare for battle on the deck. Turning around, they saw Wang Zhong already wreaking havoc atop the Tianjing Lighthouse, as long as it was a Tianjing lighthouse. Wang Zhong was attacking indiscriminately with his eyes closed. The Foot Basin Nation's mecha pilots were utterly paralyzed by the sight of this killing machine. They had never encountered such a formidable ace mecha pilot before. Moreover, they were beginning to realize a crucial fact. Their current mechas were no match for Wang Zhong's. Their mechas were at best third generation, while the powerful elites likely piloted fourth-generation mechas, none exceeding fifth generation. In contrast, Wang Zhong was piloting a mecha nearing sixth-generation capability. Their predicament was akin to a 6-year-old child attempting to fight a 20-year-old national martial arts team, even if 100 such children arrived. The national team would dispatch them as if they were mere playthings. Wang Zhong observed their reckless assaults and shook his head in resignation. Have these pirates not yet grasped reality? The pirates, piloting their mechas, hadn't even managed to make contact with Wang Zhong before he effortlessly yanked them from their machines. The battlefield was a breathtaking spectacle, though the Tianjing family lighthouse master found it exceedingly distressing. This was an experience unlike any he had faced before. He felt as if he had consumed a bowl of excrement. Chapter 55. Capturing Tengjiao Luomoing. At this moment, the Tengjiao family, positioned behind the Tianjing family lighthouse, inquired with concern, Tianjing family's young master, how goes your invasion? It seems your formation has been thrown into disarray, much like wriggling earthworms. Can you still proceed? Tianjing Yetsuin clenched his jaw. Damn it, is this lighthouse constructed from superalloys? It has sustained no damage despite all the collisions. In truth, it had not emerged entirely unscathed. There were a few scratches on its sharp angles, akin to a stone lightly grazing a car's surface. Overall, it remained unscathed. Tianjing Yetsuin tightened his fists. All lighthouses that have yet to advance, retreat. We shall conserve our lighthouses to seize resources from elsewhere. There is no need to squander our resources here. The adjutant standing beside him bowed deeply. Yes, sir. The Ender Lighthouse within this valley has proven to be beyond their grasp. Although they hold a fondness for the laser cannons contained within, he is acutely aware of his own capabilities. However, He Chun, upon observing the retreating lighthouse, was discontented, though not leave yet. If you depart now, how am I to secure my achievement rewards later? With a resounding slap of his palm against the table, he declared, let us pursue our advantage. Charge. Just as he was poised to control the lighthouse and surge forth, a sudden realization struck him. Wait. If we rush out too hastily, we are likely to be annihilated by the enemy. It is within this valley that we can capitalize on our home field advantage. A different strategy must be devised. The earlier fervor of He Chun was now replaced with calm deliberation. Suddenly, a daring idea sparked within him. The nearby observing lighthouse had yet to depart. Why not seize this opportunity and strike at that watching lighthouse? Without a moment's hesitation, He Chun began to prepare for this audacious maneuver. Wang Zhong, do you possess the capability to independently operate a lighthouse? Wang Zhong hesitated momentarily. Lighthouse, Lord of the Tower, are you referring to? He Chun interjected. Simply put, can you or can you not? Wang Zhong pounded his chest affirmatively. Of course, I can. Excellent. Below us lies a lighthouse that has not been entirely destroyed. It merely rests on the ground. Take 200 of your comrades and retrieve it. Upon hearing He Chun's orders, Wang Zhong wasted no time. He piloted his mecha down to the base of the Ender lighthouse, leapt from the cockpit, and made his way into the control room. The lighthouse, which was destined to become a mere ruin, was now revived under his command. He guided the lighthouse slowly out of the valley's mouth, setting his sights on the fleeing enemy forces, and quickened his pace to catch up. However, at that moment, He Chun called out to him, "Wang Zhong, do not pursue the leading lighthouse. There are several others awaiting you nearby." Understanding the implication immediately, Wang Zhong realized that the nearby lighthouse belonged to the Tinjio family. Capture their female tower master and present her to Lord He Chun. He gestured to his comrades, who, without hesitation, piloted their mechas to board the Tinjio lighthouse. The soldiers of the Tinjio family, in a state of panic, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Initially, they had suffered a setback, losing only a handful of lighthouses. They had witnessed the destruction of nearly half of the Tiangung family's lighthouses. But that was of little concern as they were not of their own. Yet, now, as the soldiers of the Ender lighthouse invaded their territory to seize their tower master, fear gripped them. Protect the tower master. Quickly! Protect the tower master. Wang Zhong, commanding his mecha with an air of authority, ordered, "Eliminate everyone aboard this lighthouse and bring their tower master back to me. We must make them understand the consequences of invading our huaxia." Leading the charge, Tiangung Yetsuan, upon witnessing one of his family's lighthouses attacking the Tinjio family's, was infuriated. "How dare they commandeer our lighthouse to assault another's?" One of his aides interjected, "My lord, should we not rescue Tiangung Luomong?" In response, Tiangung Yetsuan smacked the aide on the head. That not mere nonsense. Luomong is to be my fiancée. Hurry and save her." They proceeded to pilot their lighthouses back with great haste and truth. Tiangung Luomong had merely been proposed to a month prior, yet had received no acknowledgement. His loyal retainers nodded in agreement. "Since she is the tower master's betrothed, we shall spare no effort in her rescue. Alert all forces of the Tiangung family to converge at the valley's entrance. We must blockade every lighthouse within." Immediately, the marauding pirates, who had been pillaging without restraint, received this command and rushed to the valley. Liao Yun, prepared to engage in a desperate battle, was taken aback to see the enemy retreating. "Aide, what is happening? Why have they fled without even a fight?" His aide, Vino, explained, "According to the intelligence received, the Ender lighthouse has lured all the pirates to that location." "What? The Ender lighthouse? Could it be that the boy is still alive?" Previously, upon witnessing the multitude of pirates pursuing the Ender lighthouse, she had assumed he had perished. I am increasingly intrigued by this young man. To confront such a horde of pirates and survive is no small feat. Historically, no lighthouse has survived such an onslaught. Yet, the master of the Ender lighthouse, He Chun, had accomplished this. Let us follow and ascertain the situation. With that, the Grand North Star Lighthouse began its gradual approach towards the valley. Meanwhile, He Chun stood within the control room, surveying the battlefield through the virtual screen before him. At that moment, Wang Zhong entered, carrying a woman. "Lord of the Tower, we have successfully retrieved the female tower master of the Tinjio lighthouse." He Chun nodded. "First, bind her and set her aside. Ensure the door is secured upon our departure." He then resumed his observation of the unfolding scenario, watching as lighthouses prepared to charge in, seemingly oblivious to their impending doom. Wang Zhong, when you head out shortly, instruct the others to prepare. A new battle has commenced. Assemble on the deck in 10 minutes. In this chapter, He Chun was determined to sever their longing entirely. To dare to invade the Ender lighthouse for captives, they must be courting death. He stood in the main hall, observing the footage relayed by the drones. Tiangung Yetsuan was leading his lighthouses toward the valley. "Wang Zhong, divide our mecha squad into 4 teams. Teams 1 and 2 shall engage in combat, while Teams 3 and 4 restock ammunition. We must annihilate every enemy lighthouse." Wang Zhong rallied his comrades on the deck. Rest assured, Lord of the Tower. He was now driven by a fierce determination, motivated by the thought of his beloved hot pot. After assigning all tasks, He Chun turned to the catgirl behind him. Clad in combat attire, she possessed both a striking figure and beauty. What a delightful sight! The most astonishing aspect was her cat ears, which appeared genuinely authentic. The cat girl scoffed. My ears are indeed genuine. What a narrow-minded individual. Oh, you are currently detained within my lighthouse. What arrogance is this? Very well, stay there for now. I shall deal with you later. At this moment, He-chan observed Chinyu, who was dispatching enemies with remarkable efficiency. Numerous lighthouses attempted to assault them, only to be repelled in disarray. Blast it! Has the Ender lighthouse consumed explosives? Why do they persist in attacking us? Tiangung Yetsuan watched as many of his lighthouses retreated. The residents of the Ender lighthouse erupted in cheers. The master of the Ender lighthouse is formidable. It is said that the pirates are unstoppable, yet today they have been driven away in disarray. The morale of the entire lighthouse surged, with everyone eager to transform into warriors and vanquish the invaders. After all, in previous encounters, they had only endured passive assaults, but today, they were actively striking back against the marauders. How could one not rejoice? Moreover, not only had they forced the enemy to retreat, but they had also captured their leader alive. Was there anything more commendable than this? He-chan, while observing the battlefield, turned his head to gaze at the vine pepper lo mang. He was astonished to discover that such creatures as orcs truly existed in this world. He had previously thought they were merely figments of films or science fiction novels. Yet, here they were, a tangible reality. This transformation was perhaps a result of the star core that had caused their mutation. Originally captured and brought to the lighthouse, the vine pepper lo mang should have sought a way to escape. However, as she surveyed her surroundings for an optimal route of flight, she was suddenly struck by the astonishing cleanliness and tidiness of the lighthouse, in stark contrast to their own lighthouse, which housed thousands of inhabitants. This one was entirely different. It was crucial to note that in their lighthouse, there were hardly any water management facilities, and even restrooms were a rarity. Some individuals needing to relieve themselves had no choice but to do so in secluded spots, which eventually became filthy due to frequent use. Yet, in this lighthouse, the situation was completely reversed. Not only did she not witness anyone defecating indiscriminately, but there was also no sight of litter strewn about. All refuse was meticulously disposed of in designated bins. He-chan had long contemplated this scenario. Imagine, one day while venturing out, encountering an overwhelming stench emanating from an alley, initially thrilling, only to be forced to change course. To address such matters, Tianyi had devised a thorough strategy. In the accommodation he constructed, there were dedicated restrooms. Furthermore, within this city, He-chan mandated the establishment of public restrooms every kilometer, aimed at facilitating the residents of the lighthouse. The organic waste from these restrooms was directly channeled to a nearby agricultural processing plant, where harmful substances were eliminated, leaving only the beneficial remnants. Naturally, any undesirable refuse was incinerated in a boiler, not only generating power for the spaceship, but also enabling the recycling of materials within the lighthouse. At this moment, He-chan observed the cat girl before him. What is it? You seem rather distracted. You've already been captured by the enemy, and yet your mind wanders? Upon uttering this, her gaze averted from He-chan, as she deemed his methods excessively cruel, unwilling to meet his eyes. That's fine. Since you prefer silence and do not wish to divulge anything, I shall grant you your freedom to play. The only stipulation is that I will not provide you with any sustenance. If you desire food, you may merely watch. He-chan did not approach the cat girl. He had heard that her temper could be quite volatile. It was best to avoid provoking this powder keg. Are you really just going to stand there in silence? What kind of cat are you that you cannot comprehend even a single word? Initially, He-chan had no intention of engaging with her, but her appearance was simply too captivating. Eventually, he drew closer to observe her, even playfully tweaking her ears. The texture is rather delightful, He-chan praised the cat girl. The vine pepper lo mang glared at him. You are a traitor. How dare you become a pawn for another nation? After her outburst, He-chan chuckled. I merely know a few phrases from your language. How can you label me a traitor to your nation? The vine pepper lo mang dismissed him with disdain. Impossible. You are undoubtedly a traitor. Very few can comprehend our script, let alone speak our language. To learn our dialect, one must be of noble birth, a member of the upper echelons. Someone like you, I cannot believe you are of noble lineage. You must be a traitor. He-chan laughed. I've picked up your language merely by watching television. In fact, I possess numerous videos from your nation dating back centuries. Would you care to see? You? This is utterly intolerable. I have no idea what you are saying, and I kindly ask you refrain from uttering such things in my presence. He-chun observed her pouty, irate expression and felt a mischievous urge to tease her further. However, an urgent matter loomed. Wang Zhong had transmitted grave news from the front lines. Lord Tower Master, a fleet has appeared ahead. They seem to be besieging someone, and they are likely approaching our position. A fleet? Wang Zhong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a fleet. At that moment, the catgirl's demeanor shifted. She appeared to tremble slightly. If a fleet was indeed approaching, it was most likely from the Xinjiang Technology Nation. Although our lighthouse team had failed in this mission, you should not expect to fare much better. Encountering the Xinjiang Technology Nation means certain doom if they do not strike you down first. He-chun chuckled upon hearing this. Oh, is that fleet from the Xinjiang Technology Nation? The Vine Pepper Lomang nodded. Indeed, it is the Xinjiang Technology Nation. Only they possess a fleet. No other nation can boast such a capability. He-chun, hearing this, replied with a smirk. So what if it's the Xinjiang Technology Nation? What is so impressive about that? Even if they possess a fleet, our lighthouse is not necessarily inferior. Previously, He-chun had admired the Xinjiang Technology Nation, perceiving it as formidable. Yet, as their fleet prepared to assault them, he felt discomfort. He favored peaceful nations, not those that thrived on conflict. Report, Lord Tower Master. The Qingying family has 10 lighthouses that have escaped, while the remaining 1,000 have been captured. We have secured a total of 10 superstar cores. According to our engineers, these cores are compatible with our lighthouse. In He-chun's lighthouse, each star core was exceptionally powerful. Those from other lighthouses paled in comparison. Good. Dispatch the mining vessels to retrieve all the star cores. This scene captured not only He-chun's attention, but also that of the Vine Pepper Lomang, who was left in awe. What kind of lighthouse are you? In the entire apocalyptic lighthouse world, there has never been one as formidable as yours. Until now, I had never encountered such a lighthouse. And this Ender lighthouse is the first. What kind of lighthouse are we? He-chun pondered. That is an excellent question. We are merely a lighthouse striving to survive in this world, not only to exist but to thrive beyond anyone's expectations. To possess worth. Should any force attempt to harm us, we shall retaliate without hesitation. As He-chun observed the collection of star cores, he inadvertently echoed her words. Indeed, after spending so long in this dystopia, he finally understood his desires. That, of course, everything he had just articulated was merely his attitude toward survival in this bleak reality. His true ambition was to conquer the entire world. He aspired to be the mightiest lighthouse in existence. Others may possess fleets, but he believed his lighthouse was more formidable than any fleet. Once all the star cores were collected, he intended to withdraw and head to Taisher to make his mark. That would be his paramount task. Ender Lighthouse, 30 kilometers ahead, Xinjiang Technology warships detected, currently at level 8. Level 8? How formidable! He-chun commanded his team to hasten the collection of star cores. Upon seeing the final star core transported to the lighthouse, he promptly initiated the system to load them all. Opening the operating system, He-chun clearly observed that his lighthouse now housed 30 star cores. The lighthouse has reached level 8, acquiring 1 lighthouse expansion module. Currently, there are 2 modules. Does the host wish to assemble them? My goodness, I didn't realize I had acquired 2 modules. The last time He-chun obtained an expansion module was in the valley. Now, having finally emerged from the valley, he had secured another expansion module. For the time being, expansion was unnecessary. The current population was just right. If he hastily increased the size of the lighthouse, it might draw unwanted attention from enemies. First, he would check how many boosters were available on the lighthouse. Number of hydrogen boosters, 10 speed 500 km/h. This velocity is still somewhat insufficient. We must continue to increase the number of boosters while also amplifying the power of each individual booster. He-chun is preparing to become the fastest beacon amidst the impending apocalypse. In terms of offensive capability, he may not be particularly formidable. He can hold his own against forces of equal standing. But once faced with a greater number of adversaries or those wielding overwhelming weaponry, he will find himself utterly defenseless. To avert such a scenario, speed is the only solution. Judging by the firing rates of the artillery on the tower, many are at 470 kilometers per hour. If He-chun's beacon can reach 500 kilometers per hour, he will evade many missiles. However, should he elevate the speed to 550 kilometers per hour, even 80 caliber shells would be unable to strike him. All citizens of the tower, please return to your homes or the tower's boarding area. We are preparing for a full-speed evacuation. Kindly fasten your seatbelts. An electronic voice resonated throughout the tower, leaving the sitting Tang Jiao Luomeng in disbelief. Hey, I'm still on the floor. Are you not considering my presence at this breakneck speed? At this moment, He Chun had already seated himself and secured his seatbelt. Women can be so troublesome. Well, although you are currently a captive, my tower has always afforded captives certain privileges. Shortly thereafter, He Chun positioned the cat girl onto his lap and secured both of them with a seatbelt. Fortunately, the cat girl was bound with ropes, for otherwise, she would have certainly clawed his face into a canvas of stripes. If one were to inquire why, the primary reason lay in the fact that the cat girl had initially requested a hard seat, yet was now unceremoniously given a soft one. Chapter 58. Acquiring a submarine. What is this contraption? Why is it inexplicably rising? He Chin replied with utmost seriousness. Just consider it my power outlet. In less than half an hour, they had successfully arrived at Taisher. Surrounded by the sea, the gentle ocean breeze was simply delightful. Ender system. Host has successfully arrived at Taisher. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have checked in and obtained a small submarine. A small submarine? Oh my goodness, with this, wouldn't I be invincible against land beacons? I could stealthily hide beneath the water and launch missiles at these beacons on land. How splendid with this thought in mind. He Chun promptly compiled a list of all personnel. Among them, there was one individual exceptionally suited to operate the submarine. Yet he had been toiling away in the kitchen. He had previously gone unnoticed. But his talent was unexpectedly remarkable. Wu Shui's rebellion level, -10, submarine piloting talent, level 9. Such talent could almost be deemed perfect. Even before his crossing, the highest submarine piloting talent on Earth was merely level 8. A level 8 piloting talent could be said to maneuver a submarine to the brink of flight. However, he possessed the ability to command a submarine to leap across the cosmos. This was undoubtedly a prodigious genius. He Chin immediately dispatched Wang Zhong to ensure that this chef named Wu Shui was brought forth. Lord Tower Master, do you wish to hire a personal chef? What personal chef? I merely want him to pilot the submarine. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong was momentarily taken aback. His companions, noticing his sudden halt, approached him with inquiries. What is wrong, Brother Wang? Wang Zhong patted his comrade's shoulder and declared, Brothers, we have struck it rich. The Tower Master has procured a submarine. We can traverse the land with ease, and now we can swim through the waters as well. The brother trailing behind him found it hard to believe Wang Zhong's words. That is impossible. Submarines are incredibly advanced technology. It is said that only forces of level 10 and above possess them. Wang Zhong pondered for a moment. Based on the number of star cores and energy shields of the tower, a standard tower with up to 100 star cores corresponds to a level 1 to 9 ordinary tower. 100 star cores grant 3 layers of energy shields, bronze. 150 star cores grant 5 layers of energy shields, silver. 200 star cores grant 7 layers of energy shields, gold. 300 star cores grant 10 layers of energy shields, platinum. Only when both conditions are met will a promotion occur. Of course, the tower's level had been disclosed long ago. However, they had yet to encounter a gold-level tower. Most were bronze, with very few being gold-level, gold and silver. Such terms had never even reached their ears. As for their actual strength, they had no knowledge. The only thing they were aware of was that a level 19 ordinary tower was the threshold before ascending to bronze and silver towers. Oh my previous tower was merely a level 9 tower, and I had never heard of towers above level 9. His comrades chimed in. In fact, there are more towers above level 9 in the north. They are quite rare in the south. However, in neighboring countries, it is quite common. Some nations are essentially a single tower, likely above level 9. After hearing this, He Chun had also absorbed the information. Wang Zhong, stop boasting and go find the person. Wang Zhong promptly agreed. Yes, right away. At this moment, Wang Zhong quickened his pace to the kitchen, where he found a burly man, Wu Shui, skillfully maneuvering a large pot. He hurried over and called out, You must be Wu Shui. The burly man, upon recognizing Wang Zhong, immediately extended his hand with a smile. Brother Wang, I've long heard of your reputation. What would you like to eat today? I can prepare it for you shortly. Wang Zhong waved his hand dismissively. No need for any special dishes. Just prepare what you usually make. I am merely an ordinary citizen of the tower. Whatever they eat, I shall have as well. I am here not to dine, but because the tower master has personally summoned you for an important matter. Please finish up promptly and do not keep the tower master waiting. Understood, Brother Wang. Wu Shui's life had been rather bleak. From birth, he had aspired to join the Navy, diligently following every piece of media about what it took to be a naval officer. However, fate was unkind. At 18, when he was set to join the Dongyue group as a naval officer, his parents perished in a battle between towers, the assailants being the Nansha Tower. The one responsible for his parents' deaths was Gao Jiesher, who subsequently captured him and forced him into the army. As an army soldier, he bided his time, waiting for the day he could avenge his parents by eliminating Gao Jiesher. Yet, before he could enact his revenge, He Chun had already fulfilled that role. At that moment, he was left in utter admiration of He Chun. Thus, when He Chun sought recruits for the Ender Tower, he had abandoned any thoughts of rebellion and resolved to become a citizen of He Chun. He had initially thought to shine in the role of a chef, yet unexpectedly, he was personally selected by Tower Master He Chun. Throughout the journey, his emotions were exceedingly complex, fearing he might inadvertently displease the Tower Master. Upon arriving at the main building, Wu Shui rang the doorbell that He Chun, having seen the visitor through the surveillance monitor, opened the communicator. Come in. Wu Shui entered the hall and found He Chun seated at a grand table adorned with various snacks. You are Wu Shui, correct? Wu Shui nodded. May I inquire why the Tower Master has summoned me? It's a trivial matter. Take a seat. Wu Shui hesitated, but He Chun approached him. Sit down. I summoned you today to assign you a new position. I wonder if you can handle it? Wu Shui was about to sink into his chair when he suddenly sprang up. Tower Master, please tell me. Whatever it is, I shall do my utmost to accomplish it. Chapter 59. The Terrifying Emperor. Good, your words are reassuring. Soon, I will assign you to a submarine and appoint you as its captain. I wonder if you can manage this responsibility. If not, I will have to find someone else. Upon hearing this, Wu Shui was utterly stunned. What? Is that really so impressive? You want me to be the captain of a submarine? Wait, since when did our tower acquire a submarine? He Chun observed his excitement, akin to that of a child. Do you not believe me? Very well, then come with me at once. After He Chun finished speaking, Wu Shui remained skeptical and followed closely behind him. When they finally arrived at the submarine storage room, he was utterly astonished. What the heck? This is truly a submarine, and from what I know, it's a 3-star submarine. He Chun, somewhat puzzled by what a 3-star submarine entailed, quickly consulted his system. He discovered that submarines were ranked from 1 star to 3 stars, with the highest being a 9-star submarine in this world. Submarines of such caliber typically carried nuclear weapons. If they encountered any adversaries, it would surely result in a missile for each one. Master of the Tower, in this world, nations possessing submarines are exceedingly rare. Most remain at the 1-star level, and yet, you directly own a 3-star submarine. How on earth did this happen? At this moment, He Chun chuckled and replied, It's quite simple. After you have lived on this lighthouse for a while, you will naturally understand, he continued. Now, I have one final question for you. Do you wish to become the captain of this submarine? Wu Shui, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears and knelt before He Chun. Master of the Tower, you are like a parent to me. You understand me better than my own parents. I not only want to be a captain, I aspire to be the finest captain there ever was. Upon hearing this, He Chun patted his shoulder. Very well, this submarine is entrusted to you from now on. For any matters unrelated to this, do not seek me out, understood? Wu Shui earnestly assured him, rest assured, Master of the Tower. Whatever tasks you assign me, I shall complete them diligently. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect this submarine. He Chun, upon hearing his fervent declaration, waved his hand dismissively. Enough with your motivational speeches. Save those for your future subordinates. What I wish to see is your actions, not grandiloquent boasts. Yes, Master of the Tower. At that moment, on He Chun's virtual screen, the Ender submarine gained its new captain, Wu Shui. He then proceeded to assign positions to those with high sailor aptitude, appointing 2 vice-captains and filling other roles as per the standard submarine hierarchy. Once they were in their positions, He Chun distributed a bundle of textbooks to everyone aboard the submarine. This textbook contained in-depth explanations of their respective roles and responsibilities. Each position was thoroughly detailed. Moreover, they were mandated to finish reading the book within 2 weeks and to become qualified sailors within a month. Regardless of the methods they employed, He-chun would eventually assess them through formal evaluations. Naturally, their performance during missions would also be factored into their final scores. However, He-chun insisted they avoid recklessly putting themselves in harm's way, for these individuals were exceptionally gifted. If they perished, such talent would be lost. Talent was indeed a resource in this post-apocalyptic world. Cultivating a top-tier talent was an arduous task, especially if the individuals encountered lacked substantial aptitude. That would be an extravagant waste of resources. At that moment, He-chun received a communication from Wu Shuai. Report to the master of the tower. The Ender has detected a fleet from Shenyang Technology 40 kilometers ahead. Upon hearing this, He-chun smacked his thigh. The fleet from Shenyang Technology is indeed formidable. They've caught up to us so swiftly. Since they are here, let us prepare to fight to the end. However, it seems the lighthouses behind us are also in pursuit. Perhaps we can utilize them to our advantage. He-chun, struck by inspiration, decided to test this strategy. He promptly picked up the microphone on the table. Tio, the lighthouse of the Foot Basin Nation trailing behind. Is this all the speed you can muster? You've been chasing me all morning and still haven't caught up. What are you doing, enjoying lunch? After He-chun's taunt, the Foot Basin Nation's representative, Yin-chung, was infuriated. Baka, this Ender lighthouse is so arrogant. Standing beside him, his aide quickly interjected, Young master, the Ender lighthouse is notoriously cunning. During our previous encounters, we suffered significant losses. Please reconsider. The Yin family's Yin-chung fell silent. Contemplating. Your words hold merit. Very well, I shall heed your advice and refrain from pursuing them for now. It appears there is a trading post nearby. Let us investigate its situation. Perhaps we can seize an opportunity for plunder. His aide nodded in agreement. Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled. At this moment, He-chun could hardly contain his impatience. I must say, the lighthouse of the Foot Basin Nation seems rather lackluster. I wonder if your emperor shares your cowardice? After uttering this, he not only ridiculed them but also took a jab at their emperor. Baka, I can tolerate insults directed at us, but how dare you insult the emperor? I must eliminate you. At this point, Yin-chung was resolute. No one could dissuade him from his intent to capture the Ender lighthouse. Finally, some reaction. It seems I cannot simply insult you, but must directly challenge your emperor. Indeed, the Japanese have a peculiar mindset. They may endure personal insults, but disparaging their emperor is unacceptable. To them, the emperor is a divine figure. Regardless of whether the emperor commands them to undertake righteous or nefarious acts, they will comply without question, even if it entails slaying their own kin. What a terrifying concept of an emperor. With a sigh, He-chun provoked further. Our emperor is everything. Our emperor is God. The emperor's commands are absolute. Upon hearing this, He-chun shook his head. It seems this girl has been thoroughly brainwashed. I acknowledge your prowess, but in the eyes of our emperor, you are inconsequential. He-chun smiled wryly. It appears you have yet to grasp your current predicament. But fear not, in due time, you shall submit. In fact, He-chun had contemplated discarding such individuals on the ground, ceasing to concern himself with them. However, after finishing his business at the trading post, an outrageous idea struck him. The task would be to tame this cat girl and make her his maid. Yet, her current level of rebellion stood at a staggering 1,000. Against such a willful spirit, no words would sway her. Nevertheless, He-chun was determined to attempt it, for she was a Valkyrie-level entity. The concept of a Valkyrie entailed that a nation would gather 120 females, beginning the selection process at the age of 6, followed by rigorous training until they reached 20. After a comprehensive evaluation, 12 women would emerge as Valkyries. The cat girl, Tenzai Roma, proclaimed defiantly, "No matter what you intend to do, I will not comply. Even if I were to perish here, I would refuse to partake of your sustenance." Bound and immobile, her only option was to abstain from food and water. I understand your resolve is unyielding. Even if you die in my lighthouse, you will not yield. The cat girl turned her head away and silenced. It has been 24 hours since your capture. A normal person would be ravenous by now. Yet, Tenzai Roma stubbornly declared, I am not hungry. I am a beast-kin. This short span of time means nothing. When He Chin heard her words, he almost burst into laughter, yet he restrained himself, refusing to smile. Long before He Chin had captured this cat girl, he had researched information about orcs. It was clearly stated that orcs required a substantial amount of food each day to sustain their energy expenditure. In simpler terms, orcs had a voracious appetite. Now, this cat girl was merely being disingenuous. Her stomach had undoubtedly growled countless times. He Chin had heard it, yet chose to remain silent. He then retrieved a syringe filled with glucose from the system and approached the cat girl, injecting it into her before she even realized what it was. "What have you injected into my body?" the cat girl exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. "Whatever it is, it must be something good," He Chin replied, smirking mischievously. She seemed to grasp a troubling reality. How many men in this apocalyptic world were truly uninterested in women? Moreover, with her enchanting beauty, ranking fifth among the Valkyries in terms of attractiveness, it was hard to imagine any man who could resist her allure or harbor no ill intentions. The answer was none. As Tinswo Luomong pondered this, her anxiety grew. She feared that once the effects of the drug kicked in, she would become someone entirely different. However, after 10 minutes, she felt no change. "I will administer glucose every time you are on the brink of starvation, keeping your life hanging by a thread. Should you ever defy me, I shall prolong your suffering for another day. And by the way, I want to allow you to use the restroom. If you need to relieve yourself, you may do so right where you stand. Eventually, someone will come to clean up your mess. It's merely a matter of whether you feel embarrassed about it." After saying this, He Chin turned his back and made his way to the control console. In less than 10 minutes, they would collide with the warships of the Shenyang Technology Nation. As the imminent clash approached, He Chin glanced back at the Tiangong family from the Foot Basin Nation that was pursuing him. "It's fortunate you are all behind me now. It would be troublesome if you fell behind Ender System. The warship of the technological cult is 2 kilometers away from the Ender Lighthouse. 1 kilometer away, soon, He Chin could see the black warship speeding toward them. "Master, look at that black object ahead. It's moving so fast. It seems to be coming for us, that thing. I believe I've seen it in a book. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a warship from Shenyang Technology," Tiangong Yetsuan exclaimed, leaving his accompanying officer in shock. "Goodness, is that a warship? We should quickly evade." Yet, Tiangong Yetsuan shook his head. "Evade? What is there to evade? The Ender Lighthouse is right in front of us. Even if we are to perish, it can help us withstand some of the impact." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the Ender Lighthouse rising into the air, gaining altitude before executing a sharp stop, causing the entire lighthouse to move backward. However, these ordinary lighthouses were incapable of such maneuvers, resulting in a collision with the warship. At the moment of impact, some lighthouses were shattered to dust, completely disintegrating. Others, while not as severely damaged, still suffered from the resulting shockwaves. The debris from the destroyed lighthouses struck the innocent ones, leading to a cascade of catastrophic consequences and significant casualties. Inside the warship, a woman's lips curled into a slight smile, an unmistakable joy illuminating her face. Dealing with these nuisances is child's play. There's no difficulty at all. It's truly disappointing that the leading lighthouse managed to evade. I find that rather unpleasant. Increase speed, and let us obliterate that lighthouse at this moment. He Chin was nearly 3 kilometers away from them. Once the distance was satisfactory, he ceased moving, preparing for a grand move. Chapter 61. Capturing Luo Yu. What is he planning to do? The fleet of lighthouses belonging to Tiangong Yetsuan had been scattered due to the attack, yet they clearly observed the Ender Lighthouse remaining stationary, seemingly preparing to confront the enemy warship head-on. Ha ha ha, this fool is utterly overestimating himself. Does he think he is invincible? The officer beside Tiangong Yetsuan laughed heartily, deeming him a complete fool. The enemy was right in front of him. Yet instead of fleeing, he intended to engage them directly. Wasn't he that akin to a chicken attempting to strike a stone? Tiangong Yetsuan remained composed and remarked, "This Ender Lighthouse master must be overly confident, believing he can handle us, thinking he is unmatched in the world. We shall soon see just how self-assured he truly is." While Tiangong Shan was indeed frightened, he could hardly suppress his eagerness to witness the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, 10 kilometers away from He Chin, at the Shiyong Lighthouse, Gao Jesher was observing the Ender Lighthouse through binoculars. What is that disaster doing? Does he intend to confront the warship directly? After speaking, Gao Jiesher stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once that disaster-esque lighthouse is destroyed, I'll sneak around and perhaps salvage some advanced technology from the wreckage. Currently, Gao Jiesher coveted the energy shield of the Ender lighthouse and its formidable electromagnetic cannon. With these two assets, he would be nearly unstoppable in the apocalypse. Oldly, wait here. The moment the Ender lighthouse encounters trouble, you charge in without hesitation. And no matter what happens, just go. The officer nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, at the Beijing lighthouse, Liao Yun turned to her accompanying officer and asked, "What is Gao Jiesher up to? Remaining idle, Tower Master? It seems Gao Jiesher intends to seize the Ender lighthouse, waiting to reap the benefits." Waiting to reap the benefits? Who gave him the audacity? Does he truly believe He Chun is easy to bully? Send word. If he makes a move, we shall follow suit immediately. Understood, Tower Master. At this moment, all citizens within the Ender lighthouse once again took their seats in safety chairs and fastened their seatbelts. In 10 seconds, the lighthouse will sustain a catastrophic impact. Please ensure your safety. After relaying this message through the communicator, He Chun settled into a safety chair, casting a final glance at the cat girl. "Are you certain you don't want to join me?" Tinswo Luomong shot him a cold glare. "No, I absolutely do not." Finally, He Chun accelerated the lighthouse's speed, and it collided with the warship at a staggering velocity of 500 kilometers per hour. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, sending ripples across the sea. Upon witnessing the collision, Gao Jiesher's officer hastened to increase their lighthouse's speed, racing toward He Chun's vessel. However, when they arrived, they were met with an astonishing scene. What in the world? How is this possible? Even Gao Jiesher was taken aback, sensing a strange familiarity with the unfolding events. After He Chun had successfully crippled the warship of Shangyang Technology, he immediately dispatched all mechas from the lighthouse, charging toward the invading mechas. Captain Luo Yu of the Shangyang warship dashed to the mecha control room, leaping into her mecha and promptly firing at the incoming invaders. "How dare you split my warship in two?" UV got guts. Yet, she was equally astonished that the lighthouse possessed an energy shield. In reality, her warship also had a shield, but its energy capacity was merely around 1,000, while He Chun's shield boasted a remarkable 2,000 points. When they collided, the weaker shield was obliterated. Turning back, Wang Zhong, piloting the Wolf Pro, grinned widely. It turns out the one controlling the warship is just a woman. Not bad, not bad. Your strength seems quite formidable. I'll play with you today. Hearing this, the female mecha pilot, Luo Yu, responded with reckless enthusiasm. "All right, I haven't had a good workout in ages. Let us see what you've got." With that, Luo Yu retrieved a Guanyu knife from her back. This woman can wield a Guanyu knife. She has got quite the fiery temperament. Wang Zhong couldn't help but admire her. It had been a long time since he encountered such a strong opponent. And today, he could finally indulge in a worthy challenge. Regardless of the outcome, he had no worries, for his mecha was equipped with an energy shield, a guaranteed means of protection. However, Wang Zhong felt that today he could forego activating the energy shield. He could directly press Luo Yu to the ground and rub her face in it. Just then, He Chun communicated with him through the communicator. "Wang Zhong, during the battle, pay attention to this woman. She is a hero-level figure with remarkable talent in close combat. Make sure she doesn't get hurt." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong was astonished to learn the significance of the woman before him. "Rest assured, esteemed Tower Master. Even if it means I, Wang Zhong, must suffer broken limbs today, I will not allow her to be harmed." After declaring this, he promptly activated his energy shield without further ado. Although he could have done without it, the order from the Tower Master compelled him to comply. Once activated, he became impervious to blades and bullets. "Wait, why are my attacks ineffective against you?" Luo Yu exclaimed, realizing that her strike had failed to even scratch Wang Zhong's skin. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong was closing the distance between them, leaving her at a loss. Just as she attempted to defend herself up close, it was already too late. Wang Zhong extended his arm and delivered a powerful punch to the cockpit panel of the mech, subsequently reaching in to seize her. Caught in Wang Zhong's grasp, Luo Yu struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "You're cheating. How does your mech have an energy shield? Let me go. If you're capable, let's fight one-on-one without the mechs." However, Wang Zhong chose to ignore her. He soon received another order from He Chun. Wang Zhong. Once you've restrained this woman, deliver her to the main building. Then, pilot the mech and prepare our brothers for the counterattack. Chapter 62. A bet next. Soldiers from the battleship would pilot their mechs to launch a frontal assault on He Chun's end tower. Thus, He Chun was preparing to confront them at this stage. After He Chun's meticulous arrangements, he settled into a chair, leisurely snacking on the treats laid before him while observing the catgirl bound by iron chains. This feeling is delightful. After a day of labor, enjoying such a feast is truly satisfying, he mused. By the way, are you hungry? He Chun asked, glancing at Tang Jiao Luo Mang, who sat on the ground with a look of grievance, eventually turning her head away in resignation. It's fine. I know you have a strong temper, refusing to eat. But remember, the days ahead are long. Take your time. After saying this, he reached beneath the table and retrieved a bowl of self-heating rice. He leisurely mixed water into the rice container, then slowly poured the accompanying vegetables over it. Covering the box, a delicious aroma wafted out after 10 minutes. Although Luo Mang's stomach was already growling from hunger, the enticing scent made her nose twitch uncontrollably, urging her digestive system to accelerate in anticipation of the meal. No. My Tang Jiao family has always been steadfast. I absolutely cannot eat his food. Just then, Qian Yu's voice crackled through the communicator. Report, esteemed Tower Master. 2 battleships are slowly approaching us, currently 50 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, everyone in the tower perked up. More of them? In truth, those battleships had intended to arrive much earlier. But a captain named Luo Yu insisted on going alone, only to end up captured. He Chun then called out to Wang Zhong through the communicator. What's the situation on your end? Wang Zhong replied cheerfully. Report, esteemed Tower Master. We have successfully captured the female captain from the Shenyang Technology Nation. We are bringing her to you now. After hearing this, He Chun immediately instructed, speed it up. Enemies are approaching. Everyone needed to take their seats in the safety chairs. Wang Zhong quickly led his comrades to the safety chairs. At that moment, the woman named Luo Yu was tossed beside Tang Jiao Luo Mang. He Chun glanced at Luo Yu, and suddenly she shouted, What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? He Chun raised an eyebrow and scrutinized her seriously. Indeed, I haven't seen anyone quite like you, but I wouldn't classify you as a beauty. At least not when compared to the one beside you. In He Chun's eyes, the 2 women were on par, both rating around 8.9 for beauty. Upon hearing this, Luo Mang felt a pang in her heart. She initially thought that another unfortunate woman had been captured and was now merely bound there. Little did she know that He Chun was comparing their appearances. She was aware of her own beauty. Having once ranked 5th among the Valkyries, and thus carried an air of superiority wherever she went. However, since being captured by He Chun, that sense of superiority had vanished. She had expected to be tormented by this man. Yet he now deemed her beautiful. She believed she was at least as attractive as the woman next to her, but He Chun spoke with a flippant tone. Could it be that he fancied her? Luo Yu, sitting beside her, exploded at that moment. Am I not more beautiful than this woman? Your eyes must be blind. Before she could finish, He Chun deftly piloted the tower to move at high speed. The immense centrifugal force caused them to experience severe weightlessness, approximately equivalent to 5 gs of gravitational pull. You scoundrel! Let me tell you, my fleet is already in pursuit of you. If you know what's good for you, release me, otherwise it will lead to your demise. He Chun, unfazed by her words, replied coolly, Demise, you say? I had no intention of engaging with your faction, wishing to leave you some semblance of mercy. However, your words have irked me. Now, I am eager to see just how formidable your fleet truly is. He Chun had initially planned to make a brief stop at Hong Kong City without getting entangled with these battleships. But now, to demonstrate his strength to this woman, he decided to engage in battle. After all, she was a hero-level figure with a rebellion degree of 1000. The only way to lower her rebelliousness was to conquer her with strength. Seeing He Chun halt the tower, Luo Yu laughed heartily. Good, you scoundrel. I admire your courage to face danger directly. Well done. If you were from my country, I might consider making you my trophy, He Chun. Recalling the notion of wealthy women adopting young boys, felt a stir in his stomach. Let's make a bet. If I manage to defeat both of your battleships, you will submit to me. Do you dare to wager? He-chun devised this plan to hasten the submission of this hero-level figure. To his surprise, Luo Yu readily agreed. All right, but if you lose, you must serve me aboard the battleship for life. He-chun responded easily, deal. At that moment, Luo Yu remained unaware that she had fallen into He-chun's trap. Even the nearby Tingjiao Luomang, upon hearing this exchange, found herself at a loss for words. She had witnessed He-chun's capabilities. It seemed nothing in this world could pose a challenge to him. Thus, no matter what conditions He-chun proposed, she would refuse, knowing that agreeing would lead her to fall into his schemes. However, Luo Yu's confidence in accepting He-chun's challenge stemmed from her own reasons. Initially, she had faced He-chun alone, unaware of the peculiarities of the tower. Unlike her, the two battleships following her were helmed by elite captains, each of whom had never faced defeat since their ascent to captaincy. Chapter 63. Infestation of the Mind. Seeing this woman's unwavering faith in her fleet's victory, He-chun felt compelled to reveal the vast chasm between reality and her ideals. I offered you a chance. You could have exchanged me for your freedom, but now that opportunity is lost. Your tower is on the brink of destruction. Ignoring her, He-chun focused intently on the two battleships ahead. Although the tower was resilient against collisions, he could not afford to be careless when faced with a combined assault from both ships. To prepare for any eventuality, he decided to activate the energy shield. Just in case the tower could not withstand the attack, he wanted to ensure it would not be obliterated outright. Murmuring softly, a sudden loud bang resounded. Smoke erupted instantaneously. The intense friction between the ship's hull and the lighthouse's edge created a pressure point that compressed the air, resulting in the final explosion sound. As the smoke dissipated, the two vessels tilted drastically. Typically, once a warship tilts to such an extent, it cannot right itself without external assistance. Turning to observe He-chun's lighthouse, it appeared that only a significant amount of paint had been scraped off its edges. The most severely affected area was slightly dented. However, upon reviewing the two warships, a massive gash had been cleaved into the waist of one of them. With seawater continuously flooding into the ship's interior, Luo Yu, do you now believe I will still be dealt with by them? Luo Yu could hardly fathom that such formidable warships and their fierce vice-captains would now meet their demise at the ocean's depths. Very well, you promised me earlier that once I defeated your two warships, you would submit to me, correct? Luo Yu felt a surge of protest rising within her, yet her formidable pride reminded her that no amount of rebuttal could change the fact that she had lost. Fine, I now yield to you, but I have one condition. He-chun leisurely lifted the teacup beside him and took a delicate sip. Speak. What is your demand? Luo Yu strained to rise from the ground and gradually approached He-chun, whispering her request into his ear. After she finished, He-chun nodded in agreement. Very well, no problem. Lastly, Luo Yu glanced at the ropes behind her. Wang Zhong, come to the main building. Please arrange accommodations for Luo Yu and prepare her daily necessities. Wang Zhong, patrolling near the lighthouse, was taken aback upon hearing this. Master of the tower, but Luo Yu is from the Xinyang Technology Nation. What do you intend? Quickly accommodate her. Ultimately, Wang Zhong could only nod through the communicator. After sending Luo Yu away, her personal attribute for rebellion had decreased to 0. Truly, a submission without hesitation. Once this matter was settled, He-chun turned his gaze to the self-heating meal on the table. Fortunately, the earlier violent impact had not damaged his dinner. He picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. To his surprise, the meal was still warm at that moment. Tingjiao Luomang's stomach began to grumble. In truth, Tingjiao Luomang had exerted considerable effort during the battle, keeping her focus on the two warships that were about to collide. Thus, she was not particularly hungry, but upon seeing He-chun eat, her stomach could no longer hold out. He-chun had been waiting for this moment. Approaching Tingjiao Luomang, he tossed the self-heating meal before her. This has gone cold and has no flavor whatsoever. After saying this, he returned to retrieve another bowl of self-heating meal. Just before he ate, the system in his mind suddenly emitted a sound, and a dialog box appeared before him. Ender system. Congratulations, host, on successfully annihilating 3 warships and acquiring the one-click fusion technology for warships. You can merge the opponent's warships or lighthouse resources directly into your lighthouse, thereby enhancing its level and increasing the number of star cores. How impressive! So I can assimilate those 3 warships right now. Initially, He Chun could only assimilate the resources from the opposing warships and transfer useful items to his lighthouse. However, things were different now. He could directly merge the enemy's lighthouse, dismantling the entire structure to extract valuable resources. For instance, the star cores could be utilized for upgrades. After comprehending the new skill, He Chun noticed 3 warships floating nearby on the virtual screen. His finger hovered in the air, touching the virtual screen, dragging the 3 warships to merge them with the Ender lighthouse. As the 3 warships began to sink, they gradually disassembled, with star cores being sent to He Chun's lighthouse. So far, he had acquired 1,000 torpedoes, 200 underwater missiles, and 3 energy protection devices. Although these could ultimately provide He Chun with only 500 energy protection points, it was better than having nothing, so he installed them in his lighthouse. Finally, regarding the star cores, the 3 warships collectively housed 10 star cores. If he placed them all in his lighthouse, the Ender lighthouse would possess 90 star cores. Mission accomplished, time to eat. After completing these tasks, just as He Chun was about to start his meal, the entire lighthouse sounded an alarm. An East Moon Group lighthouse was approaching the Ender lighthouse. All personnel on the lighthouse, please be alert. Damn it, is this never-ending? This time, the West Eternal Lighthouse, under the command of Gao Jiesher, was on its way. Brothers, the Ender lighthouse recently suffered a violent collision with 2 warships. It must be severely damaged. Let us swiftly take it down with that. The mechs from their lighthouse soared toward He Chun's Ender lighthouse. He Chun was bewildered. What? We are injured. Are you mistaken? Ultimately, He Chun chose not to argue and dispatched Wang Zhong to confront the oncoming forces. Nearly 1,000 mechs were approaching, while the Ender lighthouse deployed 200 mechs and 200 fighter jets in less than 10 minutes. Wang Zhong effortlessly captured the West Eternal lighthouse, and this time he took Gao Jiesher alive. After bringing Gao Jiesher before He Chun, he appeared to be lost in his own delusion. Impossible! Your lighthouse has sustained heavy damage. How can it still be intact? He Chun approached Gao Jiesher and slapped him across the face. Have you lost your mind? You are utterly confused. Please recognize the situation. You are now under my control. Just as He Chun finished speaking, his system chimed again. Ender system. Warning, the opponent's body contains a parasitic insect. Please clear it promptly. What? There really is a bug. Chapter 64, The Face Bug. System. What can be used to extract this insect? Ender system. The host can purchase an anti-parasitic medication from the shop for immediate effects. No way, that's incredible. Buy one. He Chun immediately purchased nearly 1,000 boxes of this medication from the shop, with each box containing around 10 pills. Receiving the medication, He Chun approached Gao Jiesher. I see there is something wrong with your head. Allow me to be a benevolent soul. Take this medicine, and your mind will be fine afterward. Gao Jiesher shook his head vigorously. No. Who knows what this stuff really is? What if you use it to kill me? He Chun felt that his mind was indeed troubled. Even now, as a captive, he was still worried about his own mortality. He Chun snapped his fingers, and fully armed soldiers immediately surrounded Gao Jiesher. He forced Gao Jiesher to consume the medication. Initially, he resisted, but with over 100 rifles trained on him, he had no choice. Primarily, he was unaware of what this substance was and feared it to be poison. After Gao Jiesher consumed it, a sharp pain surged through his mind. He clutched his head and screamed, feeling as though his brain might explode. What on earth is happening to him? Why is he rolling around on the ground? At this moment, everyone was perplexed by Gao Jiesher's behavior, with only He Chun seeming to understand. Even Gao Jiesher himself was oblivious to his condition. Why is he still rolling on the ground? It seems he hasn't reacted yet. Just then, as He Chun pondered this, Gao Jiesher suddenly vomited a bug from his mouth. This was a meaty worm, as thick as a finger and of similar length. It abruptly emerged from Gao Jiesher's mouth, covered in blood, presumably his own. What the hell? This worm has a human face. At this moment, everyone shifted their gaze from Gao Jiesher to the face bug. Ugh, how disgusting. What is this creature doing in his brain? Everyone felt nauseated. But let us get back on track. After Gao Jiesher expelled this worm, his body felt an instant relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Huh? Where am I? When he looked around, it was as if he had never experienced the previous events. He Chun pondered, why is Gao Jiesher, now bound, devoid of any awareness? Could it be that this bug has the ability to control a person's brain? If that were the case, Gao Jiesher, being from the East Moon Group, was meant to inherit their legacy, but in reality, it was not him they wanted. It was the face bug residing in his mind. As He Qian contemplated this, his mind became utterly paralyzed. He was reminded of the soldiers he had previously taken in. Those elite fighters who were also affiliated with the Dongyue group. It was conceivable that they too had been implanted with this insidious virus. Consequently, He Qian summoned everyone at the lighthouse without delay. Chen Yu promptly inquired about the unfolding situation. He Qian succinctly recounted the origin and course of events, and upon concluding, Chen Yu felt a chilling sensation at the nape of her neck. Goodness, if 50% of the people at this lighthouse were infected with this parasite, the mere thought of its mindless proliferation would mean the entire lighthouse could fall under its control. After listening, He Qian nodded in agreement. This was indeed the crux of the matter. He instructed Chen Yu to organize everyone to consume the nearby pills. This was a matter of utmost importance and required a steady hand. There must not be any oversight. Every individual must take this medication. After articulating this, He Qian himself swallowed a pill, genuinely concerned that he too might be harboring such a creature within his brain. After all, there were numerous methods for this human-faced worm to propagate, one of which involved laying eggs in food. If ingested unknowingly, such parasites could take root within a person's body. He recalled a video he had seen on television, depicting a man who, while sleeping, had a worm emerge from his nostril. The thought of it made He Qian nearly retch. He remembered another instance where a beggar, due to his frequent consumption of refuse, ended up with an infestation of worms in his brain, the longest measuring over 30 centimeters. The more he pondered this matter, the more revolting it became. He could only hope that he was not hosting such a creature in his own mind. Fortunately, after consuming the medication, He Qian experienced no adverse reactions. He ultimately confirmed that his body was free of such parasites. However, after taking the medication, nearly 40% of the others began to suffer headaches and abdominal pains. Yet, they successfully expelled the parasites. Ender system, please scan the Ender lighthouse to determine if any parasites remain within the individual's Ender system. After a comprehensive scan, no such parasites were detected on the citizens. In truth, the system had previously been unaware of the situation, primarily because the lifespan of the parasite was approximately 3 months. They had perished before reaching maturity. The standard life cycle of these parasites spanned a year, at which point they would develop their own consciousness. Gao Jiesher had ingested something containing the eggs of these parasites a year ago, leading to his subsequent exploitation. The others, however, did not exhibit similar symptoms, as the parasites had not yet matured. Dear me, if that is the case, could it be that Liao Yun from the Beijing lighthouse is also at risk of being controlled by this parasite? Turning around, He Qian noticed Liao Yun standing just behind him. At that moment, he felt compelled to approach her for a conversation. For having previously crossed paths, he did not wish to see her become a mere vessel for a parasite. Otherwise, seeing her would no longer evoke the essence of her being, but rather the grotesque nature of the worm. Ender system. After a series of calculations, it has been determined that the previously identified parasite is a human-faced worm, designated as H1, a product of the Shenyang Technology Nation's research. The maternal organism has been detected at a distance of 300 kilometers. Eliminating the maternal organism will result in the instantaneous demise of the subsequent human-faced worms. My goodness, the maternal organism is alarmingly close. Could it be that this maternal entity resides within the lighthouse? Might the lighthouse be overrun with such parasites? Chapter 65. The Enabler. A chill ran down He Qian's spine at the thought. It was imperative to locate that maternal organism, for should it begin to proliferate, the workload would increase exponentially. Moreover, once he eliminated the maternal organism, Liao Yun's situation would be secure. After this harrowing realization, He Qian resolved to set out immediately. Wang Zhong, rally your comrades and board the mecha. We are on the brink of battle. This could be our most arduous campaign yet, so be prepared. Wang Zhong was an exceptionally combative individual, and upon hearing of the impending conflict, especially one fraught with difficulty, his heart surged with anticipation. Combat ignited a rush of dopamine in his brain, allowing him to experience boundless exhilaration. Wang Zhong, I promised you that should you conquer the lighthouse of the Foot Basin Nation, I would reward you with a box of self-heating meals. Here they are. Consume them well, and if you return victorious, I shall bestow upon you even greater rewards. After He Qian finished speaking, Gao Jiesher's heart nearly melted. Truth be told, He was someone who delighted in serving those who kept their promises, and he was especially eager to serve those who frequently offered food as rewards. He had little regard for wealth. But food was a different matter altogether. The more delectable the fare, the more devoted he became. He-Chin's generosity aligned perfectly with his aspirations. As long as he performed admirably, he would not be shortchanged in the future. Rest assured, my lord, even if it costs me my life, I shall complete this mission flawlessly. With those final words, he exited with his box of self-heating meals, promptly gathering his comrades to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, He-Chan steered his vessel toward the destination, warning. A mobile cluster of lighthouses lies 20 kilometers ahead. A mobile cluster of lighthouses? Does that imply there are many? He-Chin immediately focused all his attention on this cluster of lighthouses. For this was no trivial matter on this sea level. Aside from his Ender lighthouse, only the Beijing lighthouse trailed behind him. The sudden emergence of a cluster of lighthouses indicated the presence of other forces. The lighthouses of Huaxia Nation were situated in another direction, so they could not belong to Huaxia Nation. Let me think. If there are lighthouses in that direction, it must be. In an instant, He-Chin realized that it pointed toward the Foot Basin Nation. Goodness, this is becoming intriguing. It appears that the first battle will indeed be against the Foot Basin Nation, followed by the Dongyue Group's lighthouse. With this thought, He-Chan steeled his resolve. He could not afford to be complacent. In his previous life, or rather, prior to the disaster, the Foot Basin Nation had launched an invasion against Huaxia Nation. Now, facing them once more, He-Chan held no favorable impressions of them. The tragedies of history had already transpired once, and he would not allow for a repetition of such misfortune. In less than 10 minutes, He-Chan arrived near the maritime territory of the Foot Basin Nation. This location was an essential passage. To dismantle the Dongyue Group, he must traverse the Foot Basin Nation. Just as He-Chan anticipated an impending assault from the Foot Basin Nation, the system in his mind chimed in. Ender system, alert. 10 warships are approaching from 30 kilometers ahead. What? Warships? Could it be that today will end in disaster? He-Chan had initially expected the Foot Basin Nation's lighthouse to make the first move. Yet to his surprise, the first to emerge was that of the Shenyang Technology Nation. Never mind. For now, it is best to vacate this area. Their divine conflict does not concern me. Upon moving to a position 20 kilometers from the Foot Basin Nation, the cat-eared Tenzin Luomang suddenly recalled something. That is my homeland. Tenzin Luomang fixated intently on the direction of the Foot Basin Nation. Had she not mentioned it, He-Chan would have forgotten that she hailed from the Foot Basin Nation. Oh, that is your homeland? If all goes as expected, your homeland will likely be obliterated within 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Tenzin Luomang shook her head resolutely. Impossible. Our homeland is the strongest. It shall not fall. And before she could finish, He-Chan interjected, stating, it will be Shenyang technology that brings ruin to your homeland. If you truly believe your homeland is formidable, consider my words as though I never spoke. Upon hearing this, Tenzin Luomang's expression morphed from disbelief to one of utter despondency. No. If Shenyang technology is involved, then our nation is undoubtedly doomed. Tower Master, I beseech you, please assist me with a small favor. He-Chan raised an eyebrow. Assist you? Do you believe you have the standing to make such a request? To his astonishment, Tenzin Luomang knelt before him, repeatedly bowing her head as she implored. Tower Master, should you grant me this favor, I will submit to you wholeheartedly. At that moment, Chun Yu stepped forward, grasping He-Chin's arm. Tower Master, this woman is certainly not to be underestimated. If we grant her freedom, she may pose a threat to you. He-Chin shook his head. Within this lighthouse, it can be said that no one would pose a danger to me. However, I have a plan and intend to offer her a chance. Let us first inquire what her request is. Upon hearing that He-Chan was willing to assist her, Tung Jiaolomong was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. All I ask is that you rescue my brother from the tallest lighthouse at the front. As long as you can safely bring him to this lighthouse, I will be your devoted servant, willing to do anything for you. He-Chan, taken aback by her words, nearly retched. What kind of mindset does this Valkyrie possess? Even in the face of calamity, she still thinks of her brother. Could she be a brother-supporting demon? System, please analyze whether her statements hold any truth. He-Chan decided to observe her sincerity first. If genuine, he would gladly assist. Ender system. Analysis complete. She has a 95% credibility rating. 95%. What could the remaining 5% entail? Could it be doubt in me? Nevertheless, a 95% credibility rating is worth exploring. He Chen approached Teng Jiao Luomong, crouching down and gently stroking her pair of cat ears. These ears feel rather pleasant. I'll assist you this time, and later, I may explore other areas. Chapter 66. The rescue of Teng Jiao Long. Teng Jiao Luomong's hands instinctively roamed over her body. Her fair face flushed crimson. Wait for my return, He Chen said, lightly caressing her cheek before swiftly departing. He needed to lead his brothers to the towering lighthouse to rescue Teng Jiao Luomong's brother. Teng Jiao Long, brother lighthouse master, may we accompany you? He Chen noticed Tang Xiaoxin and Tang Xiaoxue had followed him, their eagerness evident. However, he promptly declined their request. This mission is as crucial as yours. Your task is to safeguard the lighthouse. Should enemies invade the Ender lighthouse, you will become its strongest defenders. Very well, brother lighthouse master. However, before you leave, I wish to do something. He Chen observed Tang Xiaoxin's bashful demeanor, and before he could inquire further, she leaned in and gently kissed his lips, swiftly retreating afterward. Tang Xiaoxue could hardly believe her eyes. Xiaoxin, how audacious of you! Master Lighthouse, Xiaoxin is still young and has undoubtedly offended you. I shall reprimand her at once. With that, Tang Xiaoxue dashed off in pursuit of Tang Xiaoxin. He Chen remained silent, withholding his thoughts. Master Lighthouse, Wang Zhong attempted to speak, but He Chen gestured for him to hold his tongue. Let us proceed. Our mission is of utmost importance. Time is of the essence, and we must act swiftly. This time, it would be just the two of them, and speed was essential. Wang Zhong nodded vigorously. Understood, let us go. Initially, He Chen had intended for Wang Zhong to lead the others, but he ultimately decided that his personal involvement was imperative. The lighthouse was still a considerable distance from the fleet of the Shenyang Technology Nation. Even if they were en route, they would approach from the side, avoiding direct confrontation with the Ender lighthouse. The Dongyue group, however, was coming directly from across the Ender lighthouse, intending to attack it, but first, they needed to cross the Basin Nation. In simple terms, the Dongyue group, the Basin Nation, and the Ender lighthouse formed a linear alignment, while the Shenyang Technology Nation was positioned perpendicularly to the Basin Nation. Therefore, He Chen aimed to rescue Teng Jiao Long before all the lighthouses converged. He Chen maximized his speed, and fortunately, the flight speed of his close-fitting battle armor was remarkable, reaching 500 kilometers per hour, nearly matching that of the lighthouse. While he could overclock the mech for greater speed, it would consume considerable fuel. After nearly 3 minutes, He Chen and his team arrived at the tallest lighthouse. Based on Teng Jiao Luomong's prior description, he input Teng Jiao Long's identifying features into the armor, which automatically highlighted the target. The final display indicated that Teng Jiao Long was located at the very top of the tallest lighthouse. Wang Zhong, find a discreet spot. I will retrieve them, He Chen instructed. Wang Zhong nodded, scanning the surroundings, identifying the most concealed location at the top of the lighthouse. The exterior of this lighthouse resembled the television towers of the pre-catastrophe world, yet it towered far higher, akin to the tallest buildings in Dubai. Following the system's highlighted target, He Chen discovered the individual situated at the highest, central point of the lighthouse. What a predicament, right in the heart of it all. With no alternative route available, he had no choice but to breach the entrance forcefully. As he shattered the glass, all eyes in the building turned toward him. One individual, quick to react, shouted, "Baka! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Ignoring the chaos, He Chen focused solely on locating his target. Papers, coffee cups, and books scattered as the flames from his thrusters sent them flying. The scene erupted into pandemonium, filled with screams and cries for help. In no time, over 50 light mechs soared in from outside, locking onto He Chen's figure and charging in. Target the red enemy ahead. Avoid the high-ranking officials. The mechs glided freely within the room. Utilizing their roller skate-like feet, He Chen was overwhelmed by the sheer number of rooms. He was genuinely at a loss. How can this little rascal run so fast? After relentless pursuit, He Chen finally spotted him entering an elevator. Your sister sent me to fetch you. Hurry, come with me. With that, He Chen pressed the elevator button, quickly ascending to the top floor. He broke the elevator doors open, witnessing it plummet rapidly, increasing the thruster's power. He forcibly opened the top of the elevator shaft. At last, He Chen came face to face with Tang Jiaolong. All right, now come with me. Tang Jiaolong sat slumped on the ground, utterly bewildered by He Chen's intentions. No, I won't go with you. Who are you? He Chen chuckled. I am the one your sister sent to rescue you. Tang Jiaolong gasped in shock. You've got the wrong person. I am Swansai Long. He Chen nearly retched in disbelief. What is wrong with the naming conventions in your basin nation? Why must they lean toward instant noodles? Never mind who you are. Just come with me. Without further ado. He Chen scooped Tang Jiaolong up, firmly securing his arms and body, and activated the thrusters on his back and feet to exit the elevator shaft. Wang Zhong, clear out those mechs above. I'm coming up. Wang Zhong replied through the communicator. Understood, Master Lighthouse. He Chan harbored little goodwill for the Basin Nation. Anyone who obstructed his path would be dealt with. Emerging from the elevator shaft, He Chan was met with utter chaos outside. However, he had no time to dwell on the situation. His primary focus was to return to the Ender Lighthouse. Ender System, alert. The Dongyue group is approaching from the side. Please return to the lighthouse promptly. Damn it. How did the Dongyue group reach the vicinity of the Ender Lighthouse? He Chen thought. Logically, they should have passed through the Basin Nation first. Yet, the president of the Dongyue group had other plans. A president sat high in the main building, gazing disdainfully at the people below. Lei Jiao, is the last known location of Gao Jesher ahead? The man named Lei Jiao bowed deeply, hands clasped. Yes, President, it is at the Ender Lighthouse ahead. Chapter 67. He Chen's plan. He Chen and Wang Zhong soared back to the Ender Lighthouse, positioned 3 kilometers away from the Dongyue group, who were rapidly advancing toward them. The multitude of lighthouses appeared somewhat dispirited, seemingly driven by a singular purpose to attack the Ender Lighthouse. Realizing the urgency of the situation, He Chen rushed Tang Jiaolong into the main building of the lighthouse. Upon entering, he encountered Tang Jiaolong. As Tang Jiaolong and Tang Jiaolong reunited, He Chen approached Tang Jiaolong. I have brought you the person you sought. Tell me, can your word be trusted? Tang Jiaolong stepped forward to embrace her brother, who exclaimed, Sister, I missed you so much. Upon confirming her brother's identity, tears streamed down Tang Jiaolong's face. Tang Jiaolong recognized her brother, and her suspicion toward He Chen began to wane. At that moment, her trust in He Chen had lowered to 10%, with a lingering possibility of further betrayal. Catgirl, can your word truly be trusted? He Chen gazed at the tofu catgirl, perplexed that she had not fully submitted to him. This was rather absurd. The tofu catgirl flicked her feline ears atop her head, her eyes darting before she declared, I am quite hungry now. If you do not satisfy my hunger, I shall not yield to you. I fear I may starve otherwise. He Chen chuckled and replied, Very well, I shall fulfill this request of yours. However, I hope you do not repeatedly remain unsatisfied. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to cast you down from the lighthouse, leaving only your brother to suffer. Upon hearing that her brother might endure torment because of her, the tofu catgirl nodded eagerly. Rest assured, I am merely hungry. You know our kind requires a substantial amount of food daily. At that moment, He Chen dispatched someone to bring her a kilogram of white rice, drizzled with tomato sauce and potato salad, topped with scrambled eggs. This dish, known as tomato and scrambled eggs, was a delightful rice bowl from the world before He Chen's arrival. It was a new addition to the cafeteria menu, and he was eager to see how it would fare with the catgirl. Here, enjoy this. It has been specially prepared for you. The tofu catgirl sensed a hint of mischief in He Chen's demeanor, but nonetheless took up her spoon and began to taste the dish. Upon the first bite, her taste buds erupted with the tangy flavor of the tomatoes. The sweetness of the rice mingled beautifully with the tomato's acidity, and with a bite of the scrambled eggs, she gasped, Ah, how delicious! What a delightful sensation! The tofu catgirl's taste buds transcended dimensions, and by the time she took her third bite, she had reached a new pinnacle of flavor. Ignoring her brother, she consumed the entire bowl of rice. In that moment, her betrayal of the Ender Lighthouse shifted from 10% to 0. Witnessing her complete submission, He Chen looked out the window at the Dongyue group, now merely 1.5 kilometers away. Catgirl, once you have finished and feel prepared to act, follow me. Wang Zhong, bring Gao Jesher with you as we step out. Wang Zhong nodded and led Gao Jesher, who was being held captive, to He Chen. What do you want? Please, just talk it out. Don't kill me. Along the way, Gao Jesher pleaded for his life, and when Wang Zhong finally brought him before He Chen, he fell to his knees. I beg you. Spare me. As long as you let me live, I will do anything you ask. At that moment, Chen Yu stepped forward. Master of the lighthouse, I implore you, you must kill Gao Jieshi to avenge Tang Xiaoxin and Tang Xiaoshua's mother. He Chen replied calmly, I will allow you to kill Gao Jieshi later, but for now, he still serves a purpose. He then approached Gao Jieshi. I am granting you an opportunity. If you complete this task, I assure you, I will not take your life. Furthermore, I shall allow you to live comfortably in this lighthouse. Do you accept? During his captivity, Gao Jieshi had already witnessed the superior lifestyle of those in the lighthouse. Even as a prisoner, his existence here was far more pleasant than in his own lighthouse. Every day, aside from the fear of death, he needed not concern himself with anything else. I will certainly accomplish the task you assign me. At this juncture, He Chen produced a cake, a black forest cake he had exchanged for through the system in his previous life. It had been one of his favorite desserts, and he believed the cat girl would surely enjoy it as well. As Gao Jieshi knelt to receive the cake, he assumed He Chen wanted him to eat it, but He Chen quickly interjected. What are you doing? This cake is not for you to eat. Soon, I will have you meet the president of your group. Present this cake to him, and convey my desire for friendship. This cake is a specialty of our lighthouse. However, if he inquires why you have not returned to your own lighthouse, inform him that you are now the vice commander of the Ender Lighthouse and are preparing to take action against me. Of course, my intention is merely to deceive him, but do ensure he eats the cake. If he refuses and wishes for you to eat it, you may do so. Your primary objective is not just to deliver the cake, but to observe him consume it. Do you understand? Gao Jieshi nodded vigorously. I understand. As the Dongyue group approached He Chen's lighthouse, He Chen activated a loudspeaker and announced, to the Dongyue group, I am He Chen of the Ender Lighthouse, and we warmly welcome your arrival. To demonstrate our sincerity, I have sent Gao Jieshi to present you with our lighthouse's specialty. The man seated in the highest chair of the Dongyue group regarded He Chen's Ender Lighthouse with disdain, viewing it as nothing more than a mere rock. However, upon hearing that Gao Jieshi was still alive, he commanded, very well, let Gao Jieshi come forth. Ultimately, Gao Jieshi traversed the connecting bridge to the Dongyue group's lighthouse and was escorted to the president's main building. Gao Jieshi, you have come, but what is that you carry? Chapter 68. Slaying the Insect King. Gao Jieshi replied tremulously, I have merely brought a specialty from the Ender Lighthouse. He Chen wishes to establish a good rapport with you. Esteemed President, the president of the Dongyue group, Su Bin, eyed the cake in Gao Jieshi's hands, as a sweet aroma wafted from it. It was enticing, exceedingly so. This sensation was akin to a piece of candy carelessly discarded by the roadside, with an ant unwittingly drawn to it. Alternatively, it resembled a youthful boy wandering the campus, only to be graced by a smile from a beautiful classmate. His heart raced, his pulse quickened, and dopamine surged within his mind. At that moment, Su Bin experienced a similar sensation, albeit with a more intense greed. Yet, it was not Su Bin himself who felt this way. It was the insect within his mind. The lofty Su Bin addressed the kneeling Gao Jieshi. Then you shall take a bite first. Gao Jieshi, who had been anxious, felt a wave of relief wash over him. The president allowed him to taste the cake, so he complied, remembering He Chen's words that it would be perfectly acceptable. He carefully unwrapped the 6-inch cake, using a spoon set aside to scoop a piece, cream and all, into his mouth. He uttered softly, exhaling a breath of delight. The sweet taste of green leaves, combined with the rich chocolate flavor and the cake's fluffy texture, enveloped his mind in a blissful sweetness. At this moment, the high-ranking Su Bin could no longer contain himself. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. He yearned to eat, yet he needed to watch Gao Jieshi consume the cake first. Only after Gao Jieshi finished, without any incident, would he dare to partake. Should anything untoward happen to Gao Jieshi, he would immediately unleash fire upon the Ender Lighthouse. After Gao Jieshi swallowed the piece of cake, 1 minute elapsed under the watchful eyes of the masses, and nothing untoward occurred. Southern Gate Guardian, bring forth the specialty. A brawny man clad in full battle armor clasped his hands together. Yes. The man approached Gao Jieshi, cautiously taking the cake from his hands and delivering it to Su Bin. This moment marked the critical juncture. He Chen clenched his thigh in anticipation. Indeed, he could witness everything that transpired. He had discreetly installed a high-definition miniature camera on a button positioned on Wang Zhong's chest. With a simple magnification, he could observe every blemish on Su Bin's face. Oddly enough, He-chun noted that Su Bin's face bore no blemishes, nor even wrinkles. It was smooth, exceptionally so. It resembled the face of an infant just a month old. Impeccably cared for. If circumstances permitted, He-chun would have inquired about his skincare regimen. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to witness Su Bin consume a piece of that black forest cake. He slowly picked up the spoon, meticulously wiping it with his handkerchief before cautiously scooping a small portion of the creamy cake. Just a petite spoonful, as it was his first encounter with a gift from another. He was understandably wary. Little did he know, this seemingly innocuous bite of cake would soon transform into the most venomous of poisons. When He-chun retrieved this piece of cake from the system, he had already sprayed it evenly with water infused with 20 capsules of insect repellent. Regardless of where he chose to taste the cake, that very spot was laced with the repellent. Its sole function was to repel insects, yet its effects were as lethal as an adult consuming a kilogram of arsenic. At that moment, Su Bin collapsed onto his knees in excruciating pain, clutching his head with both hands and relentlessly tugging at his hair. However, the agony of pulling his hair could not compare to the torment raging within his mind. Suddenly, his body tilted dangerously towards the stairs. Losing balance and tumbling down the 49th flight, as he rolled down the steps, a 30-centimeter-long face-hugging worm was violently expelled from his mouth. Witnessing the grotesque expression of the worm up close was utterly distressing. With bruises beginning to mar his body, initially a pale pink creature, it had now turned a vivid crimson. He-chun felt his stomach churn at the sight displayed on his virtual screen. This worm was larger than the one previously found within Gao Jiesher. Upon Su Bin's complete descent to the ground, the expelled face-hugging worm fell onto Gao Jiesher's face. Indeed, it was as if a person had hurled a worm directly at another's visage. "Ah, how revolting!" Gao Jiesher exclaimed, swiftly swatting the worm from his face and stomping down on its midsection. The worm emitted a piercing scream before it ceased to show any signs of life. He-chun's complexion paled, and cold sweat broke out on his back, primarily due to the visceral image of the worm landing on Gao Jiesher's face. Gao Jiesher sat slumped on the ground, casting a glance at the worm before shifting his gaze to Su Bin of Dongyue Group. Suddenly, a guardian beside Su Bin charged toward him. He-chun beckoned to Wang Zhong. "Brothers, follow me." Wang Zhong, accompanied by 10 elite warriors piloting mechs, soared into the main building of Dongyue Lighthouse. Upon arrival, a commanding shout rang out, "Whoever dares to lay a hand on your president, I will be the first to eliminate him." The 4 guardians, initially poised to act, found their mech visors abruptly opening, each expelling a pink worm from their mouths. The worms expelled by the other tower residents were comparatively smaller, evidently lacking full intelligence. However, the worms released by the 4 guardians were far inferior to the one Su Bin had just expelled. Thank you," Wang Zhong said, standing before Su Bin. "Come with me." Chapter 69. Su Bin's Past. Ultimately, Su Bin of Dongyue Group followed closely behind Wang Zhong, soon being ushered into He-chun's lighthouse. Upon seeing him, He-chun shook his head, for the scenario before him aligned with his suspicions. "Your face has aged so rapidly. It must be related to that worm, no?" Su Bin trembled at the words. Fortunately, at that moment, there were no personnel from Dongyue Group present, save for Gao Jiesher. "I was deceived by the words of Shenyang technology. I shouldn't have believed them. Once, I basked in glory, my wealth was boundless, yet by then I was already nearing 60, and numerous ailments began to afflict me. Later, through some acquaintances, I learned of Shenyang technology, who promised a way to restore my youth, albeit with a lengthy process, the quickest taking a year. I unconditionally agreed to their proposal, and sure enough, a year later, my body underwent significant changes. The wrinkles on my face began to diminish, and my ailments gradually receded, never to return. However, periodically, I would experience bouts of severe headaches. I assumed these were side effects of the medication they provided, dismissing them as something I could endure. Yet, as time passed, the pain intensified, compelling me to resort to analgesics. Initially, they proved effective, but eventually, they ceased to work. Regardless of the dosage, I lost track of time and began feeling bewildered by my surroundings, making decisions as if in a dream state. Yet, each night, I dreamt of a face-hugging worm, which would laugh at me relentlessly. From that point on, I suspected the rejuvenating medication I ingested had been tampered with by Shenyang technology. By the time I realized the truth, it was too late. My body was no longer under my control. Until I encountered you, it was you who rescued me. He Chun sighed after Su Bin's recounting. Very well, now issue a decree for all lighthouses under Dongyue Group to submit to me. You are in my grasp, and if you do not comply, you may not leave my lighthouse alive. Unexpectedly, Su Bin dropped to his knees with a thud. Thank you, Master of the Shadow Tower. I feel far more at ease now. As if I have ascended from hell to heaven. You are a deity. I shall do as you command. Luo Yu, witnessing this scene, was nearly rendered speechless, pondering how remarkable He Chun was for consolidating a group of lighthouses. After all, this conglomerate encompassed at least 100 lighthouses. Yet now, all of them had become He Chun's subordinates. Well, since you have spoken, my task becomes simpler. Press your fingerprint on the tablet, and your lighthouses will be transferred to me. I am too lazy to merge them. I need to relocate all personnel from your lighthouses to mine. Su Bin nodded. No problem, Master of the Shadow Tower. Regardless of your arrangements, you are my savior. At that moment, He Chun felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort at Su Bin's excessive gratitude. While he had saved Su Bin's life, it was ultimately for his own benefit. He never anticipated such deep appreciation. Nonetheless, it was commendable to witness gratitude in this apocalyptic world, where such sentiments were increasingly rare. Eventually, Dongyue Group transferred control to He Chun via the tablet, and he promptly relocated all the citizens of Dongyue Group to the Shadow Tower. This sudden influx swelled the population of the Shadow Tower from 10,000 to a staggering 100,000. However, the previous job positions remained unchanged, as He Chun ordered a batch of new factories to be delivered to the lighthouse. The relocated citizens of Dongyue Group were classified according to their talents, determining their suitability for various tasks. After organizing these matters, approximately an hour had passed. While attending to these tasks, He Chun dispatched 10 drones for reconnaissance, only to discover that 5 warships were in pursuit. What the hell? I had already destroyed 3 ships before, and now they come again. The elders aboard the warships debated amongst themselves. At this speed, he is nearing 600 kilometers per hour, while we are barely moving at 570 or 80. We might not catch him. After the chief elder spoke, another deputy elder replied, but are we really just going to let him go? The Shadow Tower is undoubtedly aware of our face-hugging worm's secret now. A different elder interjected. So what if he knows? When we strike, does he truly believe he can withstand us? After the elder finished speaking, the chief elder slammed his hand on the table. You are all over 100 years old. Why do you still think like children? Some elders, hearing this, turned their faces away in defiance. The chief elder, Wu Zhantian, declared, our technological nation has never initiated conflict. We must ascertain the situation first. Moreover, at the Ender Lighthouse, there is also a core member of our Shenyang technology nation, Luo Yu. If Luo Yu were to be subdued by them, it would lead to dire consequences. At this moment, the other elders began to fall silent, indicating their tacit acceptance of He Chun's words. Very well, let us catch up and have a thorough discussion with him. I hope none of you encounter any further complications. Let us not forget the purpose of our expedition this time. Upon the chief elder's conclusion, all present nodded in agreement. A sense of mission arose within them. If one were to inquire about the nature of their mission, their answer would be akin to that of Qin Shi Huang's ambitions. Chapter 70. The Lighthouse of Mutants. Indeed, discussing the current state of the Shenyang technology nation is quite a headache. As it stands, they lack the naval vessels necessary to continue their assault on He Chun's lighthouse, as their current resources must be allocated to besieging other cities. Therefore, they plan to extend an olive branch to He Chun's Ender Lighthouse, persuading him to submit to them and keep the matter of the face-eating insects under wraps. However, recalling the style of the master of the Ender Lighthouse, who could annihilate them without hesitation. How could He Chun possibly yield? The chief elder sighed. We truly cannot afford to lose any more generals. The engineers painstakingly trained at the main tower are already few in number, and another battle would diminish them even further. One elder proposed an idea. I believe we have recently absorbed some population. Why not utilize those surplus individuals to expend their resources? Indeed, this strategy is quite viable. Our main tower currently has limited food supplies, so we can utilize the population from other large lighthouses allied with us. As they discussed, they veered away from the matter of He Chun, as it appeared trivial in their eyes in their quest for survival and optimal resource allocation. They must expand population. Controlling the population size and eliminating the useless while nurturing the useful would lead to a beneficial cycle. Moreover, to sustain these lighthouses, they would require 2,000 star cores annually. To acquire these resources, they dispatched some elders to lead raids. Should they perish in battle, it would be considered a noble sacrifice for the main lighthouse. If they survive, they can continue to serve the lighthouse. Although the Shenyang Technology Nation's methods are somewhat ruthless and unethical, they are indeed suited to a post-apocalyptic world. Unless they act as He Qin does, they have no choice but to straightforwardly plunder the star cores of the Basin Nation. This cycle of raiding the star cores of other lighthouses continues endlessly. Yet, this is hardly a virtuous cycle. It is, in fact, a vicious one. Larger lighthouses devouring smaller ones in an unending cycle, returning to their ultimate ideal. Dear colleagues, we must unify the entire world. By doing so, we will no longer need to plunder other lighthouses or engage in internecine conflict, while better utilizing the resources of our planet. The chief elder of Shenyang Technology embraced this goal as their lifelong aspiration. As for He Qin, he currently harbors no grand ambitions. At the very least, he believes there is no necessity to unify the world. That would be far too troublesome. His sole objective now is to transform his lighthouse into a paradise-like haven. This plan is set to unfold over the course of 3 years, during which he aims to restore the lighthouse to its pre-catastrophe state, complete with internet, computers, and elements of the two-dimensional culture. These aspects are readily available locally, as he can directly enlist individuals from the Basin Nation to fulfill these roles. Ultimately, he envisions a life of carefree existence until old age claims him. After all, life in the world he traversed before was not dissimilar to now, and he feels no lingering attachment to the past. With the aid of the system, he finds no difficulty in bringing his vision to fruition. However, at this juncture, Qin suddenly addressed He Qin, Master of the Tower. I have just received a message from the Shenyang Technology Nation. They demand our submission and the exchange of prisoners, or we shall remain on this island for eternity, forbidden to leave. He Qin perused the message from the Shenyang Technology Nation, scratching his head. How audacious of them! They either want him to surrender prisoners and join their ranks or be eternally confined to this island. Such lofty aspirations. At this moment, He Qin inquired of the Ender System. Ender System, what is the status of the Shenyang Technology Nation's fleet? Ender System. Response to the host. Currently, the Shenyang Technology Nation possesses 5 warships. Down from 8, as you have destroyed 3. Previously, they were coercing over 100 lighthouses to follow their lead. The Shenyang Technology Nation indeed has some audacity. They managed to forcibly relocate hundreds of lighthouses from their original nation. It appears that the capabilities of their warships significantly surpass those of ordinary lighthouses designed specifically for combat, while the latter are intended for survival. However, He Qin is resolute. He pays no heed to their threats. Very well, I shall remain on this island. I will not surrender any individuals to you, nor will I join your ranks. You may as well abandon this line of thought. After declaring this, He Qin stood his ground, remaining steadfast in his position. Meanwhile, Luo Yu observed He Qin, impressed by his audacity. I didn't expect you to possess such courage. Well done. He Qin smiled and retorted. Does the Shenyang Technology Nation truly believe it can intimidate me? If I were to take action, your nation would be hard-pressed to escape. The reason the Shenyang Technology Nation insisted on asserting that He Qin was on an island was due to his earlier evasion from their pursuit, leading him to inadvertently seek refuge on a large island. The Shenyang Technology Nation then declared, very well, remain there. We will station guards to monitor you daily. Should you dare to flee, our warships will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Disregarding their threats, He Qin watched as they departed the island. After nearly 20 minutes, while observing from the island, he suddenly spotted a colossal sea creature, a Xiangui, drifting toward him. Ender System. Warning. A new lighthouse has been detected ahead. It belongs to the mutants. Mutants? A lighthouse? As He Qin gazed in that direction, the distance closed, revealing a massive Xiangui measuring nearly 5,000 square meters, its back adorned with wooden houses and structures. Is this the mutants' lighthouse? But why does it move so slowly? He Qin never imagined he would encounter such a lighthouse in this world. Chapter 71. The Xiangui lighthouse. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Just as He Qin marveled at the mutants' lighthouse, the structure drew nearer. At that moment, a peculiar sound emanated from the lighthouse. Ender System. It seems they are attempting to communicate with me. What are they saying? Can you translate? Ender system. The system is translating. Inferior humans, please vacate our territory. Inferior humans? So these mutants consider themselves superior beings? Hearing their words, He-chun felt a strange familiarity, reminiscent of a dialect infused with the strong essence of the national language. It is highly probable that these mutants have undergone prolonged isolation from normal humans, resulting in a distinct evolution of their language. Yet, it is still a derivative of the national language system. Ender system. The system's marketplace offers the mutant language for sale. He-chun opened the marketplace interface on the virtual screen before him. To his delight, he found an array of languages available. English, German, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Italian, Spanish, Melbournese, bird language, dog language, cat language. Virtually every conceivable language was present. Moreover, the translation accuracy was a perfect 100%. Not only did it encompass international languages, but it also included various domestic dialects, such as Sichuanese, Chongqing dialect, Cantonese, and Northeastern dialects. After rummaging through the language system for a considerable time, He-chun finally discovered the dialect of the Fire Nation mutants. This must be it. The final language required the payment of 50 kilograms of gold, and He-chun promptly completed the transaction with a single click. Instantly, all the tones, characters, and pronunciations of this linguistic system were indelibly etched into He-chun's mind. It felt as though he had resided in this country for 2 centuries, rendering him nearly incapable of misunderstanding anything spoken. As he turned to observe them, he initially thought their chatter resembled the chirping of birds. However, the situation had changed. His mind could now clearly translate their words, allowing him to comprehend their intentions with precision. You worthless humans, why do you not leave? Do you not see the cannons upon our lighthouse? Upon hearing this, He-chun retorted, if you deem those to be cannons, then what I possess must surely be an atomic bomb. After He-chun made this statement, his interlocutors were left stunned for nearly 10 seconds, leading him to wonder if they had lost communication with him. How is it possible that you comprehend our mutant language? One of them exclaimed, Oh, I see. You are a traitor among mutants. This accusation nearly pushed He-chun over the edge. Ladies, do you not speak excessively? Could you not perhaps limit your verbiage? Just because I can converse in your mutant tongue does not necessarily imply that I am one of you. After being left in a daze for nearly 10 minutes, they finally responded, We recognize that you must be a new human, so the lighthouse you currently control must have been captured from humanity, correct? At this moment, He-chun heard a powerful female voice. And although her tone was somewhat stern, it did not suggest outright hostility. He-chun replied, I have come here for a specific purpose, and once I have accomplished it, I shall depart immediately. In his mind, he resolved to avoid conflict if possible, as he wished to avert any trouble. However, some lighthouses were undeniably in need of sorting out, compelling He-chun to take action. As he prepared to leave, he observed the opponent's Xian-gui lighthouse, noting its remarkable cleanliness and orderliness in this post-apocalyptic world. It could be described as a refreshing presence. At this moment, Chun-yu, standing beside He-chun, praised, Master of the Tower, I find their lighthouse indeed beautiful. However, I cannot shake the feeling that they harbor animosity towards us humans. He-chun responded, We should not jump to conclusions just yet. We need to observe further. Just then, the opposing lighthouse inquired, May I ask where you intend to go next? Perhaps we could accompany you, He-chun replied. I am preparing to travel to the land of the barbarians. Upon hearing this, they seemed somewhat pleased. We can indeed allow you passage, but since you have arrived here, you are our guests. Why not come and take a look? He-chun contemplated the situation. If he were to visit them, there might be traps or ulterior motives awaiting him, which could pose a danger. Ender system, could you analyze the veracity of their words? The Ender system began its assessment. Analysis complete. The credibility of their statements is 99. With this information, He-chun decided that it would be prudent to visit them. Very well, I shall come and see what your situation entails. Feeling somewhat bored, he figured it would be better to explore than to remain idle. Should they genuinely intend him harm, he was confident in his formidable armor, purchased with real gold and silver, which would not fail him in times of need. All right, I am coming to inspect your lighthouse. At this moment, Chun-yu expressed concern for He-chun. Do not worry. They will not harm me. Just wait for me here. After He-chun finished speaking, He stepped out as he arrived atop the Xian Gui's back. He casually noticed that the creature did not seem to be in very good condition. Could it be that the Xian Gui had grown weary from the journey? Nevertheless, this fleeting thought was overshadowed by his primary concern regarding their intentions. He needed to ascertain whether they harbored any hostile designs against him. Upon stepping onto their lighthouse, he was awestruck by its appearance. Chapter 72. He Chin's conditions goodness. The mutants' lighthouse is truly exceptional. They even utilized the Xian Gui as a lighthouse. I wonder how they managed to control such a creature. He Chen mused that if he were to gain strength in the future, he would amass thousands of Xian Guis following him, rendering him virtually invincible in this post-apocalyptic world. At that point, he could eliminate anyone who displeased him. With an army of Xian Guis at his command, who would dare challenge him? The elder leading He Chen remarked, "Let us first take a stroll through the main city." He Chen nodded in agreement. However, as they entered the main city, he suddenly spotted an individual standing atop a jellyfish. Making their way toward him, this jellyfish had already undergone mutation, floating in the air and appearing quite surreal. The three individuals atop the jellyfish wore pristine white robes and possessed long beast-like ears. The young leader gazed at He Chen, remaining motionless for nearly a minute. You speak our new human language?" He Chen nodded. "Indeed, our lighthouse has always been fond of peace, so we have learned some languages from other races to some extent. However, I am merely passing through today and harbor no other intentions." After this, the young man atop the jellyfish asked, "Do you possess any medical supplies at your lighthouse? We are in dire need of many medicines. Perhaps we could negotiate a trade." He Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully, assessing them. From the moment he arrived at their lighthouse, he had noticed that they did not seem overly hostile toward outsiders. He surmised that their conflicts with humanity stemmed from misunderstandings caused by language barriers. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted a lack of mutated beasts, suggesting that life within this lighthouse was relatively comfortable. Perhaps their sentiments mirrored his own. To avoid conflict if possible. Very well, let us find a suitable place to discuss this matter further. Subsequently, He Chen followed them to a quieter pavilion. Upon their arrival, however, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of individuals. Some had rabbit ears, others cat ears, dog ears, and even wings sprouting from their backs, making the place feel like a lighthouse inhabited by various creatures. Once everyone settled down, a scarred man with wolf ears approached, extending his right hand. "It is a pleasure to welcome you to our lighthouse. I am An Lang, the captain of the Xian Gui Lighthouse's guard. I represent our Xian Gui Lighthouse in this trade." An Lang appeared quite friendly and amiable upon He Chen's arrival. As He Chen approached, he was clad in fitted armor, primarily to guard against any sudden ambushes. After their handshake, the tension eased. He Chen calmly stated, "Let us get straight to the point. Since our purpose is trade, let us discuss the terms of our agreement." An Lang was equally direct. "As I mentioned earlier, we require a substantial quantity of medical supplies. I wonder how much you can provide." Just then, He Chen's mind was once again interrupted by the system's voice. "Enter system, ding. Host has encountered new human mutants. Commencing advanced mission. Establish a lighthouse populated with mutants, with a minimum of 500 individuals. Deadline, 24 hours. Conditions, all mutants joining the lighthouse must do so voluntarily." Voluntarily? This is quite the conundrum. Is it not? How could two individuals who have only just met expect to persuade them to join his lighthouse willingly, unless one resorts to the abduction of numerous mutants at that time? It is utterly impossible to persuade them voluntarily. Regardless of the circumstances, it remains unfeasible. He Chen sighed, contemplating that this miraculous artifact might slip through his fingers. The Ender system remarked, "This task, though somewhat beyond your capacity, offers a considerable reward. However, if you truly find it insurmountable, you may choose to forego it." Upon hearing the system's words, He Chen bristled. Did this system doubt his abilities? Did it belittle his strength? I will not concede. Who was afraid of whom? He Chen accepted the mission, confident that a path would manifest itself when the time came. Yet, the sole thought that lingered in his mind was that of the Hurricane Warhammer. This was a main cannon, more formidable than an electromagnetic cannon. Once a shell was fired, it would nearly deplete all the electrical energy from the entire lighthouse. Nevertheless, the weapon's might was undeniably potent. In encounters with particularly troublesome foes, deploying this shell would pose no issue at all. Hurricane Warhammer type. Annihilation Tower Cannon Caliber, 9,000 mm power. A single shell can obliterate a lighthouse with a 200-star core. Charging. 200-star core requires continuous charging for 2 hours. Currently, He-chun possessed only around 180-star cores. This shell was remarkable. A single projectile could annihilate a colossal lighthouse, akin to being able to destroy 10 North Star lighthouses with a single shot. He had resolved to attempt to complete this task for the sake of the weapon. The other party had already articulated their requirements, so He-chun was now prepared to state his price. Very well, I possess an ample supply of antibiotics for you, but I wish to inquire if there are any slaves among you. Upon hearing the word slaves, Dark Wolf's expression soured. My friend, our lighthouse has never taken the initiative to attack others. Thus we do not possess any slaves. After he finished speaking, He-chun finally comprehended why the system deemed this an impossible task. It was akin to searching for bones within an egg. If one were to find them, it would undoubtedly be an egg that had already hatched a chicken. Yet, He-chun was not disheartened. He was determined to try. Chapter 73. The abdomen of the Xiangui. Moreover, with a day still remaining, He-chun recognized he still had an opportunity. However, he was perceptive enough to shift the conversation, as strategizing on how to recruit these mutants into his lighthouse was essential. You require so many pharmaceuticals. What do you intend to do with them? Dark Wolf pondered briefly. To be forthright, we are encountering a problem with our Xiangui, and despite our numerous attempts, nothing has proven effective. We have exhausted all medicinal options, yet to no avail. Rest assured, we will not abandon treatment for the Xiangui. As long as there is a chance for healing, we will employ every means at our disposal. Speak plainly. Do you seek flesh or minerals? Name your price. The Xiangui is ill? This pertains to the very fate of the entire lighthouse. How could it fall ill? Upon hearing this, He-chun suddenly realized that this situation presented a splendid opportunity. Perhaps there was a chance to succeed in his plan. He promptly responded. I see. I happen to possess a highly advanced medical robot that can enter your Xiangui to conduct an examination. What say you? Dark Wolf's face lit up with delight. Excellent. I shall consult with the Tower Master to ascertain whether they share this inclination. With that, he swiftly departed, leaving He-chun to close his eyes in contemplation, simultaneously accessing his system to delve into his marketplace. With no pressing matters at hand, he thought it prudent to explore what further items he might procure in the future. After meandering through the marketplace, a beast-eared woman approached along a narrow path. At a distance, her golden hair and ram-like horns appeared striking. However, as she drew closer, He-chun realized she was a woman of perhaps 50 or 60 years. Is this truly the case? Should I allow her to pass, or should I let her pass? He-chun felt a sense of disappointment akin to a romantic misadventure. Previously, when the lighthouse had beckoned him, it had sounded remarkably alluring, almost as if a lovely maiden were calling. Yet now, the reality was entirely different. How terribly hasty he had been. After a moment of disillusionment, He-chun swiftly adjusted his mindset to face the woman anew. Are you the Tower Master of the Ender Lighthouse? He-chun inquired with a nod. The golden-haired, horned elder continued, Ender Tower Master, you claim to possess a method for treating the Xiangui? Indeed, I do. Though I am currently unfamiliar with the specifics of your Xiangui's condition, I must first observe it before I can provide further insight. The old goat Tower Master hesitated, then conceded, very well. Given the current circumstances, we cannot afford to waste a day. It serves no benefit to us. We shall proceed with the examination, and you may present your conditions. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Upon hearing her words, He-chun's eyes gleamed with excitement, for his plan was now halfway to fruition. Ah, I have awaited your words, He-chun thought, eager to commence. After all, acquiring the artifact was merely a matter of determination. He-chun retrieved a walkie-talkie from his chest, feigning communication with the occupants of the lighthouse, though in truth, he was addressing the Ender system. Release the medical robot. Soon, a swarm of robots, each 3 times smaller than He-chun, began to traverse from the Ender lighthouse towards him. The exterior of these robots was crafted from silicone, housing robust machinery within, as only such constructs could undertake perilous tasks. It was only after He-chun had operated the medical robot for approximately 30 minutes that he finally pinpointed the crux of the issue. Indeed, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly astounded. The sight was not merely shocking. It was a complete upheaval of his worldview, for what lay before him was something he had never encountered before. Ender system. I can partially obscure this scene and convey the primary elements in written form. He-chan shook his head. No need. This is still somewhat acceptable, for what he beheld was a multitude of worms writhing within the creature's abdomen. Medical robot live feed current humidity, 98 location. Posterior the internal temperature of the Xiangui soared to a staggering 120 degrees. Yet within this extreme heat, 3-meter-long parasites, each 20 centimeters in diameter, were burrowing about. These countless parasites were, in fact, parasites. They appeared to be reveling in their feast within the Xiangui's body, seemingly unconcerned with the internal conditions, content to indulge in their gluttony. No wonder it is ill. With such a plethora of parasites, He-chan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He then retrieved a tablet, transmitting the medical robot's feed to the screen for the Tower Master of the Xiangui Lighthouse. Upon witnessing this scene, the Tower Master nearly lost composure. Just as He-chan had felt the urge to retch, the Tower Master was now on the verge of vomiting. Do not show me that. I can only think of throwing up, He-chan, upon hearing this, remarked. Tower Master, you clearly see the predicament. It is indeed quite troublesome. The Goat Tower Master, upon hearing He-chan's words, nearly fell to his knees before him. Ender Tower Master, whatever price you set, we shall meet it. As long as you can heal the Xiangui finally, He-chan gazed at the tablet, exuding a sense of helplessness. Having seen your current state, I too wish to assist. However, I fear the requisite price may be beyond your means. After He-chan articulated this, he regarded the Goat Tower Master with an expression of profound sympathy. The Goat Tower Master pondered for a moment, realizing that this might just be the solution they sought. Chapter 74. Snowflake Beef. To put it bluntly, He-chan is not unwilling to assist. Rather, he seeks certain conditions. Now that his plans have come to fruition, he decides to cut to the chase. Master Goat, as for iron or gold mines, I find myself not particularly lacking. After saying this, He-chan experiences a moment of hesitation. Observing this, Master Goat immediately shouts to those nearby, "Go fetch the finest snowflake beef we have at our lighthouse." Before long, a winged mutant departs, and within a minute returns with an exquisitely fresh platter of beef. Master He, behold, this platter of snowflake beef is the finest specialty of our Xiangui lighthouse. While it may not rival the delicacies of the mortal realm, it is undoubtedly the most delectable offering we have. Upon hearing this, Master Goat takes a piece of beef and savors it. Ender system, please scan this piece of beef for its safety. Scanning a target. Meat. Safety level, 99.99. Healthy, non-toxic, and free from parasites. Upon confirming its safety, He-chan uses a small dagger to cut a piece and consumes it raw. As he tastes the snowflake beef, he feels himself becoming one with its exquisite flavor. Delicious. This beef is truly delectable. Imagine the joy of using it for hot pot. He-chan has firmly etched the taste of this beef into his memory. Vowing to rear such cattle at his lighthouse in his mind, he compares this snowflake beef to the renowned Japanese Wagyu. While it may not be the pinnacle of Wagyu, it certainly holds its own. In the future, he plans to raise them in abundance, enjoying hot pot monthly. I wonder what Master He thinks of our snowflake beef, muses Master Goat. He-chan nods. This beef has indeed left a lasting impression. Yet in comparison to what I truly need, it is somewhat inadequate. Master Goat is nearly beside himself with urgency. Master He, please do tell us what you require. We shall do our utmost to accommodate your needs. Very well. Since Master Goat is so sincere, I shall be forthright. I need 500 new humans to come to my lighthouse. We are currently lacking in population, of course, if you are unwilling. Before He-chan could finish, Master Goat grasped his arm. Master He, I understand. I will notify them immediately. Without He-chan uttering another word, Master Goat hurried outside to address the residents of the tower. Our lighthouse faces the most formidable challenge in history, and it is time for us to unite and safeguard it. Today, we have a master of medicine among us who can heal our Xiangui, but he has one condition. We require 500 of our tower's citizens to journey to the Ender Lighthouse. At this moment, He-chan stepped forward to add, "Rest assured, upon your arrival at my lighthouse, I will not compel you to labor." Periodically, I will also escort you back to your homeland. As He-chun concluded. A group of volunteers began to emerge to tally the numbers. Most of them had come to this decision after considerable discussion, eager to join He-chun at his lighthouse. He-chun surmises that their willingness likely stems from the benefits they would receive. Otherwise, few would willingly journey to the Ender lighthouse. Regardless, He-chun is pleased that people are coming to his lighthouse. At this juncture, Master Goat approached He-chun, gazing at him intently, seemingly eager to witness his next move. He-chun pondered, Ender system, how many boxes of deworming medicine can I purchase today? Host, you may still acquire 200 boxes of deworming medicine today. Nodding in acknowledgement, He-chun replied, very well, I shall purchase this quantity. Once acquired, I will swiftly direct the medical robots to the stomach. Immediately, the system commanded the medical robots to the lighthouse, swiftly retrieving the medicine and heading to the tail of the Xiangui. Without further ado, they commenced spraying the deworming medicine, ensuring that any parasites would perish within the Xiangui's stomach. The abundant gastric fluid would effectively dissolve the deceased parasites, providing additional nourishment for the Xiangui. Master Goat, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly believe his eyes. My goodness. I never imagined that the ailment plaguing the Xiangui for so many years would be cured so effortlessly. Impressive, indeed. He-chun replied nonchalantly. Fortunately, we have recently developed this medicine. Otherwise, even divine beings might struggle to contend with such a multitude of parasites. Master Goat, a man of reason, promptly stated, Master He, we still possess ample snowflake beef. As a gesture of hospitality for your inaugural visit. Please stay and enjoy dinner with us before departing. Initially inclined to decline, He-chun found himself unable to escape the fervent hospitality of Master Goat. Very well, if I refuse again, it would be remiss of me. Let us dine comfortably before I take my leave. Master Goat was elated, as He-chun had healed their Xiangui. From any perspective, Master Goat deemed this encounter immensely worthwhile. After a delightful repast lasting nearly 2 hours, He-chun made his way back to his lighthouse. Upon his arrival, a contingent of mutants also arrived at his lighthouse. However, He-chun noticed their expressions were somewhat discontent. What troubles you? A woman with rabbit ears stepped forward. While we are immensely grateful for your healing of our Xiangui, we refuse to associate with the old humans. Upon hearing this, He-chun was taken aback. Their refusal to engage with the old humans seemed rather extreme. However, for the sake of acquiring the forthcoming artifact, he deemed this minor issue resolvable. Fear not. I have prepared a new area specifically for you, providing a separate living environment. Chapter 75. The Battle Among Women at Any Rate. He-chun's lighthouse was nearing level 9. When it reached level 8, he had acquired a satellite lighthouse to guard the Ender lighthouse. After approximately 10 seconds, a small lighthouse descended from the heavens. Landing precisely beside He-chun's lighthouse, He-chun piloted a mining vessel to transport them to the satellite lighthouse. Now, you are no longer residing with the old humans. He-chun anticipated their satisfaction, only to be met with further resistance. We do not accept your authority as our new master. He-chun realized that this group of women was simply unwilling to acknowledge his leadership. However, as he observed, he noted that all the newcomers were women, with not a single man among them. Your refusal is noted, but I assure you that I will earn your respect in due time. Suddenly, the rabbit-eared woman stepped forward. Though we are all female, that does not diminish our strength. I guarantee that not one of us can be bested by you. If you doubt my abilities, I invite you to test me. He-chun, suppressing a chuckle, replied, very well, if you believe I cannot defeat you. Let us see if I can. They nodded earnestly. Very well. Should you prevail, we shall concede. Once the challenge was set, He-chun readied himself. Let us proceed without further ado. As the rabbit-eared woman, named Tu Xiaobai, prepared to engage He-chun, her companions whispered caution. Captain, what if he has ulterior motives? Tu Xiaobai, the captain of the female guard team at Xiangui Lighthouse, was highly skilled in this lighthouse. Few could match her prowess. She shook her head at her subordinates. Rest assured, he does not possess the capability to confine us. After finishing her words, she cast a glance towards He-chun. They had initially assumed that He-chun could not hear their conversation, yet he stood 10 meters away, listening with perfect clarity. This was primarily due to the astonishing enhancement of his physical capabilities since the day he acquired the system. Perhaps he himself was unaware of the extent of this enhancement. Nevertheless, his physique was progressively improving, with both his hearing and strength becoming increasingly formidable. For instance, he could clearly hear conversations from 50 meters away. Similarly, he could effortlessly lift a weight of 1 ton. Moreover, his running speed had significantly increased. Where he once took 13 seconds to cover 100 meters, he now accomplished the same in just 10 seconds. Such speed was typically only achievable by those trained in athletics, yet he had received no such training, merely engaging in his daily meals and drinks. Now, piloting a mech, he faced the mutant beings with ease. As a mutant rabbit charged towards He-Chin, he remained motionless, allowing her to approach. When the mutant rabbit reached his side, He-Chin turned slightly and seized her waist, causing her face to flush immediately. Humph! The mutant rabbit let out a soft huff, her cheeks turning a deep crimson. You? He-Chin ignored her, instead firmly grasping her head with one hand while the other tightly held her arms, rendering the rabbit unable to move. Why you? Let go of me. He-Chin smiled at her. Are you now convinced? The rabbit, feeling increasingly anxious, struggled in vain. I refuse to accept this. As the tower master, you naturally represent the pinnacle of strength within the entire lighthouse. If you possess the ability, summon anyone from the lighthouse to face me, He-Chin chuckled. Very well, but you must promise me that when I call someone over to defeat you, you will willingly join my lighthouse. This time, the rabbit was resolute in her decision and nodded, declaring, all right, no problem. If someone from your lighthouse can defeat me, we will wholeheartedly submit to you. In truth, He-Chin did not seek their absolute submission. He merely desired for these mutants to live peacefully within his lighthouse and to join the Ender lighthouse willingly. However, the rabbit and her companions were reluctant to join He-Chin's lighthouse primarily due to their disdain, as they associated human lighthouses with filth and unsanitary conditions. Thus, they were inherently averse to human lighthouses and, by extension, to He-Chin's as well. Luoyu, come here. Luoyu had already submitted to He-Chin, and among those present, she was the only one capable of combat, alongside Tang Jiao Luomang. However, He-Chin had yet to witness Tang Jiao Luomang in action and was unaware of her prowess. While he had seen Luoyu fight, pitting Luoyu, who stood at 1.8 meters tall, against the rabbit was surely an easy match. Calmly, Luoyu approached He-Chin and pointed at the rabbit. Is that the little white rabbit? He-Chin replied with a gentle affirmation. All right. The rabbit realized she must be vigilant this time. Failure would mean she could not return to her lighthouse, as Luoyu leisurely made her way toward her. She seemed to regard the rabbit as merely a novice. Chapter 76, The Female Duel. The rabbit wasted no time with preparatory moves and began to circle around Luoyu. Upon reaching Luoyu's rear, she executed a super jump, aiming to land on Luoyu's neck. However, Luoyu swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick, prompting the rabbit to alter her stance and launch herself towards Luoyu's calf. In mid-air, she performed a backflip, propelling herself toward the ground. While Luoyu was momentarily thrown off balance, her height provided a significant advantage, allowing her to quickly regain her footing and unleash a series of kicks, forcing the rabbit into a backflip. For some reason, watching women fight was an exhilarating experience for He-Chin. The clash between the two women was a visual feast. Luoyu possessed an impressive physique, while the rabbit was slender and graceful. Both women boasted striking appearances, easily scoring above 8 in attractiveness. Just as the rabbit began to feel overwhelmed, Luoyu accelerated her offensive pace, pinning the rabbit to the ground, rendering her unable to struggle. All right, Luoyu, that's enough. After halting her assault, Luoyu continued to gaze intently at the rabbit, perhaps preparing for a potential counterattack. Quite commendably, she maintained a defensive posture even as the battle concluded. Such individuals were indeed formidable in a post-apocalyptic world, as they were rarely caught off guard. However, what He-Chin did not anticipate was that he would soon become the first to be ambushed. As Luoyu stepped back, she unexpectedly kicked toward He-Chin's face in a split second, but He-Chin's system had already forewarned him. You think you can sneak attack me? Not a chance. How could the male protagonist be so easily underestimated? He-Chin had long been prepared, raising his arm to block the kick. His arm remained steadfast, as though a mere mosquito had landed on it. Luoyu! He-Chin seized her ankle, preventing her from moving. Don't push your luck. I previously promised you freedom within my lighthouse. Don't make me confine you to a small dark room. After uttering this, He-Chen released her leg, and as she returned to the central lighthouse, he gently placed a control chip at the nape of her neck. Initially, He-Chen intended to spare her from chip control, but given her current disloyalty, he deemed it necessary. However, He-Chen found this situation perplexing. The system had previously detected her complete loyalty, yet she had still managed to defy him. The Ender system remarked, "You are encountering a congenital obedience issue. The individual's heart is loyal to you, yet her body's memory remains unyielding." Upon hearing this, He-Chen felt some understanding of her behavior. Nevertheless, placing a control chip on her was preferable to not having one at all. He-Chen then approached the rabbit once more. "Now, you are ready to voluntarily reside in my lighthouse, aren't you?" The rabbit, utterly astonished, nodded vigorously. She knew the Tower Master was formidable, yet the human she had just fought was equally impressive. However, that human had proven no match for the Tower Master. The disparity between the two was now glaringly apparent. Upon returning to her group, she observed them murmuring among themselves. They nodded in agreement to reside in the lighthouse, but insisted on knowing when He-Chen would escort them to visit their own lighthouse. He-Chen provided them with a clear response. "I will take you back twice a year, allowing you to stay in your previous lighthouse for about 10 days each time. Over the course of a year, that amounts to 20 days in your former lighthouse, and if the opportunity arises, I will frequently allow you to visit." With this assurance, they felt a degree of relief. All right, then it's settled. They were very obedient, and having reached an agreement, He-Chen began to arrange their accommodations. However, as he did so, they did not appear entirely willing to remain in the lighthouse. Nevertheless, He-Chen had ample time and methods at his disposal, as long as they stayed within his lighthouse. He could eventually win them over. If necessary, he would persuade each of them individually. Of course, this task would be time-consuming and physically taxing, a prospect He-Chen was somewhat reluctant to undertake. The Ender system then alerted, "Warning! A three-headed tyrant snake has been detected 20 kilometers ahead through submarine sonar." Just as He-Chen was about to personally arrange accommodations for them, a three-headed tyrant snake unexpectedly appeared before him. At this moment, He-Chen paid no heed to the newly arrived mutants, but instead activated the system, observing the front through a virtual screen. Instantly, 5 drones soared from the main lighthouse, as anticipated. A colossal sea serpent was hurtling towards him at a staggering speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Goodness, is that serpent actually flying? 300 kilometers is astonishingly fast. This creature, which should have been swimming in the sea, typically does not exceed a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, yet here it was, darting at 300 kilometers per hour. Upon spotting the sea serpent, He-Chen promptly instructed Chen Yu to aim the laser cannon ahead. With a command, a beam of white laser shot forth. However, it appeared that the laser inflicted no damage whatsoever on the sea serpent. The laser continued to scorch the creature's head for nearly 30 seconds without causing a trace of injury. Chen Yu switched to the electromagnetic cannon immediately. Chen Yu's delicate fingers expertly maneuvered the controls, switching the laser cannon to an electromagnetic cannon. A bolt from the electromagnetic cannon ensnared the three-headed sea serpent in a tempest of electric chains. Yet it seemed entirely unaffected. What on earth? Is this creature defying gravity? Is such an invincible being truly lurking in the depths of the ocean? He-Chen, skeptical of such invincibility, believed that with sufficiently powerful weaponry, any calamity could be vanquished. The crux of the matter lay in a pressing dilemma. Where could he possibly acquire such formidable weapons? Chapter 77. Ambush. He-Chen turned his head to regard the mutants standing behind him. "Danger is imminent. I need all of you to willingly remain at the lighthouse. To be frank, as long as you are all willing to stay, I will receive rewards from the headquarters. Once they see the harmony at my lighthouse, they will send weapons remotely, allowing us to escape this peril." He-Chen concocted a falsehood, primarily to keep them unaware of his possession of the system, claiming that a powerful force was backing him. "Well then, as long as you can eliminate that monster before us." They reasoned that in comparison to the value of their lives, they should prioritize setting aside personal matters. The Ender system chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. You have received the Hurricane Warhammer as a reward." Instantly, a Hurricane Warhammer materialized in He-Chen's system inventory, and upon seeing its form, he was filled with exhilaration. "Wow, this is incredible." The Warhammer, a gleaming black cannon, radiated authority, solemnity, and invincibility, truly a divine artifact. Its surface, coated not merely in black but adorned with a delicate veil of golden light. This weapon is destined for greatness, without hesitation. He Chun affixed the divine artifact to his lighthouse. Due to its new installation, the artifact plummeted from the heavens, descending swiftly and igniting into flames upon friction with the AI art. As the cannon approached the Ender lighthouse, it gradually decelerated, precisely aligning with the designated position He Chun had specified. This time, victory was non-negotiable. With the cannon now installed, the three-headed serpent was alarmingly close. Without a moment's pause, He Chun fired a shell. Watching as a white beam raced toward the creature, the serpent seemed momentarily immobilized, as if bound by iron chains. Yet, it remained oblivious, its instincts assuring it that the white light posed no threat. However, in a twist of fate, the arrogant serpent found its head obliterated by the white beam. The loss of one head brought excruciating pain, a torment beyond comparison, akin to a limb severed from one's body. Strangely, this agony surpassed even that of losing an arm. Goodness, to slay such a beast, one must wield a divine artifact. Without it, victory seems unattainable. After dispatching one head, He Chun prepared to target the second. But unexpectedly, the next shell erupted in an explosion. He Chun, poised to exclaim, found his voice stifled as if the artifact itself had seized his throat, urging him, "Do not be astonished just yet. Greater wonders await." Observe closely. After vanquishing the sea serpent, He Chun commanded Wang Zhong to dispatch a mining ship to gather resources. Meanwhile, Tu Xiaobai and the others continued to arrange accommodations for themselves. You all have truly aided me immensely. As the lighthouse master, I am profoundly grateful now. Allow me to escort you to your lodgings. Having acquired the divine artifact, He Chun remained humble, never forgetting who had brought it to him. He would never squander his good fortune or betray those who had supported him. As the mutants walked behind him, they began to murmur. This lighthouse appears immaculate from the outside, yet I wonder about the filth within. One speculated, perhaps he will assign us to a filthy accommodation. The thought of their previous pristine living conditions contrasted with the prospect of residing in squalor made them second-guess their decision. However, upon reaching the first floor, they were greeted by an impeccably clean corridor adorned with numerous murals. He Chun had designed this building to mirror a seven-star hotel in Dubai, ensuring that the living conditions were supremely comfortable. Once they fully entered, He Chun guided them, explaining the amenities. Here, we have electricity every night, and I presume you are familiar with that. Each morning, noon, and night, provisions will be delivered to you. Hot water will be available for your baths at all times. These are the toiletries I have prepared for you. I trust you understand their purpose. Upon witnessing these luxuries, they realized they had arrived in paradise. In their previous lighthouse, bathing had merely involved soap. They had long looked down upon the old humans, regarding them as unworthy due to their lack of cleanliness. Yet today, this old human had astonished them with everything he provided. I will supply these skincare products monthly. Now, take the time to rest. I will periodically send someone to train you, ensuring you are always battle-ready and not merely complacent. Their interest in training was lukewarm, as they were accustomed to rigorous training in their own lighthouse, typically commencing at 6 in the morning and concluding by 10, designed to keep them combat-ready. With his explanations concluded, He Chun departed and returned to his main lighthouse. Goodness, these new humans, while somewhat disdainful of the old, have a point. After all, they are quite beautiful. He Chun resolved to train this group of women thoroughly, transforming them into Valkyries of his lighthouse. After a day or two of organizing the lighthouse, he was ready to set sail once more. The world was vast, brimming with destinations to explore. To grow stronger, one must embark on these journeys. The more renowned the place, the greater the rewards. Next destination, South Korea. Chapter 78. Visiting South Korea.